Hello everyone and welcome to this video on the JavaScript full course by Edureka. JavaScript is a versatile, high-level programming language essential for web development. Initially created to enhance web page interactivity, it has grown to be one of the most popular and powerful languages. JavaScript enables dynamic and responsive user interfaces, real-time application, and complex animation. Its flexibility allows it to run on both the client side and the server side, extending its use to mobile, game, and desktop development. With frameworks like React, Angular, and Node.js, JavaScript empowers developers to build robust, scalable applications, making it crucial for modern programming. Now, without any further delay, let's outline today's agenda for this JavaScript full course. First, we will explore what JavaScript is. Then, we will move on to the installation and setup of JavaScript, where you learn how to set up your development environment to write and run your first JavaScript program. Next, we will dive into JavaScript basics and understand the fundamental building blocks, including syntax, variables, and data types. Following that, we will learn about different JavaScript loops and how to control the flow of your program with for, while, and do-while loops. Then, we'll implement efficient data handling with arrays in JavaScript. Afterward, we will dive into string manipulation techniques with substring in JavaScript. Additionally, we will gain a deep understanding of writing reusable and modular code with JavaScript functions. Next, we'll explore the JavaScript form validation techniques to enhance your user input handling and security in web forms. Following that, we will cover regular expressions in JavaScript. Moving ahead, we will apply our knowledge to real-world application by developing a game using JavaScript, which will enhance your practical skills and understanding of JavaScript's capabilities. Next, we will work on JavaScript projects to solidify your learning and gain hands-on experience. Finally, we will prepare for job interview with JavaScript interview questions and answers, covering common questions and providing expert answers to help you succeed in interviews. But before we begin, please consider subscribing to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to stay updated on the latest tech content from Edureka. Also, visit the Edureka website for full stack developer course, the link to which is given in the description box below.
So what is JavaScript? Now, JavaScript is basically a high-level interpreted programming language which is used to make web pages more interactive. Now, it all started in the year 1995 when Brent and I created JavaScript in a span of 10 days. Since then, it has seen multiple versions, updates, and has grown to the next level. Now, JavaScript is basically the language of the web. So it is used to make the web look alive by adding motion to it. Now, to be more precise, it is a programming language that lets you implement complex and beautiful things or design on web pages.
Previously, we explored what is JavaScript. Now we'll move on to how to run JavaScript in Visual Studio Code, where learners will learn how to set up their development environment and execute JavaScript code efficiently.
So now let's get started with the installation of VS Code and then we'll move on to Node.js installation. So go to your search browser, type VS Code and hit enter. You can see the first website, click on it. You can download it from here for the machine you need. So ours is window, I'm going to install it from here. While this is downloading, let me go and download Node.js. Type Node.js and then hit enter. You can see the first website, nodejs.org. Go to that and you can download this one, nodejs.lts. We can see both of our applications have downloaded. Now let's go to our file manager. We'll start with VS Code. I'll just go ahead and run it. So click on the accept the agreement, then next. Keep the path as default. It will be easier for us. Then click on next, then next. Make sure you click on all of these so it will be easier for you to run files using VS Code. Then next, and we'll wait for it to install. I'll uncheck this and click on finish because I don't want to run it right now. Next, we'll go with the Node.js. Click on this, click on next, accept the terms and agreement, then next. Keep the path as default, it is very helpful. Please make sure it is a rememberable location. Then click on next And these are all the packages that will come with it. npm, the largest JavaScript library, and it will also add it to our path. So I'll click next. I'll go ahead and click on next and then on install. Finished, click on next. Now let's go ahead to our desktop. We can see Visual Studio Code over here. I'll create a new folder and name it program. Now let's open our VS Code. So this is here. Now go to files and click on open folder. Go to our desktop and select the folder that we have created already. Yeah, so our folder is empty, and close this. Now before running JavaScript, let's go to our extension and install something for this. So extension name is live server. Hit enter. You can see the first one. Click install over here. Wait for a while. After that, let's go to our file. I'll close this. Now let's create a new file in a program folder. I'll name it index.html. You don't need to know much about HTML. Well, if you are going into front-end development, you need to, but back-end, not much. Now let's go ahead and type exclamatory mark and hit enter. So this whole thing will come up. You don't need to type it. Now in the body, let's start with our basic things. I'll type one header, h1, and then put hello world, save it, and then let's go run it. Open with live server. Now it will take you to our default browser. So we can see it is running on 5500 port, and we can see it is hello world in the h1 heading. Now let's go ahead and try something different. h3, please like, and I'm going to save this. Just go to my page and run it again. So we can see this has changed. Now this is for the HTML. If you want to write a JavaScript in this, you have to go to the end of body and then type script. It'll come. Now you can type anything that is JavaScript over here and it will consider it. So let's try console.log. Please subscribe. Save it. Go to a page. Refresh it. Now it is a JavaScript. You won't see it here. We can find it in our console. So for console, right click, go to the end of page, click on inspect. Then you can see element and console over here. We can see please subscribe from index.html. Now most of us won't be using script within the HTML file. So I'll just go ahead and remove this and create a new file. Now I'll name it main.js. Make sure all the extensions are correct. Now this JS file, there's no need to type script, just write console.log and whatever the command you're putting. Save it. Now let's go ahead and run it again. Let's go to our console to check if something has changed, and it is empty because there is no script over here, and we have the script over here but we have not included it. So let me go and finish this. I'll type script. Now to reference main.js here, type src equals to, in exclamatory mark we are going to type the file name main.js and then close it. So that is all you'll be needing to run JavaScript. Now save it and let's refresh it over there. We can see share is there from main.js. Earlier it was from index.html. Now all of this will be running in your browser. For the Node.js, you can go to your CMD to check if it is installed. I'll click on CMD, type npm. npm is largest library, and we check the version. We have npm 10.7.0. Now for the node, it is version 20.15.0. Now there are two ways. You can go and directly run node.js, or you can go in command and type node. Your node.js will start over here. Let me zoom it in for you. Let's type our favorite console.log. hello world. I'll just hit enter. Now you know how to run your code in VS Code and also in Node.
In our last module, we set up our JavaScript environment. Next, we'll learn JavaScript basics, where learners will dive into core syntax and essential programming constructs used in JavaScript.
So basically, there are a lot of queries about why do we need JavaScript and what it can do when we have HTML and CSS already. But JavaScript as a language helps you build a website that will do a lot more than just gawk at you. Now currently we have hundreds of programming languages and every day new languages are being created. Now among these are few powerful languages that bring about big changes in the market, and JavaScript is definitely one of them. Now JavaScript has always been on the list of popular programming languages. According to Stack Overflow, for the 6th year in a row, JavaScript has remained the most popular and commonly used programming language. Now moving on to what this programming language can actually do, we see that JavaScript is mainly known for creating beautiful web pages and applications. Now an example of this is also the Google Maps. So if you want to explore a specific map, all you have to do is click and drag with the mouse. And what sort of language could do that? Of course, is JavaScript. Now this language is also used in smartwatches. Now the popular smartwatch maker Pebble created Pebble.js, which is a small JavaScript framework that allows a developer to create an application for the Pebble line of watches in JavaScript. Not just that, the most popular websites like Google, Facebook, Netflix, Amazon, etc. make use of JavaScript to build their websites. Now, among things like mobile applications, digital art, web servers, and server applications, JavaScript is also used to make games. A lot of developers are building small-scale games and apps using JavaScript. Now, a lot of people ask about where to run the JavaScript code. Now, when it comes to running the JavaScript code, you can use the console, which is pretty simple because you can just type whatever you want to do with your code and you will see the output here itself. Or you can use any text editor. For example, I will be using the Visual Studio Code and show you how you can write your code here and then how you can run it in your website and see how it works. So you can work it both ways. You can enter any data or input here and then you can go back to your console and check your output. Also, if you have to check anything for your code, you can check it inside the console itself. Now, JavaScript was originally designed to run only in browsers, so every browser has what we call a JavaScript engine that can execute JavaScript code. For example, the JavaScript engines in Firefox and Chrome are SpiderMonkey and V8. So it's pretty easy for you when it comes to running JavaScript code online. Now, JavaScript can build the backend for our web and mobile applications. So, in a nutshell, JavaScript code can be run inside of a browser or in Node browsers, and Node provide a runtime environment for our JavaScript code. So now that you know where the code runs, let's move on and have a look at the different benefits of JavaScript. Now there has to be a reason why so many developers love working on JavaScript. Well, there are several benefits of using this language, such as it's easy to learn and simple to implement. Now it is a weak type programming language, unlike the strong type programming languages like Java and C++, which have strict rules for coding. Now it's all about being fast in today's world, and since JavaScript is mainly a client-side programming language, it is very fast because any code can run immediately instead of having to contact the server and wait for an answer. Not just that, it has a rich set of frameworks like AngularJS, React.js, which are used to build web applications and perform different tasks. Lastly, it also builds interactive websites. Now we all get attracted to beautifully designed websites, and JavaScript is the reason behind such attractive websites and applications. Now finally, we will have a look at the setting up of the development environment or the IDE. Now there are different editors that you can use for writing your JavaScript code. So there's Visual Studio Code, and then we have Sublime Text, and then we have Atom as well. Now these are pretty famous and popular when it comes to working on any programming language. But when it comes to choosing the favorite one, I would definitely opt for Visual Studio Code. So today I will be using the Visual Studio Code in order to show you all the examples and also explain the fundamentals of JavaScript. Now, out of these, my favorite is the Visual Studio Code. It's simple and easy to run your codes here. Now, to download Visual Studio Code, you just have to type download Visual Studio Code and just go to the website code.visualstudio.com and get your version that is suitable for your system. Now, it's a very simple, lightweight, cross-platform and powerful editor. So if you don't have Visual Studio Code on your machine, go ahead and download it right away. Now, in order to become a front-end developer, you should also be aware with HTML codes. So here we are going to use our HTML code as our host for the JavaScript. Now, first thing first, you must get this live server extension installed here before you try to run your JavaScript or HTML code here. So all you have to do is just go to the extensions and then search for live server. Now I have already installed this, so you just have to install this before running any of these codes. So now that you are ready to learn how to code in JavaScript, let's begin with the fundamentals. Now, talking about the fundamentals, the first thing is the variables in JavaScript. Now, this particular programming language includes variables, which basically holds the data value and it can be changed anytime. So it uses a reserved keyword var to declare a variable. Now, all your variables must have a unique name. So now let's get back to our Visual Studio Code. So this is my basic HTML file here. So here I have the HTML head and title, and after that I have the script tag as well. So inside my body I have a head tag that says welcome to Edureka, which means when I go to my website, it will show me this particular head tag, that is welcome to Edureka. Now it's always a good practice to keep your script tag at the end, because the browser parses this file from top to bottom. So if you put the script element here in the head section, you might have a lot of JavaScript code there. So your browser may get busy parsing and executing that JavaScript code, and it won't be able to render the content of the page. Now, almost always the code that we have in between the script elements needs to talk to the elements on this web page. For example, if we want to show or hide some elements, so by adding the code here at the end of the body section, we will be confident that all these elements are rendered by the browser. So here we use a variable to store data temporarily in a computer's memory. So we store our data somewhere and give that memory location and name, and with this name we can read the data at the given location in the future. For example, think of the boxes that you use to organize your stuff. You put your stuff in various boxes and put a label on each of them so that you can find your stuff easily. Now, a variable is basically like a box. So what we put inside the box is the value that we assign to a variable. Now that's the data, and the label that we put on the box is the name of our variable. So let's see what's the code for declaring our variable here. Now, in the old days, we used to use the var keyword to declare a variable, but there are certain issues with that. So now we have started using the let keyword to declare a variable. So first we will use the let keyword here, and then we have to declare a name for our variable. And your name should be something that is understandable, or by looking at the code you can see that what you are trying to write. So here I have a code with the variable name. So I have given the name as Edureka, and then I'll just write console.log name. So now once I save this code, and finally we will save this code with the extension .js. So this is our JavaScript file. Now in order to run this in your web browser, you need an HTML file. So now this is where this file will come into existence. So here I have added one source which points to my JavaScript file. So here I have just given an extension as src equals to index1.js, which basically takes me to my JavaScript file. So now when I run this HTML file, it will take me to the browser, and you can see the heading here that is welcome to Edureka. Now how do I get this console? So you just have to right click on your website and go to inspect, And once this window has come up, you can just go to console. Now inside console, you can see that you have Edureka mentioned here. Why? Because we have declared a variable with the name Edureka. So our output was console.log name. So as soon as we run this code and go to our console, you can see Edureka. Now in case I change the name, for example, I'm just changing the name to Learn JavaScript. Now make sure you give something unique because you cannot use the keywords that are there in JavaScript as your variable names or any sort of value. So here I have given the value for my variable as Learn JavaScript. Now once I just save this and go back to my browser, and once I refresh this, you can see that it has been changed to Learn JavaScript. Now previously it was Edureka, and now you can see that the name has changed to Learn JavaScript because the value also has changed here. So now that you have seen how this variable works here, let me tell you about certain rules that you need to follow while writing the name of your variable. Now the first rule is that it cannot be a keyword. That is, it cannot be a reserved keyword in JavaScript. For example, let, where, these are all reserved keywords for JavaScript, so you cannot use them as your variable name. Next up is you should always have a meaningful name. So you must keep in mind that when you are giving a name to your variable, it must be meaningful and understandable while just seeing the name itself. Also, your name must not start with any number. So how odd would that be to just have a name that begins with a number like 1 Edureka or 2 Edureka? So it does not look good that way. So you must not have a variable name that starts with a number. Next up, you must keep in mind that there should not be spaces or hyphen when it comes to the name of your JavaScript. For example, I have written Learn JavaScript here. I can also just write it like this in order to separate the two things, but there should not be a hyphen or a space in between the two words. So you just have to write it together. Also, the names here are definitely case sensitive. That means if I write Learn JavaScript like this and then I change it to Learn JavaScript with a capital L, these two will be considered as different names because it is case sensitive. So now this was all about variables. Now let's move on and take a look at constants. Now by declaring a constant, you basically assign a meaningful name to a value. So once a constant is declared, it cannot be modified or assigned any other value. So now let's see how we can define a constant in JavaScript. So for example, you want to describe your name in two different parts such as the first name and the last name. So suppose you have let first name is equals to Edureka, and then you have last name as JavaScript. So here you would need a semicolon to separate the two things and declare it separately in such a manner. But rather than doing this, you can just use constants that makes your work easier. So now let's see how you can use the constant in your JavaScript code. So now let me just take the variable name as age. So for age, we have a specific value. Suppose I'm giving the age as 23. Now when I type console.log age, and then let me just save this one again. And now once I go back to my website and refresh it, you can see that it gives me the value 23. So here what I'm doing is I'm declaring a variable, but also I'm giving it a constant value. So now I cannot change the value of my age here. Now sometimes we don't want the value for a variable to change because otherwise it's going to create all kinds of bugs in our application. Now in those situations, instead of a variable, we use a constant so that the value of a variable, that is the name implies, can change. But then the value will remain constant. Now in the next line, I give age is equals to 21. And then now let me save this one and see what output do I get when I run this one. So let me just refresh it. So you can see that I get an error here because we have already declared a constant value for age, which is 23. And again, we are changing the value to 21. So this will definitely give you an error, that is the uncaught type error, assignment to constant variable. So here your variable age is a constant. You cannot assign any other value to this variable anywhere. So thus it will show you an error. So basically we cannot reassign a constant. So once you have used constant, you cannot change the value. So the best practice is to use var whenever you're planning to change the value next. So now that you know what are variables and what are constants, you must be wondering what are the kind of values that we can assign to these variables. So now let's move ahead and have a look at the different data types that you can use. So now here we have two different types. So first we have the primitive or the value types, and then we have the reference types. First we will have a look at the different primitive types. Now the data types are basically the type of data that can be used and manipulated in a program. So the different data types include the numbers, strings, boolean, undefined, and null. So now talking about these data types, let's go back to our code and see what are string literals, what are numbers, what are booleans. So let's just type let name equals to Edureka. Then we have another variable as age, which is equals to suppose 23. Now for checking boolean, let's just give another variable as is approved is equals to true. So true and false are the ones that represent our boolean values. So this one is basically our string literal, and this one is our number literal. This one we are using for boolean. Next up, if we just write let first name and put a semicolon, it automatically gives an undefined value to this one. But we can also write it as first name is equals to undefined. So there's basically no value assigned to this particular variable. Now the final one is the null value. So let me just give it as let date equals to null. So now let me just save this, and then let me go back to my console again. Now once I refresh it, so basically I have not given any console here, so there's no output in my console, but then you can always check the type of your literals here. So what I have to do is just type of, and then if I want to check the type of my variable name, so I can just give name and it shows me string. So here I have my name as Edureka, which is a string literal. So this is exactly the value that it is showing me here. That is the type of my name is string. Now let's check the type of age. So you can see that it shows number. So my age declares my number literal here. In the same way, when we type of is approved, suppose I write type of is approved, it'll show me boolean. So you can see that inside the console itself, you can find out the types of all of these variables. Now if I just want to check the type of my date, so I'll just write type of date, and it shows an object. Because we do not have any value here, we have a null value, which is also considered to be an object in JavaScript. Now this is exactly where the reference type comes in. So these were the different primitive types. Now we will have a look at objects. So now that you have seen the primitive types in JavaScript, we will have a look at the reference types. In the reference type category, we have the object, array, functions. So now we will talk about these three different types. So first let's talk about the object. Now object in JavaScript and other programming languages is like an object in real life. So think of a person who has a name, age, address, and so on. So here I have given three attributes to my particular object. Suppose the girl is my object, so I have three different attributes for this object, that is name, age, and eye color. Now when we are dealing with multiple related variables, we can put this inside our object. For example, we have two variables, name and age here. So what we can do is we can declare it as a property for our object. So we can refer these two as elements or properties for our object. This basically makes the code clear. So now let's see how we can declare an object in JavaScript. So let me just declare my variable as girl, and inside girl I'll add properties for the girl. So we have to begin with the curly braces. So now inside the curly braces I will add the properties. Now the first property was name. So let me just give the name as Emily, and then we have the age as 23, and then we also have another property as eye color. So it's brown. Now we separate these properties with the help of a comma. Now finally we close this curly brace along with a semicolon. Now I will just use the console.log and find the output for my object, which is the girl. So now let me just save this one, and let's go back to the console and see how it works. Now inside this I will add the properties for my object, which is the girl. So here you have to give the name of your first property and then use colon, and then I'll just write the name as Emily, and we separate the properties with the help of a comma. So the next property is age. So I'll write it as 23. And then we need to close the curly braces along with a semicolon. Now I'll just type console.log and the name of my object, that is girl, and close it with a semicolon. So here I have declared this variable or my object, which is the girl, and inside girl I have declared certain properties for the girl, which is the name and the age. Now let me just save this one and go back to the console and see. So you can see that once I run this code, I'll get to see the properties for my object. So it shows the name, that is Emily, and age as 23. Now suppose we want to change the name of this particular object. What do we do? So this is exactly where we use the dot notation. So what we will do here is we will just give the name of our object, which is girl.name. Suppose I want to change the name here. So I'll just give the name is equals to, and I'll give another name here. Suppose I want to give the name as John, and then add the semicolon. Now let me just save this one and see what happens to the output. So now once we go to the console, you can see that the name has been changed to John here. Now this is one approach. There's another approach that you can change in order to change the name. So what you can do is use the bracket notation. Now what is this bracket notation? So we can just type girl and use the square brackets. So inside the square brackets, I'll give the name, that is for the variable that I'm planning to change. So my name now will be equal to, suppose I want to give the name as Sam. So I just type Sam and close it with a semicolon. And then now let me save this one. Now once I go back to my console and see, you can see that the name is changed from John to Sam again. So these were two different approaches, that is the dot notation and the bracket notation, through which you can also get into the property of your object and make any particular changes.
I have a simple question for you guys, and the question is, which of the following is the correct way to declare a variable in JavaScript? Options are on the screen. If you know the answer, please leave it in the comment section below. We just wrapped up the basics of JavaScript syntax, variables, and data types. Coming up, we'll discuss JavaScript loops, where learners will understand how to perform repeated actions efficiently using different types of loops.
Now, what are these JavaScript loops? So, JavaScript loops actually provide a quick and easy method of doing something repeatedly. So, they are used to repeat an action any number of times without having to repeat the same line of code again and again. Now, there are mainly two types of loops. First, we have the entry controlled loops and then the exit controlled loops. Now, in the entry controlled loops, the test condition is tested before entering the loop body. So here, for loop and while loop are the entry controlled loops. And for the exit controlled loops, the test condition is evaluated at the end of the loop body. Therefore, the loop body will execute at least once, irrespective of whether the test condition is true or false. Now, do while loop is an exit controlled loop. So now let's move on and see what is for loop and how do we work with for loop in JavaScript. Now, this method is actually a concise way of writing the loop structure. So a for loop repeats until a specified condition evaluates to false. So you can see that first we have a start point and then we have the item from our sequence and then we execute that statement. And if there are no more items left, we go to the end. But this loop will continue until there are items present in your sequence. So let's have a look at the syntax of our for loop. So in order to define your for loop, what you have to do is take the for keyword and then inside it you have to pass different parameters. So first parameter is our initialization condition. So here we will be initializing the value of our variable or what should be the condition. So this is basically our first parameter. Then next up we have. Now what happens here is that we enter the testing condition that we are going to put for our for loop. For example, in the initialization parameter, we are giving the starting value for our variable. So here we can write x is equals to 0 or x is equals to 1. And here in the testing condition, we will provide the value or the condition till which this loop should go on. For example, you want the loop to go on till the value turns to 5 for x. So here your testing condition should be x less than or equal to 5. And finally, we have the increment or the decrement value here. Now what happens here is that this is our increment or decrement value for our variable. So we will check whether we are incrementing our variable or decrementing it. For example, either we can add +1 to our variable and go on with our loop, or we can go backwards and keep decrementing the value of our variable. Now once you have initialized all these three parameters, then you just have to write the statement inside that and you are done. So this is the syntax for your for loop. Now we will move on and see how this for loop can be implemented in a code and how it actually works. So here let's take an example and see how the for loop will work. So first let me just initialize a variable. Suppose let me take the variable to be x. And now I have to start with the for loop here. So let's see what are the values that I'm going to put inside these parameters. So the first one was my initialization condition. So here suppose I'm initializing the value of x to be 0. So this is my initialization. You can also put the value to be 1 or anything else. But here I'm initializing the value of my x to be 0. So basically the loop will start from the value 0. Now next up was the testing condition. So suppose I want this loop to go on until the value of x is less than or equal to 5. So this loop will stop or it will come out of the loop as soon as the value exceeds the value 5. So here I have given the testing condition to be x less than equals to 5. And finally I have the increment or decrement value. So here from 0, that is the initial value, my value needs to increment and go until 5. That's why I have to give the increment value which is written as x plus plus. If you want to decrement, you would be writing it to be x minus minus. So now I'm done with the initialization of my x variable and also I have inserted the testing condition and also the increment as well. So now I just have to get the output for this one. So for that I have console.log and I'm going to take the variable x because I want the output for this one and see that how the output comes out to be. Now let's save this one. And here I have my HTML file where I have linked the JavaScript file, that is the example.js. So as soon as I run this HTML file, I will be redirected to this website. So for this I had given a head tag which says welcome to Edureka. Now to go to the output, all I have to do is right click, go to inspect, and then I will get my console here. Now once I open the console, you can see that the output is 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. So what happens here is that I had initialized the value to be 0 and then I've given increment value here. So what happens inside the for loop is that the value of my x is incremented from 0 to 1 and then to 2, then 3, 4 and finally it goes till 5. The next moment, as soon as the value reaches 6, which does not satisfy my condition, that is x should be less than or equal to 5, it comes out of the loop and prints the variable. That's why it prints these particular 5 values, that is from 1 to 5. So this was about for loop and the syntax of for loop and also how you can implement this loop in your code in JavaScript. Now next up we will talk about the while loop. So a while loop is basically a control flow statement which allows the code to be executed repeatedly based on a particular Boolean condition. Now this loop is similar to that of a repeating if statement. So what happens here is that you have a starting point and then you get to go to the condition, and if the condition is true, you go to the conditional code and then back to the condition itself. In case it's false, it goes to the end. So until you finish with that condition, your conditional code will keep looping here. Now to understand the while loop in a simpler way, let's see how this works. Now talking about the syntax, let's see what is the syntax for our while loop. So we just have the keyword as while, and inside this we will pass our Boolean condition. So here we do not have different parameters. Here we just have one condition, that is, we either check for true or for false. This is how while loop is different from for loop. So you just insert the Boolean condition here, and then inside this you add your loop statements. So this is the syntax for your while loop. You just have to insert your Boolean condition and then continue with your loop statements, and then you will get to see how it works. So now that you know the syntax, let's move on and have a look at an example of while loop. So now here I'm taking another variable, that is variable x equals to 1. So here I'll be initializing the value, because inside while loop we do not have different parameters to pass the values. So I'm initializing the value as 1 here. Now next up is my while and Boolean condition. So what I have to do is take the while keyword, and inside this I have to put my Boolean condition. Same, let me check for this one as well. Suppose I want the x value to be less than equal to 5. So the loop should come out as soon as the x value crosses 5. So now here is the difference between the for loop and the while loop. So here we just have the Boolean condition, and then we have to put it inside the curly braces. So what happens here is that the increment or the decrement value comes later on. So what we will do here is that we will insert the increment value here as x plus plus, and then I'm closing this. So now you can see that first we have initialized the variable value here, that is x equals to 1, and then we have given the Boolean condition here, that is x less than equals to 5. And finally, I have taken the output of x, and after that I have taken the increment value. So what happens here is that it increments from 1 and goes till 5. As soon as the value reaches 6, it comes out of that particular loop. So now let's save this and go back to the console. So now you can see that here we have the output as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Because in while loop, what happens is that we are starting from the initial point, that is 1, and we go on until the value crosses this condition. So here we have given the condition as less than equal to 5. So the loop goes on until the value of x is till 5. And finally, we have printed the values from 1 to 5 for x. So this is how the while loop works in JavaScript. Now next up, we have another different kind of loop, that is the do while loop. It is almost similar to the while loop, but let's see how this one works. Now, as I said, this loop is similar to the while loop, but the only difference is that it checks for condition after executing the statements. In the while loop, we gave the condition beforehand itself, but in the do while loop, what happens is that first we will execute the statement and then we will check for the condition. That's exactly why it is also an example of the exit controlled loop. So now let's have a look at the syntax for do while loop. So here we have the do keyword, and inside that we have our statements. And finally we put up with the while keyword and insert our condition here. So as I said before, what happens here is that we first execute these statements, only then we go for checking the condition here. So this was the syntax for the do while loop. Now let's see how this loop actually works. So we will take an example here and see how the do while works. Now going by the syntax, so first I have to initialize the value for x. So for example, I'm taking the value of x to be 20 here. Then next up, I have to use the keyword as do. Now after this, I will be executing my statements and then I will insert my condition. So what happens here is that to execute the statement, I have console.log x and then I'm giving the increment value, that is x plus plus. Now once I'm done with this, finally I will insert my condition here. So for that I have the while keyword, and now inside this, suppose I'm giving the condition to be x less than 10. So what happens here is that it will only take the values if the value is less than 10. So here I have initialized the x value to be 20. So what happens here is that I have taken the condition later on. Now what happens, it will check if the condition is true or false. Now you can see that once I have executed this particular statement, my x value is 20. But according to the condition, my x should be less than 10, which is false. So it will go back and print the value to be 20 here, because here the execution of statement comes first and the condition comes later on. So now let me save this, and when I go to the console, you can see that the output here is 20 because it has first executed the statement and then checked the condition. So if the condition is false, we will go with the initial value of our variable. Now what happens if I change the value for my variable x? So suppose my variable value is now 5. So what happens here is that first it will execute the statement. So it will keep incrementing the value of 5 and then it will check the condition. Now you can see that here the condition is x must be less than 10. So now this satisfies the variable value as well. So the condition here is true. So now what will happen is the value of my variable x will be incremented and it will go on until the value is less than 10. So I should have the values to be 5, 6, 7, 8 and 9. Now let's see what do I get it as the output. So let's save this. Now when I go to the console, you can see that my output is 5, 6, 7, 8 and 9. So here what happened is it has executed the statement, and also when finally we have checked with the condition, it's satisfied with the condition as well. So we have printed the loop to be 5, 6, 7, 8 and 9. Now next up is the for in loop. Now this loop iterates a specified variable over all the enumerable properties of an object. For each distinct property, the JavaScript will execute the specified statements. So now let's see how this for in loop works, but first let's have a look at the syntax of the for in loop. So what happens is first we have our for keyword, and inside this we have our variable name. And then we use the in keyword here, and then we have objects. So what happens here is that it will take the variable name in your object, and this is how the for in loop actually works. And after that we have these statements, and this is exactly the syntax for your for in loop. So now let's see how this for in loop works in JavaScript. So let's take the example here. So for that, first we have to declare our object. So let me take the object to be characteristic. And here let me add certain characteristics. So suppose I am taking the characteristic of a person. So for that, the first parameter is name. And then let me take a second parameter. So the second parameter would be age. Then we have a third one to be eye color. And finally, we have another characteristic as the height. So these are some of the characteristics of a person that I have defined here. Now, according to the syntax for the for in loop, we have the for keyword, and inside this we have our variable name. Suppose we're taking the iteration here, so we have the itr in characteristic. Now before that, we also have to initialize the variable here. So let's take the variable as itr for iteration. And finally, we have the for loop inside which we have our variable name in object. And this is our object, which is the characteristic. Now we will just take the output for this. So for that, we have console.log. And here we have our object name, that is the characteristic, along with the variable name, that is the itr. So now let's save this and go back to the console. So now you can see that we have got the output as name, age, eye color and height. So what happens in this for in loop is that It takes the enumerable properties of our object, which is the characteristic, and for each of these distinct property, we execute the specified statements. So this was about the for and loop in JavaScript. Now we will move on and have a look at the break statement. Now talking about the break statement, here is a very simple syntax for this one. So we just have the break keyword and here we have our label name. Now what is this break statement? So the break statement is used for jumping out of a loop. So it will help you in breaking the loop and also continue executing the code after the loop. So now let's see how this break statement works here. So first I have taken a variable I here. Now here I will have my for loop. So inside the for loop I will have my initial condition. So suppose I'm giving the initial value to be 0 for I. And then we have the testing condition. So for example, I should be less than equals to 5. And then finally, let's increment this value. Now in this break statement, we have another condition, that is the if condition. So here, let me take another condition as if I equal. So here we have the triple equals that will stop the loop as soon as it reaches that particular value. So I'm taking the condition to be I equals to 3. So as soon as the value of I reaches 3, we have the break statement here. So what happens is that the break statement will break the loop as soon as the second condition is reached, that is the value of I becomes 3. So now once you're out of this loop, now let's finally take the output for this one. So for that we have console.log as I. So now let's save this and go back to the console. So you can see that we have got the output as 0, 1, 2 because as soon as the value reached 3, there is a break statement here which broke the for loop. So we came out of this particular loop and only the 3 values have been printed. Now let me just change this value to 10 and this condition to be 5. Now let me save this code again and let's go back to the console. So now you can see that the values have changed from 0, 1, 2 to 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 because the condition has changed to 5. So as soon as the value reached 5, the break statement came out of this for loop and then we only got the values till 4. So now you understood how the break statement helps you come out of a particular loop and also it provides you another condition so that you can come out of the loop apart from the testing condition itself. So this is how the break statement works in JavaScript. Now we will move on and have a look at how the continue statement works. Now the syntax for continue is also similar to break, just here we will have the keyword as continue and then we will have a label name here. Now the continue statement breaks one iteration in the loop if a specified condition occurs. We saw in the last one that when we use the break condition, as soon as the condition was reached, we came out of the entire loop. But with the help of the continue statement, the loop will continue. It will just break at that one point when it reaches the specified condition. Now the difference between continue and the break statement is that the continue statement jumps over one iteration in the loop instead of jumping out of the entire loop. So I'll show you the example of how the continue statement works here. So let's have a look at the same example here. This is the example we used for our break statement. So just in place of break, we will be using the keyword as continue. So here we have our loop which goes on until the value reaches 10. And here we have a condition which says I value is 5. So let's see how this works. So let me save this and go back to the console. Now you can see that we have all the values in the loop printed here except for the value 5. So after 4, the loop came out or skipped one iteration where the value or the condition was if I was equals to 5. And then it went back to the loop and continued with the rest of the iterations. So this is exactly how the continue statement works. So suppose I change this value to 5 and then change the condition, that is the if condition, to 2. And now let's save this. And now when I go back to the console, you can see that I have the values as 0, 1, 3, 4 and 5. Only the iteration where the value of I was 2 is missing here. And otherwise it continues with the rest of the loop. So this was about the continue statement in JavaScript.
I have a quiz question for you guys, and the question is, which loop is best suited for iterating over an array's element when the index is not needed? Options are given on the screen. If you know the correct answer, please leave it in the comment section below. After learning about loops in JavaScript, we'll proceed to array in JavaScript. Here, learners will explore how to store and manipulate collection of data using array, a fundamental data structure in JavaScript.
Now, what are the JavaScript arrays? The arrays are basically used to store multiple values in a single variable itself. So the array is a special variable which can hold more than one value at a time. Now, for example, if you have a list of items in your shopping cart, you would want to store it in one place. For example, you would create a list of all the items that you want to buy. Now, the array represents those elements in your list. So you can have a look at the syntax of array here. You just have to define your array name, and then you can put up the item names from your list inside the array itself. It can hold more than one item inside the list. So this will help you have one particular sorted list for all your items that you want to keep a track on. Now, there are a lot of confusion between the arrays and the objects. So while working on JavaScript and using the console, if you're using the type of operator and checking the lists in your array, it will show as objects. So there's a lot of confusion between these two. Now, arrays are special type of objects. So the type of operator in JavaScript returns objects for arrays as well. So you can have objects in an array and you can have functions in an array. Now, we have already seen the syntax of how you can write an array in JavaScript, but there are two different methods as well. Either you can define one array with no values inside it, or you can use the let keyword, give the array name, and also write new array that will create an undefined array. And for object, all you have to do is take the let keyword and define the name of your object, and inside the curly braces, you have to define the parameters that you have taken for your object. For example, here you have a girl, and the girl is your object with parameters as name, age, and eye color. So all you have to do is put all these parameters inside your object. So now that you know what are JavaScript arrays and how you can define them, and also the difference between array and object, let's move ahead and have a look at the different JavaScript array methods. And also let's have a look what and all we can do with the help of arrays while writing a code in JavaScript. So first, let's see how this array works. So we have to use the let keyword, and I have to give a name to my array. So for example, I want to put items in a list and for my shopping cart. So let's see what we can do. So we can give the name as list items equal to, and we can provide our items to create the list. So suppose I'm just putting elements like bag, shoes, dress. Suppose these are the items that I would want to put inside my list. Now to get the output, we just have to write console.log, and inside that my array name, that is list items. Now let me just save this one. So here I've created an HTML file and I have linked it to my example.js, which consists of my JavaScript code. So what I'll do is I've saved this one. So now we will just go to the console. So once I run my HTML file, I will come to this particular web page, which has the head tag as welcome to Edureka. Now in order to get into the console, you have to just go to inspect, and here you have the console option. So you can see the output here, and also you can see that it will give you the index number for each of these items present inside your array. So now in arrays, always the index number starts from 0 and not from 1. So you can see that the index value for bag is 0, for shoes it is 1, and for dress it is 2. It also provides you the entire length of your array, that is 3, because you have 3 items here. Now you can also define a particular item from your list with the help of its index value. For example, I want to get the element or the item from my list as shoes. So what I can do is I can take that particular element with the help of the index number as well. So here the index number for shoes would be 1. So all I can do is in my console.log, I will mention the index number or the index value as well. So I've provided the index value as 1, that is list items 1. So now I'll just save this one and go back to my console. Now you can see that it has changed. The output has changed to shoes. Initially, it was showing me the entire array list items. That is, it was showing me bag, shoes, and dress, all three of them. But right now, when I have already mentioned that I only want to get the item that is present in the index number 1, the output has changed to shoes only. Now you can also change the value of the variables, or you can insert items in your list, or also you can remove items from your list. Now if you want to add another particular item in this array, what you have to do is just take the name of your array, that is list items, and then add the index number where you're going to add it. So suppose I'm adding it in index number 3, and I just have to provide whatever I want to insert. So suppose I'm just writing watch, and then I'll close this with a semicolon. So now I just have to save this, and now when I go back to my console, you can see that the array items have changed from bag, shoes, dress to now there has been a watch that has been added into the list. Now you can also replace a particular item from your array in the same way. So for example, I want to replace the dress with the watch. So I just have to change the index value here. So I have given the index value for watch as 2 now. So now let me just save this one. Now when I go back to my console, you can see that you have 3 items again, but those are bag, shoes, and watch, and the dress has been changed with watch now because we have replaced the value of dress with watch by giving the index number for watch as 2. So this is how you can insert another value in the list of items, or you can replace any particular item in your array as well. Now another method used in arrays in JavaScript is the length. Now what do we do with this length method? Basically this will provide you that how many items are present in your list, or what is the length of your list. So what you can do is just write list items dot length in console.log, and this will give you the total number of items present in your list. So I'll just save this one. And now I'll go back to my console, and now you can see that it gives me the output as 3. So basically it says that how many number of items are present inside my array. So this gives you the length. Now there's another method called as the concat method. Now concat method is used to return a new array comprised of this array joined with other arrays. So basically what happens is if you have 2 different arrays and you want to join them together, then you use the concat method. So it will help you in joining or concatenating these 2 arrays or more arrays together. So here we have one array, that is the list items, and we have a few items inside this particular array. So let's take another array here. So suppose I will name it as colors, and then I will provide the colors as blue, green, and red. So now with this we have created another array here. Now we have 2 different arrays, that is list items and colors. Now if I want to join both these arrays together, what I have to do is I have to go to console.log, and suppose I want to join colors and list items together. Now I first want the colors and then the items. So I have to write it as colors and then use the concat method. And inside this I will add the array that I want to concatenate here. So my first array is list items. So now let's just save this one. So it should basically give me the elements inside the colors array and then give me the values from the list items array. So now let's go to our console. So now you can see that the arrays have been joined together. So you can see the values inside your array as blue, green, red, bag, shoes, and dress. And also the total number of elements have changed to 6. Now you can see that the index number is also given here. So the first three elements belong to my second array, that is the colors, and the next three items are from my first array, that is the list items. Now if I want to do the opposite, all I have to do is just change it to list items and then concatenate colors. Now when I save this one and go back to my console, now you can see that the order has changed from blue, green, red, back shoes, dress to back shoes, dress, and then blue, green, red. That is, the first array is there, which is my list items array, and then you have the next array, that is the colors, concatenated with the first one. Now next up we will have a look at the push and pop methods in array. So let's see how the pop method works here in array. Now this method is used to remove the last element from an array and also return that particular element. So what happens is, here I have the array as back, shoes and dress. Now when I use the pop method here, it will just remove the last element, that is the dress, from my array and return that particular value. So now let's see what is the output here. Let me just save this one. And now when we go to the console, you can see that the output is dress here, because pop method is used to remove that element and also return that particular element from your array. So basically it always removes the last element or the end of your list. In the same way, push method is used in order to add any particular element inside your list. So pop removes the element from the end, push inserts any element into the end of your list. So for example, here I will just add watch again inside my array. Now suppose here I'm pushing another element. So what does this push method does is, it will provide you the new length of your array. In the pop method, we just used to get the return value as the one that has been removed from the array, and with the help of push method, the return value is the length of your updated array now. So now that I have pushed another element inside my array, the value should be 4 now. So let's see what it shows. So let me save this one, and now let's go back to the console. So you can see that the output is 4 here. So basically it updates the length of your array and also updates another element inside it, and the return value with push is the value of your new or updated array. Now another commonly used method is the reverse method. Now this reverse method is used to change the position of your elements in the list. So what it does is, it will reverse the entire array that you have created. So here I have bag, shoes and dress. Now the first element would become the last, and the last element would become the first element here. So now I will just save this one, and now we'll go to the console and see what is the output. So now you can see that the number of elements are still the same. The items inside your arrays are also the same. Only the order has been reversed here. So initially our array started with bag and ended with the element dress. But now that we have used the reverse method, the values have been changed. The last one has become the first element, and the first element has become the last one. Now there's another method known as the shift method. Now the shift method is used to remove the first element from an array and return that particular element. Now we had the pop element for the end of your array, that is the last element, and here we have the shift method for removing the first element. So here we'll see how the shift method works. So all we have to do is just use the shift method along with my array name, and now I will save this one. And now let's go back to the console and see. So now you can see that the output is bag. So my array was bag, shoes and dress, and in this order. So the first element was bag. So now as soon as I've used the shift method here, what it has done is removed the very first element from my array. Now the return value is also that particular element that has been removed from my array. So this is how the shift method works here. Now the next one is the slice method. So slice method usually extracts a section of an array and returns you a new array. So what you can do is, you can use the slice method here, and you can provide any particular beginning and ending value that you want to slice from your array. Now the return value would be the values that have been extracted from the array. So now here I have given the beginning value as 0 and the ending as 1. So the value or the element present in the index number 0 will be extracted from my array. So now if I save this one and go back to my console, you can see that the output is bag, that is the extracted value from the array, and the index here is 0. Now let's just change this. So if I change it to 2, you can see that from the position 0 and 1, the values must be extracted. So my output should be bag and shoes. So let me save this. Now you can see that the output has changed from bag to bag and shoes because it will take the value as 0 and 1. So you have to define the beginning and the ending value here, and it will take the -1 value. So as I've given 0 and 2, it will take the values as 0 and 1, that is 2 minus 1. So it will extract the values from the position 0 and 1. And also it will return those particular values itself. So that's why the output was bag and shoes. Next up, we will have a look at the sort method. So the sort method basically sorts all the elements of an array. So if you have numbers here, it will sort from the smallest number to the largest one, that is in the ascending order. Or if you have strings here, so it will arrange them in the alphabetical order. So now let's see, we have used the sort method here. And now let me save this one and see what is the output. So you can see that the order has been changed from bag, shoes, dress to bag, dress and shoes. So the elements in the list have been arranged according to their alphabets. So it's arranged alphabetically. So B comes first and then D and then S, and that's exactly how the elements in the list have been sorted. So with the help of a sort method, you can just arrange all your elements in any particular order that you want. If you do not mention anything, it will sort according to the alphabets or according to the values if there are numbers here. Now the next method is the toString method. So with the help of the toString method, what we can do is take the array elements inside our array and get the output in the form of a string. So what it does is it returns a string representing the source code of the specified array and all its elements. So here I have added these 3 items inside my list or the array. So now during the output, I'll just use the toString method with my array, that is list items dot toString method. Now let's see, let me save this one and let's look at the output. So you can see that in the console you see bag, shoes and dress. But this time all 3 of them are in the string format. Now to show you the difference, let me just take the output as array only. Now let me save this one. And now let's go back to the console. Now you can see the difference. So initially with the help of toString, it was only defined as a string. Here you can see the array elements. So you can see the index value and it is also represented in the form of an array. But as soon as you add this toString method and save this one, and now go back to your console, you can see that all these 3 values here are shown in the string format. So this is what you can do with the help of your toString method. The array elements are represented in the form of a string here. Now we have already discussed about the shift method. So now let's have a look at the unshift method. So this unshift method is used to add one or more elements to the beginning of an array and also return the new length of the array. Now shift was used to remove the first element of your array and return that particular value itself that has been extracted. But with the help of unshift method, we will be adding elements in the beginning and also return the length. So here I will use the unshift method, and suppose I want to add 2 values inside my list. So let's just add watch. And let me add glasses. So here basically I'm adding 2 more values inside my array. So the list of items will become 5 from 3 now. So now let me save this one, and also it returns me the value of the length of my array now. So how many values I've added and what is the new or the updated length of my array will be shown as the output. So now let's go to the console. Now you can see that the output here is 5, that is the updated length of my array. So here I had 3 values initially, and I've inserted 2 more elements inside my array with the help of the unshift method. So now the value has changed from 3 to 5, that is the length of the array has changed to 5 now. So with the help of unshift method, it returns you the value of your new or updated length of your array. So here you can see that the value has changed to 5. Now there's another method called as the join that is also used to join all your elements in the form of a string. Now with the help of toString method, we have seen that how we can convert the array values into a string. The join also does the same thing, that is, it converts all the array elements and joins them together in the form of a string. So suppose you have 2 or more arrays here and you want to join the values and form a string, or you want to give any particular string output and then join the items from your array inside it, you can do with the help of join. So now with the help of this join method, you can see that all your array elements have been converted into a string here. So to explain you a little more about the join method, so suppose I want to add this particular string, that is string name, with all my elements in the array itself. So it will take the list of items and add this string name in between all of these elements. So basically it will join the elements from the array with the help of this particular string. So here I have bag, then shoes, so it will be bag, string name, shoes, string name, dress. This is just a name that I have given. Suppose you want to add them with a plus sign or anything, you can add it with the help of that as well. So let me save this. Now when I go back to my console, you can see the output here. So the array elements have been changed into a string and they have been joined together with the help of this string name. So when I left it blank, it was just bag, shoes and dress itself. Now I've joined these elements with this particular value. You can just also write a plus sign here in order to show that how it is joined. Now save it, and then once we go back to the console, you can see that it shows the output as bag plus shoes plus dress. So basically it is joining all the elements from your array and then converting it into a string and giving you the output in the form of a string. So these were some of the most commonly used methods when it comes to using the arrays in JavaScript. Now there are various other methods that you can use to perform different actions. For example, if you want to call any particular value or if you want to return the last index, you can use the last index of, and you can also filter out the elements with the help of your filter method. So there are various methods in array that can be used here, but these were some of the most commonly used and also the most important ones that you would need while writing any particular code in JavaScript or while working with arrays in JavaScript. Now this was all about how we use the array methods and also how arrays help you in working in JavaScript, and also the various definitions or the different ways that you must know while working with this particular method.
Here's the next question. What will be the output of the following code? The code is given on the screen. If you know the correct answer, please leave it in the comment section below. We just covered array and their functionalities. Next, we'll focus on substring in JavaScript, where learners will learn techniques to extract and manipulate parts of strings, enhancing their text processing skills.
What is a substring? So a substring is basically a subset of another string. Now this is a contiguous sequence of characters within a string. So talking about substring, it needs to appear together or adjacent to each other in your actual or original string. For example, welcome to Edureka will be considered as a substring for the string welcome to Edureka online courses. But for the same thing, if you write Edureka courses, it would not be considered as a substring as it is a subsequence or the generalization of the string. So the words or the characters needs to be adjacent and also needs to be placed together in the original string. Now moving on, what is a JavaScript substring? So before that, let's see how we are supposed to write a JavaScript substring. Now the syntax for the JavaScript substring is like you have to write your string, then dot and add your substring here. The parameters included in your substring are, the first one would be your index A, and then you have another parameter which is optional here. So let me name this as index B. Now what are these index A and index B? So the index A is your starting index. It will consist of any integer between 0 and 1 less than the length of the string. And your index B is the ending index. So this will consist of the integer between 0 and the length of the string. This one is actually optional. Now the substring is actually an inbuilt function in JavaScript which returns a part of the given string from your start index to the end index. The indexing value starts from 0 always. It is also used to return a portion of the string starting at the specified index and also extending for a given number of characters afterwards. Now this substring method returns the new substring based on all these given parameters that we pass through this index A and index B. So now here I have an example already written for the substring. Now you can see that I have this HTML code here where I have inserted a title as JavaScript string substring method. Now my string says welcome to Edureka JavaScript training. Now let's see how substring actually works. So here I have inserted 3 different values as my start index and as my end index. Now the first one starts at 3 and ends at 7. And the second one starts at 0, that is from the first place itself, and then ends at 10. And for the final one, I have only given the start index and no end index. So you know that the end index is optional. When you don't provide any end index, it takes till the end of your original string. So now once I save this and go to the output of this, so here you can see that for the value 3 to 7, we have the output as come, and for 0 to 10, we have welcome to, and for 11, we have Edureka JavaScript training. Now going back to the example, you can see that the W starts at 0, then we have E at 1, L at 2, and C at 3. So the start index is 3, and so the first value would be C here. And we continue up to the 7th place. We do not consider the 7th place here, but we take everything from 3, 4, 5, and 6. So for that, the alphabets come as COME. And that is what we have got the output for the value 3 to 7 for our start and end index. Now talking about the next one, we have 0 to 10. It starts from 0, that is the first letter of the string itself. So now if I count the numbers, so we have 0 as W, then we have E, 1, then we have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Now your 10th position ends here after your 2. So the output that we have got is welcome to, because these are the characters from 0 to 10. Now for the final one, we have the start index as 11, but we have not specified any end index. So it starts from the E of Edureka, and then we do not have any end index, so it will go on till the end, that is Edureka JavaScript training. And that is exactly what we have got as our output. So for 3 to 7, we have come, for 0 to 10, welcome to, and for 11 until the end index, we have Edureka JavaScript training. So now that you know what is the substring in JavaScript and also how you can write the substring along with the syntax and an example, let's move on and see how you can use the substring with the length property in JavaScript. Now let me take another example. So here I have a variable as any string, and I add the value of the string as Edureka. So now when I use the length property, it actually provides me the length of my string. So you can see that for Edureka, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 characters here. So when I use the length property here, it will give me the value as 7. That is, it will provide me with the length of my string here. Now the substring method and the length property are used together to extract the last characters of a particular string. Now this method is actually easier to remember as you do not need to know the starting and ending indices. For every other example, you had to count the starting or the ending or whatever string you wanted to pass, and you need to know the exact number for that. But here you don't need to know the exact number for your starting and ending index. So let's see how these two work together. So for this, let me just take another variable and name it as AnyString1. So what I'll do is I'll take my first string here that I have named as AnyString and then use the substring syntax. So I have my first string, that is AnyString.substring, and here I'll pass the parameter. But here I do not have to pass any starting or ending index, because for this I can use the length property. Now to use the length property, I'll take the name of my first string, that is AnyString.length. This is how we use the length property in our JavaScript. And now I just have to specify any length here. So for example, I'm specifying the length to be 5. Now what happens here is that it'll take the last position, and from the last position it will take 5 characters. So you can see that if I count from A, I have A, K, R, U, that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and only these 5 characters will be shown in my output. So here we do not have any sort of starting index or ending index. We just have to provide the length, and it will always begin from the end of your string, and it will consider those number of characters from the end of your string. So now let me just display the output for my AnyString1. So I'll take console.log AnyString1. Now for this I already have the HTML file created here, and I have used the source for my example.js here. So I just have to save this. Now when I run the index2.html and go to the console of this, so all I have to do is just go to inspect and then go to console. Now you can see that the output is UREKA. That is only the 5 characters from the end. So now in this case, if I change the value to 3 and now again save it, and now go back to the website and check the output, now you can see that the output is EKA. So this is an easier method of using the length property here. All you have to do is just take the length and put any value, and it will give you the output of those particular number of characters from the end. Remember that while you're using the length property, it always checks from the end of the string. So this is how you can use the substring along with the length property in JavaScript. Now moving on, next up is the substring versus substr versus slice. Now all of these methods are actually used to extract parts of a string and return the extracted parts in a new string. And all of these do not change the original string. That's exactly where the confusion comes in, that how are these things different? So let's see that what actually differentiates the 3 methods in JavaScript. So talking about the substring method, it actually returns part of the string between your start index and end index. It also excludes the end index character or up to the end of the string. So basically the example that I showed you in the beginning for a substring defines this, where you have a starting index and an ending index, and also the end index is optional. When you don't provide the end index, you get the entire string till the end, or from the starting index till the end of your string if you have not specified any value for the end. Now moving on to the substr method. So this returns part of the string starting from an index and the number of characters after the start index. So here we have 2 different parameters, such as the start index and then we have the length. For substring we have our start and end index, but in case of substr we have a start index and also a length. And finally we have the slice method. Now this is very similar to the substring. It also returns a partial string between your start index and end index, and it excludes end index character or up to the end of the string if end index is not provided. So let's have a look at the examples for these 3 methods we use in JavaScript for extracting a part of the original string. Now talking about the substring, I've already showed you an example, but let's see this again. So for example, I have a string as Edureka JavaScript. Now what I have to do is take my string, that is AnyString dot substring, and pass the parameters inside this particular method. So for example, I'm taking the value as 0, 7. That is, my start index is 0 and my end index is 7. So here I have to define another variable that would be my substring. equals to any string and use the substring method, and here I'll pass the parameters as 0 and 7. So I have taken my starting index to be 0 and my ending index as 7 here. So it should take the values from 0 to 7 and give me the output that will only give me this particular characters from my original string. Now I have to do is console.log, and then I want to get the substring here. So I'll change it to substring. So now I'll save this. So this example should provide me the values from my original string, that is Edureka JavaScript, and provide me the substring which starts from the 0 index and ends at 7. So now when I go back to my console, you can see that the output here is Edureka. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 characters here because my starting index was 0 and ending was 7. So the output here is Edureka. Now this was about the substring method. Next up, we will see how the substr method works. Now for the substr, what happens is that it's similar to the substring, but here in place of the end index, we have the length. So whatever we specify in our second parameter is considered to be the length. So let me just change this to substr. And here I'm changing the method as well because we are checking for substr method. And let me also change the length to 10. And I'll just change this to substr for my console.log, and now save this. Now when I go back to my console and check this, so you can see that it started with the 0th index, so it started from E itself, but the next property was not your end index, but instead it was just the length that would be passed. So your substring length would be 10. So you can see that the output is Edureka space JA, which sums up to the length of your substring as 10. So even this method is used to take up a part from your original string, but only the parameters differ here. For the substr, you only have a start index and you have the length property here. Now moving on to the next one, we have the slice method. Now slice and substring does kind of the same work. So let's see how slice works here. So I have changed the name to var slice, and then I will take the slice method here. So let's just change the values. Let me just take the start index as 8 and the end index as 12. Remember that even for the slice method, your end index is optional. If you don't provide the end index, it will take till the end of your original string. So now let me change this as well. So I have console.log and then I have slice inside this. So let me save this now. And let's go back to the console and see what is the output here. So you can see that even this one is used to extract a part of your string. So here I have Java as my output because the value that I had given was from 8 to 12. So from the 8th position, I have the word as JAVA. So my starting value was from the 8th position and it ended at 12th. So even this does the same work where it will just slice up a part of your original string and provide you the value. So now you know that all of these three methods, that is substring, substr and the slice method, are all used to find out a particular part of your original string. Now your values must be contiguous or placed together or adjacent to each other. You cannot have a substring where it's from the different parts of your original string. So if you just want to extract a bit of your original string, you can any day use any of these three methods.
I have a simple question for you guys, and the question is, what will be the output of the following code? The code and the options are given on the screen. If you know the correct answer, please leave it in the comment section below. After learning about string manipulation, we'll now move on to JavaScript functions. In this module, learners will discover how to encapsulate reusable code blocks and improve the modularity of their codes.
Now, a JavaScript function is basically a block of code that is designed to perform any particular task. So you can execute a function by calling it. This is also known as invoking or calling a function. Now, to use a function, you have to define it somewhere in the scope from which you wish to call it. The idea is to put some commonly performed task together and make a function so that instead of writing the same code again and again for different inputs, we can call that particular function. So let's see how you can define the function in JavaScript. So let's have a look at the basic syntax. So first we have the keyword as function. After that we specify our function name here, and here you can declare your parameters that you want to pass through your function. And then finally here you will have your function body, and then later on you will be calling that particular function. So let's see how this works. So let me just take the square of a number. So for example, I want to name my function name as square, and I am passing the parameter as number here. Now here I have declared my function name, and inside this I've passed the parameter as number. Now here I have to give the return value as well. So what this is gonna return me is number into number. This means the number into number will return me the value of the square of that particular number. Now here I'll define the number as number equals to square of, suppose we are taking any particular number. For example, I'm taking the number to be 4. Now once I've taken the number as 4, I will take the console.log as number. So now here what happens is I have declared the function as square. Inside that I've passed a parameter. Now I want to return the value as number into number, which will give me the square of that particular value. So now in the function body we have defined the number as square of 4. Now finally I have to print the value here. Now in order to get this particular value, that is the square of the number 4, we have to print the number. So basically we are calling the parameter that we have defined inside our function square here. So now let me just save this one. Now when we go to our console, you can see that the output shown here is as 16. So what happens is that it takes the number as 4, returns the value as 4 multiplied by 4, that is the square of this particular number, and prints the value to be 16. So this is how a function works. Now for example, if you want to add two numbers, you can use your function name as add. So here we have the function name as add, and I'm passing the parameters as x, y. Suppose I'm taking two different numbers as x and y. So here what is the return value? The return value would be x plus y, that is we want to have the sum of these two numbers. So now once this is done, we will go to the function body and define the values. So here I have given the value of x as 4 and the value of y as 5. So now in order to get the value as 9, we need to get the return value as x plus y. So we will write console.log x plus y. So this will return the value here of our function add, where we have defined two parameters as x and y, and it will add both of these numbers and give me the output. So now let me just save this, and then when we go to our console, you can see that the output declared here is 9. So this basically gives me the sum of my two values, or the two parameters that I have passed in my function, that is x and y, where the values are 4 and 5, and it has given me the sum as 9. Now these are the different user-defined functions that you can use, or you can name your function in a particular manner where you can understand that what you are trying to do, and you can create any function of your own. But there are also loads of predefined and built-in functions in JavaScript. So let's have a look at some of the most important or some of the oldest predefined functions that were built into the language itself. Now JavaScript has several top-level built-in functions, but there are 5 functions that are built into the language, and those are the eval, parseInt, parsefloat, escape, and unescape. Now what does the eval function do? Now this will evaluate a string and also return a particular value. So for your eval function, you just need the function as eval, and inside this you have to pass your expression. You can put on any expression here. Now this expression will be evaluated, and if the result is not a string, the result is returned. And in case the result is a string, it is taken to be a JavaScript program, and then it is evaluated. Now if the program completes normally, eval returns the value of the last expression in it. Now for example, let me take these variables as let x equals to 2, then let y equals to 3, and then here I will have my eval function. So I'll just take console.log eval, and I will just take the values of my x and y as a string. So I'll just write x plus y. Now here let me just define another variable as z. So z equals to 4, and then in the next one I will just take it in the format as it is, that is console.log eval z. So now let's save this one. So now when we go back to our console, you can see that we have two outputs. The first one is 5 and the second one is 4. So what happens here is that in the first one, it takes the value as string, but it will return the value as it is. So we have x plus y as 2 plus 3. That is, the value is 2 plus 3 equals to 5. And we are getting the output as 5 here. And in the next one, it will give me just the value of z that I have defined here. So what happens here is that when you have a string inside your expression, it will evaluate the values inside the string and then return the value. That's exactly what happened here. Even though we took x and y as strings here, it evaluated the values for both x and y, that is 2 plus 3, and gave me the value as 5. And in the second one, it returned me the value as it is because it was not defined as a string or anything. Now the next one is the parse int. Now the parse int function basically parses a string argument and returns an integer of the specified radix or base. So for parse int, all you have to do is just write parse int function. Inside this, you just have to define the parameter as whatever you're passing here. So whatever string you want to pass here will be inside your parse int. So what it does is it will take the value and convert it into the radix or base value. Now next up is the parse float. So what parse float does is it passes a string argument and then returns a floating point number. Now the syntax is very simple. You just have to write parse float and then pass your string inside your parameters. So here we have an example as console.log parse float 3.14. So here we have a floating number. So I will save this and this will return me the value in the form of a float. So it takes any particular string and then passes the float value of that particular number or that particular string itself. Next up we have the escape. Now escape returns the hexadecimal encoding of an argument in the ISO Latin 1 character set. So all you have to do is just take the escape function and pass your string inside this. Now the value returned by the escape function is either for the alphanumeric characters or for the space character or the plus sign, and for alphanumeric characters other than the space as well. And next up we have the unescape function. Now unescape function returns the ASCII string for the specified value. So it's similar to the escape function. All you have to do is just write unescape function and pass your string inside it. Now the unescape returns the corresponding ASCII character in the ISO Latin 1 character set. So these were some of the predefined functions. There are many more top-level predefined or built-in functions in JavaScript that you can use while writing any particular code in JavaScript. So you have the constructor, toFixed, toString, value of, toSource, and all of these built-in functions that are already there, with the help of which you can define any particular string or you can take any parameter and perform your function in your JavaScript code. So we have already discussed about the different predefined and built-in functions, and as we all know, we can create our own function. That is, you have the option for the user-defined functions in JavaScript, which makes your work easier. You can just create a function with a name that is suitable for whatever function you're going to perform. Like for addition of two numbers, you can give the function name as sum or add or something like that, which will make it easier to understand that what that function is trying to do. So now let's move on and have a look at the different ways to define a function. Now a function is a parametric block of code defined one time and called any number of times later. So in JavaScript, a function can be declared using several ways. Talking about the first one, we have the function declaration. Now the function code has a slight impact on what declaration type to choose. But it is important to know that how the function interacts with the external components and the invocation type. Now the arrow function passed to the .every function has this, that is the instance of names class. Now the same as contains method. A function declared with the fat arrow is the most appropriate declaration type in a case when the context needs to be inherited from the outer method, that is the .contains function. Now, if you're trying to use a function expression for the .every function callback, it would require more manual configuration of the context. So this was just an example on how functions can work in JavaScript. So there are different methods in which you can define these functions. The first one is the function declaration. So let's have a look at an example for function declaration. So here we have an example that shows how we can declare the function or how this function declaration works. Now here the function isEvenNum is a function declaration that defines isEven function, which determines that if a number is even or not. Now the function declaration usually creates a variable in the current scope with the identifier equal to the function name. Now this variable holds the function object. So what happens here is that the function variable is hosted up to the top of the current scope, which means that the function can be invoked before the declaration itself. So the created function is named, which means that name property of the function object holds its name. So it is useful when viewing the call stack in debugging or error messages reading. So what happens here is that I have the function isEvenNum and then I have returned the value as num%2 == 0. So what happens here is that it will give me the value that are only even. So any number that is even is also divided by 2. So here I have given two numbers as 12 and 29. So when I take the print for these, suppose I have console.log and isEven, the number is 12, and the same I do for the number 29 and just give console.log here. So what happens is that 12 modulus 2 would give me the value as 0, but 29 modulus 2 won't. So this is an even number, so the output would be true, and this is not an even number, so it will return me the value as false. So now let me just save this, and now when we go back to our console, you can see that we have the two outputs as true and false. So for the first number, I have got the output as true because it is definitely an even number, and here I want to return the value where the number modulus 2 gives me the value as 0. And for the second one, it definitely prints as false. Now let me just take another example for the factorial. So here I have the factorial function, and inside this function a recursive call is being made using the variable that holds the function. So here I have factorial n-1. Now it is possible to use a function expression and assign it to a regular variable. That is, suppose we can write as let factorial equals to factorial n, but the function declaration, that is the function factorial n, looks more compact. So we don't need any variable or any let keyword to define it again and again. Now an important property of the function declaration is its hosting mechanism. So here what happens is that we have the function declaration as function factorial n, and inside this directly we have returned the value as 1 if n is equal to 0. So here I'll just take the factorial formula, that is n into factorial into n-1. Now let me just take any value for which I want to find the factorial. So I have taken the number as 6. Now let's save this one. Now when I go back to my console, you can see that the output is 720. So this gives me the factorial value for 6 here. So this is how easy it is when you use the function declaration here. So this was just one of the methods to do this. Next up, we will have a look at the function expression. Now a function expression is determined by a function keyword followed by an optional function name. Now a list of parameters in a pair of parentheses and also a pair of curly braces that delimits the body code. Now all of these together make up your function expression. So here we have an example for the function expression. So this expression creates a function object that can be used in different situations. So first it is assigned to a variable as an object, that is count equals to function, and then we have given the values. And next we have used it to create a method on an object where we have used the sum : function. So this is used in order to find the sum of the values. And finally, we have used it for the function as a callback, where we have the dot reduce function as well. Now, the function expression is the working horse in JavaScript. Most of the time, developer deals with this type of function declaration alongside the arrow function. Now, looking at the code, you can see that first we have declared the constant count equals to function array, and we have returned the array length. So now here, this is our function expression. So now inside this, we have our methods where we have defined the numbers as 1, 2, and 7, for which we are going to find the sum. And we have passed the same function expression here as well. So now if I want to get the output as first I want to count the numbers that are there, that is I'm using this particular count function here, and then next up I want to see the sum of the methods that I have defined here. So I will just take console.log count. Suppose I'm giving any three numbers like 5, 7, 8. So it should give me the count to be 3. Then I have taken the methods.sum function where I'm going to take these particular numbers, that is 1, 2, and 7 that I have defined here, and it should give me the summation. So basically it should give me the value as 1 plus 2 plus 7, that is 10. So now if I save this and go to my console, you can see the output as 3 and 10. So for the first one, it returns me the value of the number or the length, that is the array length. So here I have 3 values inside my array. So it gives me the output as 3, that is it returns me the array length, that is we have returned the array length here. Now in the second one, it returns me the sum of this methods.sum function. So here I have the values as 1, 2, and 7 inside the array. So the total gives me as 10. So I've got the output as 10 here. So this is how the function expression works in JavaScript. Now the next one is the shorthand method definition. So here is an example. Now before looking into the example, the shorthand method definition can be used in a method declaration on object literals and the ES6 classes. So you can define them using a function name followed by a list of parameters in a pair of parentheses and also a pair of curly braces that delimits the body statements. Now in this example, we have used the shorthand method definition in an object literal. So here we have the add and get methods in our programming object and are defined using the shorthand method definition. Now these methods are called as usual here. So we have our programming.add and then we have programming.get method as well. Now the short approach of method definition has several benefits over traditional property definition. Basically, it gives you a shorter syntax that is easier to read and write. And also, shorthand method definition creates named functions contrary to a function expression. It is also very useful for debugging. So in this example, you can see that we have the constant as programming, and in this we have added items, that is we have pushed items inside this and also got the index value as well. So basically we have created the array with the index value and we have pushed the items inside it too. So now in order to push these items inside this, what we will do is, so here for my add method, I have added these programming languages, Python, JavaScript, and HTML. Now, if I want to get these items with the help of the index value, so what I can do is here I have the get index method that I've used here. So I'm going to take the output as programming.get and give the index value. So here I've given the index value as 1. So in this particular array, the index value 1 belongs to JavaScript. So now if I save this and go to my console, you can see that the output is taken as JavaScript. So first I have used the add method here and added the list of items inside my array. And then what I have done is taken the get method and then taken the index of any particular item that I want to view in my output and given that particular index value here. So this is exactly what it gives me the output as. So I have JavaScript because I have given the index value as 1 here. So this is how the shorthand method works here. Next up, we have another function defining method, that is the arrow function. Now an arrow function is defined using a pair of parentheses that contains the list of parameters followed by a fat arrow and a pair of curly braces that delimits the body statements. So this is what we call as the fat arrow here. Now in this example, the absolute value is an arrow function that calculates the absolute value of any particular number. Now the arrow function does not create its own execution context but takes its lexically. This is definitely an anonymous function, but the browser can infer the function's name from the variable holding that particular function object. Now here arguments object is not available in the arrow function. So what happens here in this example is that it will only return the absolute value for any number that is less than 0. So what happens here is that if number is less than 0, return minus number. So suppose my number is -2, it will consider it to be minus -2, which makes it a positive number. So basically any negative number will be taken to be the positive number, that is the absolute value will be taken. So suppose I have taken two numbers as -17 and one is 20. So this -17 must be printed as 17. So let me just take the output for this. I will just take console.log. Now also for this, I will take console.log and get the absolute value for 20. Now this is already a positive number, so this will give me the same value, but when we have a number less than 0, it will return me the value as -17, which will give me 17 as the output. So let's save this and now go back to the console. So you can see that my output here is 17 and 20. So in the case of the negative number, it has only given me the absolute value and it has returned the value as positive number. So this is just another use or another way of defining your function with the help of your arrow function. So we have this fat arrow that we have used to define it. And finally, we have the generator function. Now the generator function in JavaScript returns a generator object. Now its syntax is similar to the function expression, function declaration or method declaration, just that it requires a star character here. So here we have an example for the generator function. Now this one is for the function declaration form, that is the function star name. So what happens here is that we have function star index generator. So you should remember that for your generator function, you always need this star character. And here we have defined our index value as 0 and then given the condition as while true yield index plus plus. So when we have the index value as 0 and then we have index plus plus, that is it takes up the next value. Now here we also need a constant g. So we have our constant g equals to our index generator function. So what we will do here is we will take the values first as 0 because we have initialized the index value as 0 and then the value will be incremented here. So the next value that we take will be 1 because it starts with 0 and then it keeps incrementing. So let me save this. And when we go to the console, you can see that the output here is 0 and 1. So if we continue doing this, if we add more g.next.value, it will keep incrementing the value of our index. So it starts from 0 and then it keeps incrementing the value here. So this was the function declaration in our generator function. In the same way, we also have the function expression form and also the shorthand method definition form for our generator function itself. So basically, we can use all the previous methods in our generator function as well. So now these were some of the methods to define the functions in JavaScript. Also, now you know that how you can define a function in your JavaScript code. You have various predefined or built-in functions to use, and also you can have your user-defined functions, that is, you can create your functions that you are going to use to perform any particular task.
Here is the next question for you guys. Which of the following is not a valid way to define a function in JavaScript? The options are given on the screen. If you know the correct answer, please leave it in the comment section below. Previously, we covered the concept of functions in JavaScript. Next, we'll tackle JavaScript form validation, where learners will understand how to ensure the integrity of user input on web forms.
Now, validation is basically a method to authenticate the user. So JavaScript provides the facility to validate the form on the client side, so data processing will be faster than server-side validation. Now it is preferred by most of the web developers. Through JavaScript, we can validate name, password, email, date, mobile numbers, and more fields. Now, basically, a client-side validation prevents the client from knowing whether the form is okay before reloading a page, whereas server-side validation is important due to the fact that client-side validation can be completely bypassed by turning off JavaScript. So now that you know the different fields on which you can perform the validation, let's move ahead and take an example and see how validation works in JavaScript. Now, in today's session, we will take the example of form validation in JavaScript. So let's see how the code works. So in today's session, we will see how we can perform form validation in JavaScript. So let's see what will be the basic code. So here we will start with the HTML tag and then move on, and we have our head tag and then the title tag, and then we will add our script tag. Now inside script, we will have our type, that is the script type is equals to text/JavaScript. Now here you can add your code and we will see that later on. Here we are closing the script tag and the title and the head. Now after that, we will begin with our body tag. So here I'll type the body tag. Now inside our body tag, we will put the form. So we are using a form in order to check the validation. So here I'll add a form, that is the form tag, and now we will specify certain action inside our form. So in our form, we will have a submit button. So here I'll write inside our form tag on submit equals to return validate. So validate is our HTML source code, and once we run this code, it should return the validate function. Now here we will add the action to our form. So for our action, we will link it to our text file, which is text.html. Now what is this text file? So here I have created another basic text file which just has one heading tag, that is welcome to Edureka. So what happens when we have created the form and once we submit the name, password, and finally authenticate the user and click on the submit button, it redirects to a different page. Now it will be redirected to this particular page, and inside this page we have just given one heading, that is welcome to Edureka. It's just one basic example. You can design it the way you want to. Here I'm just showing you what happens when you redirect or click the submit button in your validate.html program. So once we have closed the head tag, now we will begin with our body tag. Now inside this body form, we will create our form. So here we will have a form tag, and I'll just give the name of my form as my form and assign the method as post and also specify the action here. So my action will be equal to the text.html file. Now what is this text.html file? So I have created one text.html file where I have just given one h1 tag which says welcome to Edureka. So what happens once we have created our form and validated our username and password? So once we click on the submit button in our form, it is redirected to a different page. So the text.html is the page where it will be redirected to. Now once we click on the submit button, it will go to another page where it will show the heading as welcome to Edureka. Now this is a very basic example. You can also add different types of tags and also add different other features in this page itself. Now going back to our code, so I'll type on submit equals to return validate. So on submit, it will give the return validate form. Now here basically our validation will be returned on a click. That is when we click on the submit button. So it will validate the user and then take us to our text.html and redirect it to the different page. Next up, I will specify the fields for my form. So the first field would be name. And inside name, I will have the input tag. So here I'll just write input type is equals to text. So our input type for the name would be text. And the name, I'll specify it as name itself. Now the next field would be the password field. So I'll just copy this particular line and put it in the next one and just change the name field as password. Also here the type will be password because once we type the password, it should not be visible. So when we give the type as password, it would be shown as dots or stars. Now I'll change the name to password as well. Now once this is done, we will give another input type, which is for our submit button. So here the type will be submit and the value will be specified as register. So now with this, we have created our form type where we will have our name and password fields. And once we enter the name and the password, we will have another register button to click on that will redirect us to a different page. Now once this is done, when we run this code, you will see this particular web page that comes as our output. So you have seen that we have given the fields as name, password, and also we have a register button. So here you can enter the name and here you can enter the password, and once you have entered the name and password, you can register. And then the page will be redirected to our text.html page. Now here we have created a very basic form, but we also want to add certain conditions that will be included while adding the name and the password. Suppose I want that whenever we leave the field blank, any of the fields such as name or password, if either of the fields are left blank, it'll give a pop-up or an alert message saying that you cannot leave the fields blank. Or for password, I can give a condition such as it should be 6 characters long, and if we type anything less than 6 characters, it will still give an alert pop message. Now this will be added inside our script tag. So now let me just type inside my script tag and validate this particular function. So here we will be creating our function. So here we will just type function and then we will give a name to it. Suppose I'm giving the name of my function as validate form. So exactly here we have returned the validate form. So this is basically the name of our function. So I'll just close this and start the curly braces. Now inside our function, we will define the name. So for that, we will just write var name equals to document.myform.name.value. Now this one is for the first field, that is our name field. Here I'm creating a variable which is our name, and inside that I'm just giving the value for this particular variable. Now this is our first field. In the same way, we have to create our second field for password. So I'll just copy this one and go to the next line and paste. And here I'll just change the name to password. And for my document type, this will also be changed into password.value. Now once I have given the names and once my function is also specified, now it's time to provide the conditions. So I'll provide the condition as if name equal null or name equal blank spaces. So basically if you just give blank spaces and try to register, it will still show you the alert message or the pop-up that will say that you can't leave it blank. So now this is my condition, and inside this condition I'll give the alert message which is name can't be blank. So I'm giving this error message as name can't be blank. So this is my first condition. So in this case, it will return false. So here I'm giving the condition that if my name is null or blank spaces, it will give the alert as name can't be blank and return false. Now this was my if condition. Next I will add my else if condition. Now for the else if condition is for the password. So suppose I want my password to be more than 6 characters long. So I'll give the condition as else if password dot length less than 6. So once it identifies that the length of the password is less than 6, it will give this particular alert. So I can just write that password must be at least 6 characters long. So I'll just write password must be at least 6 characters long. Now in case our password is less than 6 characters, it will give us this particular alert and return false. So now here we have added our if-else-if conditions. So in this case, you cannot leave your name as blank or your password as blank or anything less than 6 characters.
I have a simple question for you guys, and the question is, how can you check if a text input field is empty using JavaScript? Options are given on the screen. If you know the correct answer, please leave it in the comment section below.
So now let's save this code and let's go back to our output. So this is our form validation. So now let's see how it works here. So now I've left my name and my password field both blank. Now let's see what happens when I click on the register button. So now as soon as I click on the register button, you can see that the pop-up has appeared here. It says name can't be blank. So I had given the alert message as name can't be blank. So this is exactly what it is showing. So here the name field is left blank. So now let's just type a name here. So let me just write Edureka, and now let me try registering here. So now again, once I register, it shows that password must be at least 6 characters long because I've left the password field blank here as well. So now let me just type the password as 1234 and see what happens. So now once I register, now this shows me the pop-up as password must be at least 6 characters long. It is still not redirecting to the different page because both the conditions must be satisfied. First of all, both your fields should be filled with values. The first one should have a name and the second one has the condition where the password must be at least 6 characters long. So now let me just add 56 and now let me try and register and see what happens. So now we have both our fields completed here and we also have our password length as 6. So now when I click on register button, you can see that it has been redirected to my text.html file. So in my text.html file, I had given the head tag as welcome to Edureka. So you can see that as soon as both the conditions have been satisfied, I am redirected to another page where I get to see my head tag. So now this was just a very simple example of how you can authenticate a user with the help of validating the name and password. So it can be used for any type of form, such as if you have to submit a form or register somewhere. This is how it works. Not just that, we can also perform validation on our mobile numbers, email IDs, passwords, and many more fields. It depends on the type of form that you are creating. Now, validation helps you to authenticate a user so that the communication between a client and the server is an authenticated one and nobody tries to intrude in that. So this was all about today's session, and you have seen that how with the help of a simple code in JavaScript, you can validate your form or you can validate any field that you want to. Now this will definitely help you authenticate your user while you are working on any website or web page.
I have a quiz question for you guys. How can you dynamically display validation error messages to users in JavaScript? And the options are option A, using the alert function, option B, updating a hidden element's text content, option C, changing the form's action attribute, option D, adding an on-change event listener to form inputs. If you know the correct answer, leave it in the comment section below. We just explored general form validation techniques. Now we'll zoom into email validation in JavaScript, where learners will learn specific strategies to validate email address effectively.
Now talking about the email validation, it is very important to validate your email while validating any HTML form. So the email is a string or a subset of ASCII characters that are separated into two parts by the @ symbol. Now let's see how you can validate your email with the help of JavaScript. So for that, the first step is to create your function for validation. Now for the JavaScript, first we have to create our function. So let me name my function as validate email. Now for my function, I'll pass the parameter to be input text. Now the next step is to decide on the format for which you are going to validate your email. So here you have to provide a particular format that you would consider to be valid. So let me name this variable as var mail format. Now talking about a valid email ID, it consists of two parts. Now the first part consists of the ASCII characters of uppercase and lowercase letters you can have digits, and then you can have certain characters like the dollar, exclamation, hash, etc. And for the domain name, you can have letters, digits, hyphens, and dots. So here we have to create a regular expression to validate our mail format. So this is the format that I have specified here that is considered to be the validate format for the email. Now to explain this format, all the regular expressions start and end with forward slashes. And then we have the power symbol which will match the beginning of the string or line. And the \w plus will match one or more word characters including the underscore. Then we have the slash dot hyphen where the slash indicates that the next character is special and not to be interpreted literally. Also, the dot hyphen matches the dot or your hyphen character. Then we have the question mark which matches the previous character 0 or 1 number of times. And then again we have to match for more word characters including the underscore. And then we have the star symbol which will match the previous character 0 or more number of times. The next part of the expression where we have the dot hyphen question mark slash w plus and the star symbol matches the 0 or more occurrences of your dot hyphen question mark w plus, which basically is dot hyphen character or any other character including the underscore. We also have the @ symbol here which will only match the @ character. And after that we are matching for the domain where we will have the domain name with some pattern of usernames. Now for the slash w 2,3, it actually matches the dot followed by 2 or 3 word characters. So for example, for our domain names, we will have .com, .co, .edu, etc. And then finally, we have the plus sign that specifies that the sub-expressions shall occur one or more times. And also finally, we have the dollar again that matches the end of the string or line. Now once we are done with the mail formatting, next up we have the condition statements here. So if input text dot value dot match the mail format, so what we are doing is taking the first condition where our input text or whatever we are taking as our input value is matching with our mail format that we have provided here. So now if the match has been found, we need to have an alert here. So let me insert the alert or the pop-up that we are gonna get. So once you have entered a valid email ID, you will get the pop-up as you have entered a valid mail address. Now for that we have our document.form1.text1.focus. Now we will see what this focus function does later when we are adding it into our HTML form as well. Now we have to provide the return function which is return true. So what happens here is that I have taken the condition as where my input value matches with my mail format, and as soon as the match has been found, there will be a pop-up alert saying that you have entered a valid email address. Now after this I will add another else condition. So what happens when the format does not match with the format that I have specified above? So here we will just add another alert. So for this we will have you have entered an invalid email address. So here I'll change it to email address, and then this is my alert for when it does not match the specified format. And then again we are specifying our document.form1.text1.focus. So here basically we are setting the focus to our document, and this will have the return value as false. So now this is our JavaScript function in order to validate an email. Now with this we have to create another HTML form, and also we can use the CSS in order to style our form. So next we will see how we can use this JavaScript function in our HTML form. So here I have already created the HTML form for the JavaScript function. Now let's look at the body section of this HTML form. So what happens here is that we have the onload command in order to set the focus to our document, which is document.form1.text1, and we are setting the focus here with the help of the focus function. Now for this form we have created an action here, And all you need to do here is create the form where you have an input type and also create the button for that particular input. Now our input would be text type. So here we have the input type to be text and we have named it as text1. So this document has text1 here. That's why we have text1, and also we have created the form to be form1. That's why we have document.form1.text1, and we are setting the focus here. Now once the input type has been specified here, we have to specify the class or provide the input type. So here I have my class to be validate, and then I'm setting up the input type here. Now I want it to be a submit button, so I've given the type to be submit and I've named the button as validate, and I have provided the value here. Now the next thing we have to do is specify what happens on click, that is as soon as we click on the button, what function takes place here. Now our function in JavaScript is validate email. So we have taken the function as validate email and document.form1.text1. So it takes up this particular document and takes up the function as validate email. So as soon as you click on that particular button, it goes to the validate email function and it does everything that we have specified here. Now the next thing that you need to do in your HTML form is to link it to your JavaScript file. So here I have the script part where I have created the source and linked it to the email validation.js, which is my JavaScript file. I've saved it here with the name of email-validation.js. So I have linked it here so that whenever you're taking this function, it goes to my JavaScript and performs the action. Now the next thing you need to do is style up your form a little bit, and for that you need to use the CSS. So this is my CSS file where I have styled up my form in this particular way. So what I've done here is that added a little bit of margin here and there, added certain boxes, given the background color with the border, and just specified the design or how I want the form to look actually. So here I have specified the box where I would be entering my email ID, and I have done the padding here with the width and the background color. I have set the background color here. You can specify any other color if you want, and also the border as well. The next thing is just specifying the size of your input or whatever mail ID that you are entering. What should be the input value of all of that? So I've specified the font size to be 20 pt here. And the next thing that I've specified here is the background color of my input section, that is wherever I'm typing my mail address. And then finally how my submit button would look like. So I've just specified the size of the font here. So this part basically depends on you or how you actually want to style it. You can use colors, borders, margins, or you can change the width of the boxes. You can do anything with the help of this particular file or with the help of CSS. You can either keep it minimal or you can add different features as well. Now I have also linked this in my HTML form. So I have the link here as form.style.css. So this is our HTML form that will build up the structure of the form that we are going to see while validating our email ID. And then we have the JavaScript function which actually performs all the function or everything that's going to happen once we have entered a valid email address, or the alert that we are going to get once we have entered an invalid email address. And finally, we have the form style.css where we have used CSS in order to just add some extra color or extra style to the HTML form. Now let me save this. Now once I have saved all of these files, it's time to see the output and how email validation actually works. So now once I run my HTML form, this is the output that I get. So I had specified the background color of this box and I had also added the margins. So this was just the styling part. But talking about the form, I had created the h2 tag as enter email to validate, and then a blank space to enter my email ID. And then here I have the validate button. So this was my submit button that is going to validate my email ID. So now let's see how it works. So you remember the format that we had used here. So this is the format that's going to be considered as the validate email ID. Now going by the format, let's check out this particular email ID and see if it works. So this is usually how the email IDs are supposed to be. We have two sections In the first section, we have the information part or the input, and then we have our domain section followed by our dot and then few more characters as well. So now let's see. So now once I click on the validate button, it gives me this pop-up message which says you have entered a valid email address. So basically whatever email ID I had entered matched with the format that I had provided. Now let's try something else. So let me just write xyznd_hash.co and let's see if it's valid or not. So now you can see that once I've clicked the validate button, the pop-up says you have entered an invalid email address because this particular email address does not match with the format that I had provided, which is supposed to be considered as my valid email ID. So you can see that with the help of this particular form and with the help of the JavaScript function, you can validate your email ID and see if you have entered the right format or not. So now you know how email validation takes place in JavaScript. So you have seen all the 3 steps that are required. You just have to create your validate function in JavaScript and then build your form in HTML, and you can also style it with the help of CSS. And with all of these 3 things together, you can finally build your email validation in JavaScript.
I have a simple question. Which method can be used to trigger email validation when a user submits a form? And the options are given on the screen. If you know the correct answer, please leave it in the comment section below. After learning email validation, we'll now dive into regular expressions in JavaScript. Here, learners will gain a powerful toolset for pattern matching and text manipulation, crucial for advanced validation and parsing tasks.
So what are regular expressions? Now basically, a regular expression is a sequence of characters that constructs a search pattern. So whenever you search for any data in a text, you can use this search pattern to describe what exactly you are looking for. Now talking about the JavaScript regex or the regular expressions, it is basically an object that describes a pattern of characters. So the JavaScript regexp class represents the regular expressions, and both strings and regexp define methods. Now this uses regular expressions to perform pattern matching and search and replace function on text. Now talking about the syntax for regular expressions, in JavaScript you just have to define any variable. For example, I'm taking pattern as the variable. Now inside this you have the keyword new, and then you have to use the regular expression function, which is the regexp. Now inside this function you have to pass parameters such as your pattern and also your attributes. So this is how you define your regular expressions in JavaScript. This is not just the only method, there's another simpler method. So all you have to do is just use the slash, put your pattern here, and then with another slash you add your attributes here. So this is another simple method of using your patterns or your attributes in your JavaScript regular expressions. So this is another very simple way of defining your regular expressions in JavaScript. You have the slash pattern slash attributes. Now what are these pattern and attributes here? So basically the pattern is a string that specifies the pattern of the regular expression or another regular expression. And the attributes are the optional string that contains the attributes which will specify your global, case-insensitive and multi-line matches. Now there are different methods and ways of defining these regular expressions in JavaScript. So let's have a look at modifiers first. So what are modifiers? These are used to perform any case-insensitive or global searches in JavaScript. So we have 3 different modifiers. First, we have the G modifier, which performs any sort of global match in your string. Suppose you are looking for any particular word from a string, it will perform a global search. That is, it is not bounded by any particular constraint. It will globally perform the search and find out that word for you. Next up, we have the I modifier. Now, I modifier performs the case-insensitive matching. For example, you have a word which contains of both the capital letters and the small letters. But while you're performing the search, it would take a case-insensitive matching. And finally, we have the M modifier. Now this performs a multi-line matching. If you have 3 or 4 lines in your string, it will perform a multi-line matching, that is, find out that particular word or character from all of those lines present in your string. So these were the 3 main modifiers that we have. Now let's move on and see how these modifiers actually work in JavaScript. So here we have an example where we will see how your G modifier works. So for that, first we have to take a string and then we have to define the pattern. So suppose I'm writing a string as welcome to Edureka to learn JavaScript. And in my pattern, I'm looking for the word as to, and it will perform a global matching. That is, it's not just gonna look till here or only the second half of the sentence or my string. It will perform a global search in my string. Wherever it finds the word to, it will give us the output. So in my string, I have the word to in 2 different places. So it should give me the output as 2 of these. So now let me save this one and we will open the HTML file. So we have defined a button in the program as well, and the paragraph tag says welcome to Edureka JavaScript regex tutorial, and on click we will have the function performed. So here we have a button where as soon as we click this button we will have the function performed, and inside our function we have defined our string and the pattern matching as well. So as soon as I click here, it will show me the result as 2, 2 because it found out 2 different matches for this particular word. That is, one is here and the second one after Edureka. Now talking about the I modifier, which performs the case insensitive matching. So for example, I'm writing the Edureka here with a capital letter E, and now in this pattern, I'm going to write Edureka normally without any capital letter. And I'll put the attribute as I, which is my I modifier. So now let me save this. And now let me click here. So now you can see that the output says Edureka. Whereas in my search pattern, I just wrote Edureka with small letters, but then it performed in case insensitive matching here, and it still gave me the result as Edureka written here. So in this case, it wouldn't matter if you are writing the string in capital letters or small letters, it will still find out that particular word for you. Now next up is the M modifier. So how does this M modifier works? It looks for this particular word even if you have multiple lines in your string. So what happens here is that even if you enter another new line here and just write Edureka online courses, and I'm taking this as another line. So even when I save this one, and then when I go to the output, it still finds me the Edureka word here. So here I haven't used the caps letter, and for M, it doesn't go for case insensitive, so it will just provide me this particular word here. So this was all about the modifiers and how we can use them for our regular expression in JavaScript. Now next up, we have the brackets. Now talking about brackets, they are basically used to find a particular range of characters. So the first expression shows that there's ABC inside square brackets. Now this particular expression is used to find any character that is present between the brackets. So what you can do is you can pass any character or any set of character inside this particular square bracket, and that will be matched with your string. Then next up we have the power symbol with the characters that you are searching for. Now this helps you find any character that are not between the brackets. So what happens is that if you specify any particular word inside this expression, the output would show everything in your string except these particular characters. Then next up we have the digits 0 to 9. Now this particular expression inside the square brackets finds any digit between the brackets. Suppose you're looking for the number 2 in any particular string, you just have to write 2 inside the square brackets and it will give you the result, whether it's present in your string or not. And the next up is the power symbol with the digits. And this symbolizes that any other value in your string will be displayed apart from this particular character that you have mentioned inside the brackets. So it finds any non-digit that are not present between the brackets. So now let's have a look at the examples of how this works. So let me just change my string into something like Edureka online, and let me add more digits like 1, 2, 3. So for the first bracket, we had the square brackets with any particular character. So here I've used the word Edureka inside the square bracket. So basically this will give me the output as only Edureka. So it will show me the result that Edureka is present inside my string, and it will just match with it and give me only this particular word here. So now let me save this. And now when I go here and click here, it shows Edureka. So let's try something else. For example, I only want to see the letter O here. So I have just taken the character O inside these square brackets, and now I have saved this one. And now when I click here, it just shows me the letter O here, because it will just match the particular letter that I've mentioned inside these square brackets and omit everything else from my string. Now in the same example, if I change the expression to this, so now what will happen here is that apart from this particular letter, that is O, everything else will be printed in my output. That is, everything else will be matched with my string. So I'll get to see all the other letters or digits apart from O. So now let's save this. Now when I go back to my website and click here, so you can see that it prints every character here other than the letter O. Now let's have a look for the digits. So for example, I'm trying to match my string with digits 1, 2. So let's save this. And now when I go back to my website and click here, you can see that it has matched with my string because I do have the value 1 and 2 in my string. So it has given me the output as 1 and 2. Now in the same bracket, when I add this symbol and then save it, and now go back to my website and click here, you can see that it gives me every other value other than 1 and 2. So it provides me Edureka online and also prints the digit 3, but does not match the digits 1 and 2. So this is how the brackets work. Moving on, next up, we have something called as meta characters in JavaScript regular expressions. So now in meta characters, you just need to use these characters or letters in order to match certain things from your string. So first of all, we have W, which looks for a word character. But there's a catch here. So we have this small letter and capital letter thing going on in meta characters. So we have the small letter W that looks for any particular word character. And then next up, we have the capital letter W, which finds any non-word character. So the first one will give you any particular word, and the second one will give you any non-word character here, that is any digit or anything else that's present inside your string. Then next up, we have the small letter D that finds a digit, and also the capital letter D, which finds a non-digit character. In the same manner, we have a small letter S and a capital letter S. So the small letter S will find any white space character in your string, whereas the capital letter S will find any non-white space character. So basically, it will match everything else other than the white spaces, whereas the small letter one will only match the white spaces in your string. Then we have the small letter B and capital letter B. The first one finds a match at the beginning or the ending of any word, whereas your capital letter looks for a match but not at the beginning or end of the word. It basically matches anywhere in the string. Then we have the character F. Now this finds a form feed character. And then we have R, which basically finds a carriage return character, and V finds a vertical tab character. And finally we have T, which is used to find any tab character in your string. So now let's take a few examples of few of these meta characters and see how you can use them. So for example, let me change this string into something like 100% genuine courses, and we have an exclamatory sign here as well. So now let's see how these meta characters work. So while using these meta characters, these are followed by a backslash here. So you have to insert a backslash first and then take a small W first, and then now let me save this. And now let me just click here. So now you can see that what are the things printed here is 100, genuine, and courses. So it takes any word character basically. So it has omitted the person symbol and also the exclamatory symbol here. And also it does not consider any of the white spaces either. Now changing this to the capital letter W and saving it. Now let's go back and try and see what happens. So now you can see that as soon as you change it from the small w to the capital letter W, the output has also changed. It only matches your percentage symbol, the white spaces, and the exclamatory symbol. So it only returns these particular things, that is all the non-word characters in your string, and returns you the value. In the same way, if we take D that returns only the digits and save it and then go back to the website and click here, now you can see that it only returns the digit value, that is 100, 100. And for the non-digit, we have the capital D here. Now when we save this and click here again, so we have everything else apart from our digits. So we have all the symbols, all the characters, including the white spaces, but definitely not the digits. Now let's try for the white spaces. So for that we have the character as S. Now the small letter S returns all the white space characters. So let's save this and go back to the website and let me click here. So let me zoom this and you can see this tiny bit comma that you can see here, which basically represents the space that is here. So it has taken two spaces, so one before the comma and one after the comma, and it just gives us the white space, so nothing much to see. But as soon as we change it to a capital letter S, you will find out the difference. So let's save this, and now when I go back here, so now you can see that no white spaces have been returned. It provides you every other value in your string apart from the white spaces, that is the one between 100% and genuine and the second one between genuine and courses. Now next up we have the quantifiers. So in quantifiers we basically match any particular or any number of characters that are present in your string. So for the first one we have the n plus. N is any character that you're looking for, and this matches any string that contains at least one n. So for example, you're taking the expression as E plus, it will look for the number of E's that are present in your string. Next up we have the n star. Now this matches any string that contains 0 or more occurrences of n. So any particular character that you use here with the star symbol, it will find out any string that contains 0 or more occurrences, that is more number of this particular character. Then next up we have the n question mark. Now this matches any string that contains 0 or 1 occurrence of n. And then we have the n inside curly braces, we have x. Now what happens here is that it will match any string that contains a sequence of x n's. That is the x number of n's or the x number of characters, the particular character that you have mentioned inside that particular string that you have used. Same way we have x comma y inside the curly braces, which matches any string that contains a sequence of x to y n's. That is, it takes a range from x to y and finds out that particular character. And next up we have just x comma and nothing at the end. So it will take any string that contains a sequence of at least x n's. So it does not have an end point, but it has only a beginning point defined as x. And the final one is the n with the dollar symbol. Now this matches any string with n at the end of it. So these were some of the quantifiers. Now let's have a look at how these quantifiers work. So now again let me change this string into something like hello, welcome to Edureka, and then let me just add a sequence of numbers like 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, something like this. So basically to show you that how this sequences would be matched, I've taken a string like this. So now for example, I want to match the character E with my string and C. So the first one was plus symbol. So with my character E, I have added the plus symbol here. Now let me save this and go back here and click here, and now you can see that it has printed 1 2 3 4 5 E's. That is, it has matched my string with the number of E's that are present, and you can see that we have 1 2 3 4 5. In total we have 5 E's present in this particular string that has been matched. Now let me change the symbol to a star and save it, and now go back and click here again. So now you can see that it shows me even the spaces of where these characters are present. That is, it includes all the other characters and the white spaces involved here. So I have hello. So first it's HE. So we have the comma here, which shows that we had a character before this. And then again we have LLO here. And then we have white space here. We have LLO, and then we have a comma here, and then we have a space here, and then we finally begin with welcome to Edureka again. So this is how the sequence goes on. It basically separates these white spaces and also all the other characters with the help of comma, and shows you the occurrences of your character that you are trying to match with. The next up, we have the question mark symbol here. So now let's save this and go back here and look out for this. So here also it provides me the same output. Now what happens is that it looks for 0 occurrences as well. So let me take another character as A and save this. Now when I go back to the website again and click here, you can see that we still have A at certain place, and it will give you that particular character where it's situated and also any number of occurrences here. Now this question mark also looks for 0 or more occurrences. So even if your character is not present here, it will return you a value with all the white spaces and characters that are present here. So for example, let me take the character as N, which is not there in this particular string. And now let me save this. Now when I go back to the website and click here, you can still see that the number of characters that I have, but it also returns me this value because it takes 0 or more occurrences. Now there are no N's here, that is, it considers it as 0 occurrence. So now if I want to get the digit here, I have to take the digit inside curly braces, and here in this string I have 1 3 times, that is in 1 1 2 and 1 2 3. So I have to take the meta character digit because I'm looking for the digit, followed by a backslash. And inside the curly brackets, I have the digit mentioned as 1. So now I'll just save this and go back to my website and click here. Now you can see that it returns all the digits or the sequence where 1 is present. So for the first one, I have 1, and then in 1 2, I also have 1. And in the third sequence, that is 1 2 3, I have 1. So it returns me the entire sequence along with the digit. Now these were about the quantifiers. Next up we have something called as the object properties. Now talking about some of the object properties, first we have the constructor. Now this property returns the function that creates the regexp object's prototype. Next up we have the global property. Now this checks whether the G modifier is set or not. And then we have the ignore case, and it checks whether the I modifier is set or not. And next up we have the last index that specifies the index at which to start the next match. And finally we have the multi-line. Now this checks whether the M modifier is set or not. Now let's have a look at the example of how these properties work. So let's take the string as hello, welcome to Edureka. And now inside the pattern, let me just specify well, and then I have the G modifier here. And now in the result, all I have to do is take the pattern 1, or the variable that I've named here, dot global. So this will check for my G modifier, and it will see whether it is set or not. So that is why we use the global property here. So now let's save this and go back to the website, and now let me click here. Now it returns true. So basically it tells me that the G modifier is set here, and as soon as I am typing well here, it's performing a global search in order to find these particular characters. Now for the ignore case property, what I have to do is I have to specify I here instead of G, and I've taken the characters as hello without specifying any capital letter H here. And in the result section, all I have to do is change the global property to ignore case. Now I will save this one. So basically it should return the string as hello, because even though I have taken the H as a small letter, it should not matter because I'm using the property as ignore case. And it checks for the I modifier whether it's set or not. So here I have to use the property as ignore case. So now let me save this and go back to my website. And now when I click here, it returns the value as true. Because even though I have only passed the characters as hello without the capital H, but it still ignores the case and returns me that this particular string is present here and the I modifier is set, which ignores all the capital letters or the small letters here and just returns you those characters. So this is how the object properties work. Now moving on to the final section, we have the object methods. Now talking about methods, the first one is we have the compile method. The compile method is the most common one, which is used just to compile any particular regular expression. And then we have the execute method. Now this tests for a match in a string and returns your first match. Next up we have the test method. Now this tests for a match in a string and returns a value as either true or as false. And finally we have the toString method. Now this particular method returns the string value of the regular expression. So now let's see how these methods work in JavaScript regular expressions. So here I have the string as hello, welcome to Edureka. And here I have to define the method as new, the regular expression method that I have to use here. And then for example, I'm looking for the character E. So what happens here is that it will return me the first match that it finds in the particular string. So here I have the execute method, inside which I'm gonna pass the parameter as my string from where it's gonna match this particular character. So let's save this and go to the website. And when I click here, it returns me the first E. That is the first E that's present here in hello. So basically it will take the particular character and look in the string and return you just the first match that has found out and then not check further in your string. Now next up is the text method. So now let's check for this same string and same character, but we just have to change the method here and we have the test method. So now what this will return is that it will just check whether this particular character is present in my string or not. So it will just look for a match in my string and return me the value as true or false. So let me save this, and now when I go back to my website and click here, so you can see that the value returned here is true because definitely the character E is present inside the string. Now if I change this value to Z and now save this and now go back to the website and click here, now you can see that the value has changed to false because we do not have the character Z in this entire string here. So this is how these methods work in JavaScript regular expression. So here you have seen that there are different ways of defining your regular expressions. You can use modifiers, brackets, meta characters, quantifiers, object properties, and even object methods for your regular expressions or to find any match in your string.
I have a simple question for you guys. What does the following regular expression shows? The regular expression and the options are given on the screen. If you know the correct answer, please leave it in the comment section below. Having covered regular expressions, we are ready for an exciting application of our skills. Next, we'll learn about developing a game using JavaScript. Here, learners will apply their knowledge to create an interactive game.
So this is how the game looks. Now all you have to do is guess the color based on this RGB value. Okay, so you have to guess the color of these squares based on this RGB value. So for example, over here you can see that the value of blue, which is 157, is quite high. So you can guess, no, sorry, here it's green. Yeah, so the value of green here is very high compared to red and blue. So you can guess that the color here will have more of green. So let's try. Yeah, so I guess the correct block. So all of these 6 squares turn to the winning color. Okay, similarly the header also turned to the winning color. Okay, we can play again, and you can choose, and you can even change colors over here. So this is the game. Now let's look at how this is how we created this game. Okay, so I'm going to open up the code. So guys, I've already typed out the code over here because it'll take a lot of time for me to type this code on this session. So I'm just going to open up the JavaScript code. I'm going to open up the HTML code as well as the CSS code. Okay, so now I have the HTML file for this game. I have the JavaScript and the CSS file. Now I'm not going to go in depth about HTML and CSS, but let me briefly tell you I'll give you a brief idea about what's happening over here. Okay, so basically first we have a HTML file. Now within the header we have a title for our game, which is RGB game. Now this is basically the title. Here you can see RGB game. Okay, then we have a reference, we have a link to the CSS file. Okay, rgb.css is the file. So we have a reference to this file from our HTML file. Then we also have a reference to a font. Okay, so you can download different kind of fonts from Google. So this is basically a link to the font. Okay, so I've designed my web page using these fonts. Then within the body we have a header. Now let me show you how the header looks. Now this is the header basically. Now in that line of code we are basically printing this, the great RGB with the values and color game. Now this is basically RGB value is basically randomly generated values. Okay, so because it's randomly generated values, we've passed this in a span. Okay, we've basically the RGB value is stored in this variable called goal. Okay, now we have defined a span for this because this RGB value keeps changing. Okay, apart from that, it's going to print the great color game. Okay, so that's what this line does. Then we have different divisions. So we have button. We have a button called new color. You guys can see it over here, new colors. And then now moving on to divisions. So we have six different divisions here, and each division has a class called square. Okay, so because we have 6 different boxes here, 6 different squares, I've defined 6 functions called square. Now moving on to the CSS file. Now basically I have designed the body, and for the body I've used this background color. It has a particular font and so on. Okay, and each of these squares have a set of properties like the width of the square, the padding, the border, the background color. All of this is set over here. Okay, so you can see that the width, the shape of these squares, all of this is defined in the CSS file. Okay, so basically the color, the design is done in the CSS file. That is the purpose of CSS. It is for styling purpose. Okay, similarly this container I've defined. This is basically the container. You can see the black border over here. This is the container. Okay, this container has all of these 6 squares. Okay, then we have a header for printing the RGB game, and similarly headers I've given a lot of I've given a few properties for the header, like it should be of this color. So this is basically the header. Okay, and similarly every other thing is styled using the RGB CSS file. Okay, so within the CSS I'm going to style everything, anything that you can see here, any color pop or any sort of styling is because of the CSS file. Now let's focus on the JavaScript file. Now these are variable declarations, so I'll get back to this at the end. Now let's look at the functions and the for loops that are used in this JavaScript file. Okay, now the first for loop is used anytime a square is clicked. This is what happens. So let me show you what we're doing here. So now every time I click a square, so if I lose, then the color of the square turns into the background color, turns into black basically. Now if I for example, if I win the game, let's say, okay, it has more of red Yeah. So if I win the game, on clicking the square, all the other squares are also going to turn into the winning color. Okay. Similarly, even this header is going to turn into the winning color, and a message called correct is going to be displayed. Now, how do you do this through code? So this is what is explained over here. Okay. So I'm going to define a for loop. Within this, I'm starting it with I equal to 0. I is less than square dot length. Now this function, this will basically calculate the number of squares. Okay, so square is stored like an array. It's sort of stored like an array, and you're just going to calculate the length of this array. Okay, it's something like this. So the length of this is 6. So this is basically I is less than 6, and then I'm going to increment the value of I. Now what happens is every time you click on a particular button, or you click on a particular square, some event occurs. Okay, now you need to add event listeners which listen to all of these events. So for that, I've added event listeners here. Now every time a square is clicked, you can see click, every time a square is clicked, this function is carried out. Okay, this function is run. Now this function has an if else loop. Now within the if loop, I've defined a condition. This is a condition. Now win color is basically stores the value of the RGB value of the winning color. Okay, so whichever color is correct, that that color's value is stored in this win color variable. Okay, now if this if the value of this variable is equal to this, now what does this dot style dot background stand for? Let me show you what it stands for. So now every time I click the square, so if I'm clicking this square, basically the RGB value of that square is stored in this. Alright, so basically the color of the square that I clicked on is stored in this. So you're going to compare that color to the winning color. Now if this is equal, I mean if it stands true, then you're going to run this function. So you're calling a function called convert all with this parameter. Okay, now let's look at where this function is convert all. Yeah. So what happens over here is first you're selecting the header, and then there is a for loop. I'll get back to this. Now what happens in this for loop, we have the same condition, I is equal to 0, I is less than 6, I plus plus. So what I'm doing is I'm selecting all the squares, and I'm basically changing the background color to the winning color. Okay, so I selected all the squares, I changed their color into the winning color. Similarly, the header's background color is also changed to the winning color, because here you can see that if I win this game, okay, so in this I'm expecting more of blue. So yeah, as soon as I won the game, the header's color as well as these 6 boxes also changed, and this message got printed. Okay, correct. And also play again. New colors got changed to play again. Okay, these few things happen. So that's what I'm doing here. And then see exactly what I said. I'm going to reset this to play again. The button is reset to play again. And then a message called correct is printed on the screen. Okay, so I hope you all are clear with this function. Now after this is executed, so basically this if condition will get executed if if you've won. Now if you weren't able to guess the value of if you weren't able to guess the color of the square, this condition will get executed. So basically the box that you clicked on, the background color of that box is set to the color of the body. Okay, so basically let me tell you what's happening over here. Okay, so this was a wrong answer. So what happened is the color of this box was set to the background color of this page. So that is black. Okay, that's exactly what's happening in this line of code. Okay, and also this message is getting printed which says try again. So that was about this function. Next, we have the RGB generators. Now here you can see a few RGB values. Alright, you can see values 208, 24. This stands for the red value, green value, and the blue value. Now every time we click on new colors, new string is generated. New stream of RGB values is generated. Now in order to generate these colors, you use this function. Okay, this function. Now what happens is there are 3 variables here. There's red, green, and blue. Now how we generate these values is we use a function called math.random. Okay, now what this function will do is it will basically it will return decimal points between 0 and 1. Okay, so it might return something such as 0.25, 0.13, 0.23, something like that. Okay, it will just return values between decimal values between 0 and 1. Okay, now these values are multiplied with 256. Now we are multiplying it with 256 because there are 256 values of colors. So from 0 to 255. Okay, so this is basically the range of colors. So you're going to multiply this randomly generated decimal point with this integer. When you do that, you'll get a decimal. Now the computer will not be able to understand a decimal. That's why you use math.floor. Okay, now this math.floor will basically round off this decimal point. Okay, so that's how the value of red, green and blue is generated. Okay, now this you're just going to add these values into strings, and then you're going to return the generated colors. Okay, now this next function I spoke about, convert all. I already explained this function to y'all. Now moving further, we have set square function. Now one thing I forgot to tell y'all is, so whenever you open the game, the header is always set to blue, is always set to a color called steel blue. Okay, so that's what I'm doing here. I'm selecting the header and then I'm setting the background color of this header to steel blue. Okay, now when you open the page, you see that these 6 squares have 6 different colors. Now how do you generate these colors? Now this for loop is used to generate these colors. Okay, now this for loop starts from I equal to 0, I less than num square, and you're incrementing the value of I. Now the value of I had declared it in the beginning of the program. Okay, so I've set the value of I the value of num square to 6. So basically over here, yeah, so this is basically I is less than 6. Okay, so what you're going to do is within this color array, which also is declared in the beginning, here's the color array. Within this color array, I'm going to generate 6 different colors. How I'm going to do that is by passing this to the RGB generator function. Now I told you that this RGB generator function randomly generates different RGB values. Okay, so basically I'm going to get at the end of this for loop, I'm going to get 6 colors generated by this RGB generator function. Now you need to set these 6 colors to the squares. For that you're going to run this for loop. Okay, now in this for loop, basically I'm selecting every square and I'm setting the background color to the array of colors that I just generated. Okay, this is as simple as that. Guys, this code is very understandable. It's, if you just read it, it's like you can totally understand what is happening. Okay, now the next what I'm going to do is we also need to set the winning color at random. We can't just randomly have the winning color to be this every time. Okay, so that was a fluke and that won't happen again. But see, we can't have the winning color to be set to one particular square. So we also have to make sure that the winning color is set at random. So what we do is we do the same random generator function mat.random to generate the winning color. Okay, and we store the we create a winning index where we store the value of that. Okay, now within this goal is going to be stored the value of the winning color. So you're basically here you're setting the array index, win index, and then within this win color variable you're going to store the value, RGB value of the winning color. Okay, it's as simple as that. Then moving on, next is so basically over here what happens is when you open the page, everything, new colors are generated. That's what you're doing here. You're going to the set square color, you're generating new colors for each number, and also you're going to add this new colors button over here. Okay, so here you can see new colors. Okay, so guys, this was the end of the JavaScript code.
I have another question for you guys. How can you optimize performance in a JavaScript game? And the options are: option A, use set timeout for animations; option B, minimize DOM manipulation; option C, use synchronous AJAX requests; option D, implement long-running tasks in the main thread. If you know the correct answer, please leave it in the comment section below. We just completed our first game project. Now we'll take on build a scorekeeper using JavaScript, where learners will learn to develop a scoring system to enhance their game's functionality.
We're going to code a scorekeeper using HTML, CSS, and simple JavaScript, and it's going to look something like this. So we're going to have a basic web page that helps us keep track of a score of 2 teams. So suppose you were watching a football match with your friends and you want to keep track of the score. And suppose you also kept a limit that whichever team reaches 5 goals first is the winner. So you could say player 1 reaches 4 goals and then player 5 reaches 5. Player 1 reaches 5 goals. So player 1's score becomes green and it shows that the winner is player 1. You can also set this to be any value that you want, and we'll work on this later on. So now let's begin with HTML. So HTML is a computer language devised to allow website creation. These websites can be viewed by anyone else connected to the internet. It is relatively easy to learn, with the basics being accessible to most people in one sitting, and it's also quite powerful in what it allows you to create. It is constantly undergoing revision and evolution to meet the demands and requirements of the growing internet audience under the directions of the World Wide Web Consortium, or W3C, which is the organization charged with designing and maintaining the language. Now, the definition of HTML is hypertext markup language. Hypertext is the method by which you move around the web, that is by clicking on special text called hyperlinks, which bring you to the next page. Now, the fact that it is hyper just means it is not linear. That is, you can go to any place on the internet whenever you want by clicking on links. There is no set order to do things in. Now, markup is what HTML tags do to the text inside them. They mark it as a certain type of text, that is, suppose like italicized text, for example. And HTML is a language as it has a coded word and syntax like any other language out there. Okay, so now let's look at this interesting thing called an HTML tree. Now, when your browser receives an HTML document, it renders it as a tree of all the elements, with the root element being the document object to which all the tags of HTML belong. We won't be going into tags and their uses, as you could very easily look up our HTML tutorial for that. Now, the important thing to understand here is that the HTML tags are rendered in the order they are written, keeping their scope and indentation in mind. Anything indented under the scope of a tag becomes a child to that element's node in the tree, and the attributes of tags are also treated as children. Now, does HTML alone make up web pages? Well, of course not. We have CSS and JavaScript too. But what HTML does is build the basic structure of the view aspect of the web page. It's just the bare minimum. Using an analogy, one could say that if you were to put a web page under an X-ray machine, what you would see is the HTML, which is basically making it the skeleton of the web page. Okay, now that we know how HTML fits into the big picture, let's go and create the HTML for our very own Scorekeeper. Now, I'm going to be using Sublime Text as my text editor, and you can use any text editor that you want to, actually. You can use stuff like Atom or Microsoft Visual Code. Now, that's not important, so let's get on to the code aspect. Now, we'll start off by creating the basic boilerplate for any HTML document. Now, in Sublime, you can just go HTML and press Tab, and that'll just create your HTML boilerplate. So we're going to call our Scorekeeper, let's call it Scorekeeper. Now, the head has been created, so let's get into the body part. Now, let's see. So first of all, this looks like an H1 that we have out here. So obviously, we're going to need an H1 that says my Scorekeeper. So we go H1 and my Scorekeeper. Now, we also see that it's bolded out here instead of text like this, which is just normal. So we obviously have to get it bold. So for that, we're going to use the strong tag, or you could also use the B tag, but strong tags is what I normally go with. Okay, so now that's done. So next it says score, and it's going to take the score of the first player and the second player. So we could, let's say, handle it in a certain way. So first, let's say it's an H3, and you're going to have the big tag. So it's going to say score. Let's give it a space out here. Now, these are two different paths. If you guys notice that this is one thing that gets updated separately, and this is another part that gets updated separately. So it's only natural that we should be giving them under separate tags. So let's create a span. So this will have a span, and let's say it has the ID of score 1. I'll get into IDs just in a bit, and you'll understand what I'm doing out here. And let's say we'll close the span, and it says 2 out here, and the second span. So let's say 0, and it's going to have an ID of score 2. Now what we need next are 3 buttons. So we are going to use the button tag for this thing. So let's create 3 buttons first. So this is a button that you're going to click to submit. So let me just clear it, reset this thing. And so, yeah, so that's a submit button. So this type is going to be submit. And it's going to be, let's call it, what's it called? It's called player 1. So player 1. Let's copy this thing out. Another button, it'll be of submit type 2. And we need another button, and this is going to say reset. Now, our reset button is not exactly a submit, so let's leave that up. Then we also need a part which says the winner is, and if you guys see out here, if we keep the score to be 3, this part gets updated with the name of the player, that is player 1 for round. So we need another division in our document to actually create this. So let's go ahead and create the division. So first of all, we need an input part where we're inputting the limit of the score. So go input, and the type will be numbers, and so the name of limit, and let's give it a pre-made value of 5. Now once that's done, we have this, the winner is, so that can be just an h3, and let's say the winner is. So this part gets updated. So let's create a span out here. Let's keep the span empty as we're going to update it with our JavaScript. Let's have a look at what this looks like. So this is what a proper HTML would look like. Let's go and create a new folder. Let's call it demo. And we're going to call this index.html. Now, if you were to actually open index.html, we'll see that it looks nothing like this, whatever we've created already. Now, another thing, you see that these buttons are in one line. So actually, let's create a division for that. It's always nice to create divisions as it helps our code to be modular. Now that's done. Let's also keep the input in a separate div. And the h3 will just be there. Now let's keep this whole thing in a div. So, okay, let's get the indentation right. This comes here, this comes here, this comes here, and this is indented correctly, and that's all. Save our file, and let's see what this looks like. So let's find our demo folder. We have an index.html. Okay, so this is what our general skeleton of our Scorekeeper is going to look like. There is no styling attached to this, and there's absolutely nothing. It looks absolutely bland. Even the buttons don't work because there's no JavaScript to make them work. So as we see, we have created the skeleton of our Scorekeeper. So now to add some styling, we're going to need some CSS. Now before we use CSS, let's get into see what CSS actually is. Okay, now let's move on to CSS. So cascading style sheets, fondly referred to as CSS, is a simple design language intended to simplify the process of making web pages presentable. CSS handles the look and feel part of a web page. Using CSS, you can control the colors of the text, the styles of font, the spacing between paragraphs, and how columns are sized and laid out, what background images or colors are used, layout designs, variation in display for different devices, screen sizes, as well as a variety of other effects. CSS, just like HTML, is very easy to learn and understand, but it provides powerful control over the presentation of a web page. Now, the history of CSS dates back to the time of HTML 3.2, when tags like font and color was introduced, which made the lives of web developers utterly miserable, as they had to incorporate tedious styling changes to their documents. Now, to solve this problem, the World Wide Web Consortium made CSS. Now, CSS comes with quite a lot of advantages. CSS saves time, as you can write CSS once and then reuse the same sheet in multiple HTML pages. You can define a style for each HTML element and apply it to as many web pages as you want. Secondly, pages load faster. If you're using CSS, you do not need to write HTML tag attributes every time. Just write one CSS rule of a tag and apply it to all the occurrences of that tag. So less code means faster download times. Also, it's really easy to maintain, and above that, larger array of styling choices than HTML attributes are available in CSS. Also, it has a multiple device compatibility. Okay, so CSS is basically used to style stuff. Now, how will the browser know where to render which style? Well, this is handled by selectors. Now, there are two major attributes that are used to select tags, that is classes and IDs. Classes are used to select a group of objects or tags, while IDs are used to select a particular element of a web page. While these are two basic selectors, there are a lot of selectors, and you can have a look at them in the documentation of CSS selectors. Just remember that when you're selecting a class to style, we use the dot operator followed by the name of the class, and for IDs, we use the hash operator followed by the name of the ID. So going by the analogy I used to explain HTML as a skeleton of the web page, the skeleton where can be considered as the styling of the web page. Now just to give you guys an example as to how powerful CSS is, let's have a look at this web page called CSS Zen Garden. So I already have this website open which is called CSS Zen Garden, and it shows us how much of a variety CSS can make. So this is just one website, and people are free to actually design the website however they want and submit it to the people who actually maintain this website. So we have multiple designs like this one. So it's the same website again and again, and we can see how different the design aspects can be. Now this looks completely different from what we were now looking at. It has a completely different layout and a feel to the website. So this is how powerful CSS can be. Now let's look at some other styles also, like look at the steel one. Now this has a completely industrial look to the website, and this is just what CSS can do. Okay, so enough of looking at other people's CSS. Let's get to coding some of our own CSS. Now for this, I'm going to be using Bootstrap 3, which is basically a CSS framework that again saves a lot of developers' time, as CSS can be a pretty tedious job. Nonetheless, Bootstrap lets us style stuff really quickly. Now to include Bootstrap into our web page, we're going to simply use the link tag and just use the CDN link for Bootstrap. Now Bootstrap uses class selectors to implement its styling changes onto elements. So we basically have to just remember that what each class does when using Bootstrap. It's a pretty simple and easy to use library, and I think I'll make a tutorial on it in the near future, seeing that Bootstrap 4 is gaining quite a lot of praise. But until then, just bear with me. For now, just understand that all we have to do to implement Bootstrap is simply add classes to the tags of our HTML document. Okay, so first of all, we need to go and find the CDN link for Bootstrap 3.3.7. So you go Bootstrap 3.3.7 CDN, and all you have to do is just copy this link and add it to your HTML page. So you add it under the head tag as you want it to load before the web page loads. So there you go. Now that we've included Bootstrap, we can go ahead and use it. Now to use Bootstrap, all we have to do is just add classes, as I just said. So the first one that we're going to add is for the buttons. Now remember, we had actually separated these buttons into separate divisions is just because so you could use the form group of Bootstrap. So you go class equals form group. So what form group does is actually groups all the buttons into a form, and it's just better for styling. Now the second one, what we have to do is add a class to the buttons so that they get stylized without us having to beat our brains out. So we go button, and another thing, we can use two classes at the same time. You just have to use a space between them. So the first class is going to be button, and the second class is going to be button default. So what button default does is actually styles the button into a white color that you can see out here. So it'll give this gray color to the button. Second, we'll have to do the same thing to this button. So let's go ahead and do that. And we'll have to give this button a red color. So that's given by the class button danger. So button and button danger. Okay, so now that we've included a little bit of Bootstrap into our HTML web page, so this should include some CSS. Now let's save our file and let's see what it looks like. So just to remind you guys, this is what our web page looks like right now without any CSS. And as soon as we save it now, our web page is going to look a little bit different. Okay, so let's see what it looks like. Okay, now you guys can see that our buttons have become much better. It says player 1 in a much unique way, like the buttons are bigger, larger, and they have this nice shadow touch to it. We also have this reset button going for us, which is now red in color. And we also have our input groups, which have been changed now. Now there's a lot more to do, so let's get on with that. Now we have to put a class into our input group also, which is of form control. So let's see what that does. So let's see form control. And our input has become much better. It has a shadow and it's just huge now. So we're going to control that with our own bit of CSS, but let's get done with Bootstrap for now. Now we also have to add the class form group into this div. Okay, so that was enough of using Bootstrap. It's time we write some of our own CSS. So for CSS, we're going to be using our selectors that we just learned about. So first of all, we need some general styling for our entire web page. So let's give this div an ID out here, and let's call it a class actually. So let's call it content. Now, all we have to do is select content in our CSS. So we go dot content because it's a class, and we start styling it. So first of all, we need to align all this text in the center. So we go text, align, and we go center. Secondly, we need some margins also. So we go margin right, and let's say we want a 30% margin from the right, and margin left could be, let's say, 35%. Now margin top is gonna be, let's keep it also 25% from the top. Okay, so first we need to save this as our CSS file, so we're gonna call it style. Then we also need to include this into our file. So we go with the link tag. Now we just go style.css because it's in the same folder that we had saved it in. And let's see how that changes our web page. Okay, we have everything in the center now. Our text is aligned properly, we have margins, and everything's where we want it to be. Now we also need a background image because out here you're seeing a very good background image which shows some football. So I've already downloaded the background image, and let me just transfer it to the folder. Yeah, so let's go to our CSS again, and we need the body tag. So to just select tags like that, we just go body and open brackets, background image. So we're going to give it a URL, which is just the name of the picture. So I've saved it as the background is BG and it's a JPEG file format. Next, we have to set the background size. Let me just show you guys what it looks like with the background image. So as we see that the background image isn't really centered properly. So let's fix that now. So we go background size and we say cover. So cover will cover the entire web page. Let's see how that looks. Yeah, that's nice. Then for the content, as you guys see out here, the color here is grayed out, but the color here is white. So we say color and white, and that has changed our color to white. Nice. Secondly, we're going to set the opacity of our background image to be 60%. So it gives it that nice transparent feeling. Also, we need to set our HTML to be 100% of the screen. So you go height and say 100%. Let's see how that changes everything. Yep. Now, as you guys can see, it's not really identical to everything out here. There's no spacing between this, so we'll get to that in just a bit. But for now, we've almost replicated what we wanted to create. But still, there's no life to this application. If you press player 1, nothing happens. You press reset, nothing happens. It's just a bunch of buttons that do nothing. So for that, we're going to need JavaScript. So JavaScript is a scripting language that enables you to create dynamically updating content, control multimedia, animate images, and pretty much everything else. Okay, not everything, but it is amazing what you can achieve with a few lines of JavaScript code. Above that, the fact that it is lightweight and universally used just puts icing on the cake, really. So to learn more about JavaScript, you can check out our recently launched JavaScript tutorial, which teaches the basic of the language. Something new that we are going to learn today is how to use JavaScript to select elements of an HTML document and manipulate them accordingly. So for this, we have some functions called selector functions. We select the element using the function and store the element in a named variable and manipulate it as we want using semantics of programming. So let's go through the most used functions and their uses. So first of all, if you guys see, all these functions are of the document object. So this means they are from the document object, which is basically used for DOM manipulation stuff. So the first function that we have is the document.querySelector. So it'll take in an argument of the query name, and it returns the first element within the document that matches the specified selector. Secondly, we have document.querySelectorAll. Now this returns a static node list representing a list of the document's elements that match the specified group of selectors. So basically, if you're finding all the p tags in a document, you can use a document.querySelectorAll. Next, we have document.getElementById. So this returns an element object representing the element whose ID property matches the specified string. Also, we have the document.getElementsByClassName, which returns a collection of elements in the document with the specified class name as a node list object. Now, referring back to the analogy, for explaining CSS and HTML, JavaScript fits into the picture as the dynamic actions that the skeleton in question performs. like dancing as you see here. Okay, now it's time to bring our own Scorekeeper to life by actually adding in some JavaScript. So let's get started. Now, first of all, we are going to create a new file and we're going to make it a JavaScript file. So now once that's done, let's get ahead and create our own JavaScript. Okay, now once we've set our file to be a JavaScript type, let's go and analyze what we're going to try and make. So if you see out here, wait, let me reset it once. So yeah, if you see out here, every time we click player 1, this part, the score part, gets updated. So first of all, we have to tie in these two parts. So this is going to be a counter, and this is going to be the part that is updated. So let's see how we do that. First of all, we have to select our counter, which is the button. So our button needs to have an ID. Okay, so let's see out here. So our first button needs to get an ID, and let's call it counter1. And let's give by ID of player 2 button counter2. Fine, let's save it, and let's move ahead. So let's say variable button1 is equals document, I'm terrible at typing, document dot query selector. Now what we want to select is the ID 1. Now you could have also used document.getElement by ID, but I'm just going to try and showcase all the functions that we learned. So double quote this. So this will select this button, the button 1 that we have created out here. This says player 1. So now we also need to select the score part, which is this part, this highlighted part that you see out here, which is the span in the HTML, which is score1. So to select that, we have to create a variable. So let's say a variable that says player1 score, and we use document.query selector, and we're trying to select score1 because that's the name of the ID of the span. Yep, score1. And we're going to say that variable score of player 1 is 0. Now we need to do the same for player 2 and its button. So let's copy this down now. So this is called button 2. It's going to select counter 2. This is called player 2 score, and it's going to select score 2. And score 2 will also be 0. Now let's also select the reset button for our use later on. So variable reset is document.query selector, and let's say hashtag reset, because was that the name of the ID? Okay, let's give it the ID reset because we haven't given it any ID. So we've given reset button an ID and we've selected it through that. Let's save both the files. So we're going to call the script. So now that's created, let's go ahead and create some event listeners. So what exactly is an event listener? Well, you're going to be clicking on these buttons, right, on the web page. So every click is actually an event that you are triggering. So we need an event listener for that. So how do we create an event listener? Well, all we have to do is say button1.add event listener. And in this, we are going to pass in the event that we are looking for, which is a click, and the callback function, which is basically the function that is executed on the event when it's triggered. So first of all, we need to select the limit. So let's go and create the limit tags out here. Let's give this input an ID of limit, and let's select it. So we go variable limit equals document.query selector, which is basically the limit ID that we just now created. Now what we need from this is the value. So we can do that by going .value, and we'll get the value of the limits that is set out here. So if our value is being set to 5, the .value will give the limit value of 5. Now every time it's pressed, what we want to do is increment our score 1 out here by 1. So we can do that by saying score 1 equals plus plus. So score equals score plus 1, which is basically shorthand written as score 1 plus plus. And we also need to change the text content out here. So what we can do is go, okay, document and player 1 score dot text content equals to the score 1. Now that we've added an event listener to that, we also have to add an event listener to our second button. Let's copy this down. So button2.add event listener. This is also going to have a limit, which is equal to the value. Then we're going to addition to the score 2 out here, and player 2 score will be changed. Now what we are forgetting is we also have to check if the score of player 1 is greater than player 2 and if he has already won or not. So if we don't put a condition to check if he's won, we just keep on incrementing the score and this condition will never be met. So we need to handle that now. For that, we need an if statement. So we go if. So first of all, if the score is equals to the limit. So score 1 equals to limit, or if score 1 is greater than score 2 and what? So score 1 has to be greater than score 2 and score 1 also has to be more than the limit. So score 1 more than the limit. Now if this condition is met, that means somebody's won. So what we see out here that whenever somebody wins, their digit turns green. Now to do that, we can add a neat little trick. First of all, let's go into our styles. Let's create a class called green. Go .green, and we just have to make the color green, right? Now we can add this class whenever somebody is won. So we're just going to add this green class to the elements of whoever's winning. So we do that by saying p1 score dot class list dot add, and you say the name of the class, so you go green. Then what you see out here, when somebody's won, these two buttons get disabled, so we can do that too by saying button 1 dot set attribute, and you go disabled and true. We'll also need to do this for button 2. Yup. And we also need to print winner. So let's handle that later. Let's do this if statement for this function too, for button 2. So copy that down, go down to the function for button 2 and set it there. So if score 2 and just flip everything down. Okay, so now we've worked on these two buttons. Now we also need to work on the reset button. So when the reset button is clicked, everything goes back to the way it was. The value goes back to 5, there's no winner printed, these buttons get undisabled, and the score goes back to 0 and 0. So that's a lot to do. So let's add an event listener to our reset button. So we've already selected our reset button into this variable called reset. So we're going to just use that. So reset dot add event listener, and we're going to be listening for a click here too. And we're going to pass in a callback function. Now, first of all, we want to undisable the two buttons. So button 1 dot add attribute, or rather we're removing an attribute. So we want to remove the attribute disabled, and we want to do this for button 2 also. So we now also need to make the text green. So we can just go p1 score dot remove class list. So you have to remove the class list. So class list dot remove, and you want to remove green. And since you don't know if player 1 or player 2 is winning, you want to do it for both of them. We also have to set both the scores to 0. So we go score 1 equals 0, or you can just go score 1 and score 2 equals 0. What we need to do next is actually display the scores to be 0 and 0 again. To do that, if you guys remember, we go p1s dot text content equals score 1, and the same goes for p2 score also. Next, we need to define the limit and set it to the default of 5 again. So for that, we need to say document dot query selector, and we want to select limit, which is an ID, and we want to make its value equals 5. Okay, and if you guys remember, we also need to print out the winner. So let's go and do that. So first we need to give an ID to the span that we had created. So let's call this winner. Now we need to select the span. So to select the span, all you have to do is create a variable called winner. And you go document dot query selector, and you pass in the ID that is winner. So this will select our ID. So first of all, when somebody wins, we need to actually update the winner content. So if somebody wins, all we have to do is say winner.text content equals to player 1 or something like that. So actually we're going to create a new function just for that. So let's do that first. function print winner. We're going to pass in the name, and let's say if score1 is greater than score2, we want to print so winner.text content equals to layer 1, and else it's just going to be winner.text content equals player 2. Let's give this space. Actually, player 2 is right way. We actually don't need to pass in anything, to be honest. Let's go up here. Now, when this is done, when all this is done, we want to call print winner and pass in the scores actually. But the scores are actually global variables so that they can be accessed from all these functions, so we don't need to do anything. So you go print winner here, and after you've done all that, we go print winner. And in the reset function, all we have to do is set the winner content. So winner.text content equals nothing. So that's how it is. So now all we need to do is add our script to our HTML page, and we do that using the script tag. So we say the type is either text or JavaScript, and we give the source, which is basically the name of the script. So script.js. Let's save that. Let's save all our files. Okay, now let's see if our Scorekeeper is actually running properly. Okay, something's wrong. Document is not defined. JS6. Okay, document JS6. Okay. Cool. That should fix it. Okay, now let's see if it works. So player 1 should get updated. If that's not working, it looks like we've done something wrong. So to always see what is wrong, you go into the console and you always edit out. So we see we cannot read property of value of null, HTML button element anonymous, JS14. 14 document.create query limit. So apparently it can't select limit. So okay, yeah, we forgot to put the hash. It's an ID. Have we done this mistake anywhere else? I don't think so. Okay, let's go ahead and try again. Okay, our scores are updating. And let's see if it turns green as it turns 5. Yep. And let's see if the reset button works now. The reset button is working, but our score is not actually being updated again. So we have to set that again. Let's see. What did I do wrong? Okay, so let's declare them separately. And let's see if that works. Click it up to 5. The winner is player 1. Click reset. It goes back to 0. Okay, guys, so we've successfully created our very first Scorekeeper. You can use this nifty app to actually give the scores between teams if that's what you want to do. But this actually what it showed us is how we can manipulate the document object model using JavaScript so efficient.
I have a simple question for you guys, and the question is, what event can you use to increment a score when a button with ID increment button is clicked? And the options are option A, on click, option B, on change, option C, on hover, option D, on submit. If you know the correct answer, leave it in the comment section below. After building a Scorekeeper, we'll move on to developing a Simon game using JavaScript. In this module, learners will create a more complex game, applying their skills in interactive programming and user experience design.
So here's how the Simon game works. There are this power button, the strict button, and the start button. So this is supposed to simulate a physical Simon toy game, and the physical Simon toy game has a power switch. So that's what this checkbox turns the game on. You can see when I click the power button, you can see right in this count square, this red line appears to indicate that the game is on. And then the strict mode means that if you get one wrong answer, you lose the whole game. So if strict mode is on, you get one wrong answer and the whole game is lost. With strict mode off, if you get a wrong answer, you can start from where you left off. So let me show you an example how it works. This is a memory matching game, so you have to remember the order of the colors. Let's do this. If I press start, so I have to remember the order of these. Oh, I got it wrong. So since I got it wrong, it starts from where I left off. So let's do this again. You will notice that for every round, the count goes up by 1. And if I get something wrong, the count flashes no. So it starts from where I left off because I'm not in strict mode. But if I turn on strict mode and I get it wrong, you can see this count is going to go down to 1 because I got it wrong. And I have to start the game all over again. So let's go into the code because this is what we're going to be building. Okay, I have Sublime Text open on the left, and then I just have my browser with the Simon game open on the right. And in this tutorial, I'm mainly going to focus on the JavaScript. So I already have the HTML and the CSS written. You can see the HTML file here, the CSS file here. The JavaScript file is empty. So I'm going to review the HTML and the CSS and show you how those work. And then I'm actually going to write all the JavaScript and explain that as I go. First, let's see how the project is structured. So my root folder is just Simon Game, and then I have my index.html file. That's the file you see here. And then I have a JavaScript folder and a CSS folder. Now inside these folders, there's just one file. So really, we could have probably put all of this into the root folder, but it's good to get into the mindset of the best practices, and generally you'll have all of your JavaScript in one folder and all of your CSS in another folder. Right now, we're not going to need to see this file structure again, so I'll just close that. Okay, and let me just readjust this a little bit, and I'm going to start going through this HTML here. So you can see from here to here is the heading. Now this is stuff that's not going to really appear on the page, but it's stuff important for the page. The first thing I want to point out is this font here. I'm bringing in a Google font. Now Google makes all these fonts that you can use on websites. They're free to use. They have a lot of unique fonts that you can use. So that's the word Simon here uses the Google font. It's called Original Surfer. So if you just look up Google Fonts, it gives you instructions on how to include them in your web page. And also, there's Google Font Effects. So you can see right here it says effect equals emboss. And that's why you can kind of see a border around this. It's embossed. And Google Fonts have all sorts of effects you can use. So I would highly recommend looking up Google Fonts and the effects if you're not already familiar with them. And then here is where we link to our CSS file. That's the one right here. And then something else to look at is how we are basically importing these audio files to use. So there's 4 different audio files. We have the audio tag, and there's the opening and closing tag. In HTML, most tags have opening and closing tags, and we have these set to different IDs, which we will reference later in our JavaScript. And the source is just this file right here. If you're following along, you can use these same files, or you can use your own files. So we have the 4 different audio files for the sounds that are going to play when each of the buttons are pressed. Before I go over the rest of the HTML, so this HTML here is what actually makes up the actual page that you can see here. But let's go over to the CSS. I'm not going to go through everything on here. I will link to both the HTML and the CSS in the description of the video. So you're not going to have to type all of this out if you're following along. You can just download the HTML file and the CSS file. In fact, all these files will be on the GitHub repository that's linked to in the description. So you can see for the body, you can really use anything for the background, but I just use this repeating pattern here. That's why we have this texture. We could have also used a solid color. And then this is just a standard CSS. You can see that I'm using the Google font for some of these things. And for CSS, just a quick refresher, If you have a dot, that's going to apply to a class. And then if you have a hash mark like this, it's going to apply to an ID. So I'll actually explain that a little more once we get back to our HTML here. So in the body of our HTML, we have this outer circle. And this outer circle, you can see this is the opening div tag, and this is the closing in tag. So everything is within the outer circle. That's this dark black circle all around here. And then here, we have the top left, top right, bottom left, bottom right. And those are just these colors here. And the IDs are important for two reasons. The point of IDs is that there's only one of them. So whereas classes, you can have multiple things with the same class, IDs, you can only have one element with the same ID. So we use the IDs in our CSS. That's one of the ways we use them. For instance, with this top left here, if I go in here, if I scroll down, we'll be able to see top left. And this is the CSS to create this green section here. You can even see background is dark green here. The other purpose of the IDs is that we can reference them in JavaScript. And a lot of these we are going to reference in JavaScript because we are going to add click handlers. And we are going to use JavaScript to show what's going to happen when you click the different elements on the page. So we also have this inner circle. That's this gray circle here. And it has a bunch of stuff inside the inner circle. You can see nested within the circle. So we have the title. And you can see that there's a special class, font, effect, emboss. And that's how we get the effect on this from the Google font. And then we have these switches. The switches are these check marks here. Now we could change these check marks to be toggle switches or buttons or something that would look more similar to the physical Simon game toy. But for now, I just have them as checkboxes. Like we have the power button, the strict button, and then we also have the start button. So if you want to improve upon this project, one idea would be to style these a little more to look like actual buttons or toggles or switches. You could do that using CSS or maybe even use some JavaScript for that. So we have these three buttons here, and then we just have the labels, power and strict. Now turn, that's this box here that's going to tell what turn we're on when we're playing the game. And that's pretty much everything here. The last thing I want to show you in the HTML is this script tag that links to our JavaScript file. And you'll see it's at the very end. Now the CSS is up here at the top. We link to the CSS file, but we link to the JavaScript file at the end. Some people do link to JavaScript files at the beginning, just like the CSS file. But it's really best practice to link to the JavaScript at the end. And that is because we want to make sure all of the HTML is loaded before we load the JavaScript. Because the JavaScript is going to reference some of the items in the HTML. And if the JavaScript loaded too quickly before the HTML was loaded, it could create some problems. Okay, it's time to get to the good stuff, the JavaScript. So hopefully you're following along and actually typing this all out yourself. That's how you're really going to learn. I mean, you can just watch and just try to learn just from observing, but if you actually type this out yourself and follow along, it's going to help you understand the concepts a lot more, and you can try out different things. So like I said, you can just download the CSS and the HTML from the links in the description. But the JavaScript, it would be nice if you typed it out with me. So first, we are going to just type out some of the variables we're going to use. So I'm going to declare our first variable with let order equal, and then I'm going to put an empty array here. These two brackets, that's how we're going to set this variable named order to this array. Now, JavaScript, you're usually going to end all your lines with a semicolon. Let is a way to initialize a variable. There's three different ways to initialize a variable. We have let, we have var, and then there's const. And var, I'm just going to do a brief overview of what the different things are. Var will apply to the entire scope of your program. Let will be a little more of a limited scope and only apply to where it was defined. And const stands for constant, and constants cannot be changed. So once you set a variable with const, you can't set it to something else later. So most people say you should only use let and const, and you should never use var. So we're just going to use let here. So order, this is a variable that's going to keep track of the order of the lights and how they're going to flash. We're also going to have let player order. Now this is going to be the order that the player is pressing the lights in. Let flash, this is going to be basically an integer. Now with JavaScript, you don't set the types of the variables, but generally you keep them one type for the most part. And this is just going to be a number, the number of flashes that have appeared in the game. We're also going to have let turn to keep track of what turn we're on. Let good, and this is going to be a Boolean, true or false, whether the player is doing well or not. If the player has hit all the right colors or if the player's not hit all the right colors. And let comp turn also is going to be a Boolean, true or false. It's going to keep track of whether it's the computer's turn or the player's turn. We're also going to have let interval ID. I'm going to explain that one a little later. Then let strict is going to keep track of if the check mark has been checked. It's going to start at false because it's going to start unchecked. Let noise equals true if we're playing noise. This will make more sense later in the program. Let on equals false, and that's if the program has been turned on, the power button here, and it's going to start turned off. And then let win, this is just going to say if the player has won the game or not. So now we're going to use some consts. We have to have a way to get some of our HTML elements to reference them in JavaScript. So that's what we're going to do here. We're going to reference some of our HTML elements in JavaScript. I'm going to show you how to do that. We're going to have the turn counter. Now the turn counter is this right here, and we want to reference that in JavaScript. So I'm going to use this document.querySelector, and then I'm going to pass in I'm going to pass in a CSS selector. So I'm going to just type in turn here. So when I do document.querySelector, I can pass in any CSS selector, and this hashtag turn means an element with the ID of turn. So if I go into my HTML, you'll see it right here. We have an ID of turn. So now we've actually taken that HTML element and put it into this variable, turn counter. And now we can use our JavaScript to manipulate that. We're going to do that a few more times. Const top left equals document.query selector, and then this time it will just be top left, and then we'll just kind of speed this up a little bit. Okay, you can see now I have a variable for all the elements we're going to reference. The top left, top right, bottom left, bottom right, the strict button, the on button, and the start button. These are all the elements that you can interact with. Besides the turn counter, you can't interact with the turn counter, but all these other elements we can interact with, and we're going to use JavaScript for the interaction. So we just use the CSS selectors for each of those elements, like top left. You can see here ID of top left, and then we got all these elements into variables, and since they're always going to stay the same, we were able to use const. So now that we have the variables set up, we can start writing the code that's going to allow us to interact with the game and play the game. So how I'm going to organize this is I'm going to write the program in the order that you would play the game. So first of all, you're going to interact with these buttons here, like the power button, the strict button, and the start button. So I'm just going to we'll just start with the strict button for now. So I'm going to reference the strict button. Now this is the variable we just made up here, and I'm going to add event listener. And so if we add an event listener, it's going to be listening for some event on that element. And the event is going to be change. And so I'm going to pass in a function. Now this is going to be an arrow function here. There's a couple ways to make functions in JavaScript, and this is a common way for event listeners. This is what we're going to be passing into the function, and you put the arrow, the equal, and then the more than sign, and we have these curly braces, and this is what's going to happen when that checkbox is changed. So I'm going to put if strict. Well, before I actually do this, I want to actually show you it working. So let's just do a console.log, and I'm going to say checked. So a console.log, if we open up the JavaScript console, we can see something happen with this. So I'm going to save this. I'm going to refresh here. Now I'm going to open up the JavaScript console on the side here. Now, if I click the strict button, we should see something appear here. Okay, you can see it now says checked because this changed. Now, this would actually work. You can see every time I click here, it increases the number because it's saying that it has put that word that many times. This could really be also add event listener click. This could be click or change, and it would do the same thing because we're just trying to keep track of when we clicked it or changed it. Because we are going to, in the code, the logic of the code, it's going to check whether that checkbox is checked or not. So let me show you that now. First of all, I'll close the JavaScript console, and we'll just move this back over. So we can see the code a little better. So what I'm going to do here is say if strict button dot checked equals true. So that's a way that we can see if this is checked. Now dot checked is only going to be something we can use if we're dealing with a checkbox. But since strict button is a checkbox, we can see if it's checked as true, or if it's not checked, it would be false, then we can do something. So if it's checked, if it's true, we're going to set strict to equal true. Else, we are going to set strict to equal false. So this is just a standard if-else statement. So if it's checked, strict should be true, else strict should be false. So we've now just finished that whole button, and we can go on to the next button, which is going to be the on button. So again, I'm going to do an add event listener, and again it's going to be a click event. And so I'll pass in the event. You'll see, notice that above we pass in the event to this function, and we never use that event here. That's okay. It's still that's still when you're creating an event listener, you always pass in the event even when you're not going to use that event in the function. So this time, again, we're going to check if the on button dot checked equals true. And so if the on button is checked, we'll do a few. Now we're going to do two things. we are going to set on to equal true, just like we set strict to equal true. And remember, these variables come from up here, on and strict. But we're going to do one more thing. If you remember in the example I showed you at the beginning, when you turn the power on, we want a line to appear right here to show that it's on. So to do that, I'm going to do turn counter dot inner HTML. Now inner HTML, well, let me just finish writing this line. So this is going to equal and just this dash. Inner HTML is something that you can use on any HTML element to set the HTML to something different. So now the HTML within this turn counter is going to be this line. So if we look in here, right now, here's the turn counter, and within the turn counter is nothing. Between these two brackets here, there's nothing there. But when we do this turn counter.inner HTML, it's going to put a dash right in the turn counter. So we'll do the else here. We're going to do on equals false, and then turn counter.inner HTML equals, and we're going to set it back to nothing. So let's just see if this works now. I'll save that, refresh, and if I turn the power on, you'll now see this line appear when I check it and uncheck it. So this is starting to have at least some functionality. We're going to do a few more things in the else here. I want to make sure it's higher so it's easier to see. So we're going to do a few more things when you turn this off. So we're going to clear the color. So this is a function. This is how you call a function in JavaScript. I still need to define this function. But let's say you're playing the game and one of the colors lit up. When you turn the power off, all the colors should, all the lights should go off, or the colors that are a lighter color should go back to the darker color. And then the other thing we're going to do is to clear an interval. Now I'm going to be talking more about what this is more later when I define the interval, but I'll just put it here now, and we're going to come back to that. You can see we passed in this interval ID. So just keep this in mind. We're going to come back to that later. I'm going to explain that. So we have the on button done. The final thing is the start button. So just like before, we're going to do an add event listener, and it's going to be a click event listener. And we're going to do a function, an anonymous function in here. It's an arrow function. And here, we're going to just do one thing. If this is the start button, and it should only do something if the game is on. So if on, or there's been a win, we are going to play. So let me go through this. If on, this is just a shorthand way of saying if on equals true, or when equals true, then call the play function, which we're going to get to in a minute here. It'll play the game. So you click the start button, and we're going to play the game. So that's what we're going to do now, is define the play function. So this is how. So this is one way to define a function. This is called an arrow function that was introduced in ES6. There's another way to define a function. A more common way is like this. I'm going to use the function keyword, function play, and I'm going to. So this is the name of the function. This is anything we're going to pass in to the function. Which is going to be nothing in this case, and then the whole function is going to take place within these curly braces here. So first of all, I'm going to go up and actually add some semicolons to these here. And when we first try to play the game, the first thing we want to do is reset variables. Now, if it's the first time you've played the game, the variables will already be reset. But if you're playing again, we just want to make sure the variables have been reset. So let's see, we're going to set win to equal false because you're starting the game. You haven't won yet. Order is going to equal an empty array. We're going to fill that in a second here. The player order, again, is going to equal an empty array. The flash is going to equal 0. There's been 0 flashes. Interval ID equals 0. Let me scroll a little bit here. Turn equals 1. Turn counter dot inner HTML equals 1. So this count is going to go to 1 as soon as you press start because we're on the first round of the game. What else we're going to have? Good equals true. That means the player hasn't hit anything incorrect yet. And now we are going to use a for loop to fill up this order. So we need to randomly fill up this array here. So we have 4 different quadrants. So we're going to fill up this array with a random series of numbers to indicate the order that these are going to light up in the game. So this is how we're going to do the for loop. For var, so when you have a for loop, you pass in 3 different things. You initialize a variable, I equals 0. We're going to loop until I is, or we are going to loop while I is less than 20. And then at the end of the loop, we're going to increment I. So it's going to go through this loop 20 times. Because in this game, you have to do 20 rounds before you win the game. So this is how we're going to fill the array. Order.push math.floor math.random times 4 and then plus 1. So this whole line basically gets a random numbers between 1 and 4 and fills this array. So this is the array. We're going to push something onto the array. And what we're going to push onto the array, we have a random number. This gets a random decimal, but when we multiply it by 4 and then add 1 here, it gets the number between 1 and 5. But it could still be a decimal, so math.floor is going to round it down. So we can actually see what happens here by just doing another console.log. So I'm going to do console.log, and I'm just going to log order. So if we go into our page here, and I'm going to open up the JavaScript console, okay, with the power button and the start button, you will see that we have this array. This is an array right in the console, and it's just 20 numbers, 20 random numbers between 1 and 4. So that's how we've made this array that's going to show the order that those lights are going to flash in the game. So let's go back over here, and we'll set the comp turn to equal true. It starts with the computer flashing lights, and then the player has to match those lights. And then we start the first turn. I'm going to just type in and I'll explain what it means. The interval ID equals set interval game turn 800. So let me break this down. Set interval means it's going to run a function after every certain amount of milliseconds. So set interval, it's going to run the game turn function every 800 milliseconds. That's going to make it so the computer flashes a light on here every 800 milliseconds. And it's going to keep repeating until this interval is cleared. Now the interval is going to clear after all the lights have flashed, but I haven't done that yet. But we need this interval ID here. That's what we set up here, and we have it down here. The reason why we have an interval ID is so we can clear the interval. So I told you we're going to come back up to here. If you turn the power off, clear interval, that means it's going to stop Simon from flashing the colors, because it's going to stop running the game turn function every 800 milliseconds. And the game turn function is what flashes the colors. So this starts the game. So now that we've referenced the game turn function, let's define the game turn function. Okay, the game turn function. So I define the function the same way, function game turn. And then we are going to say what's going to happen when this function is called. So on is going to equal false. Now this is just a tricky thing where whenever on equals false, the player cannot click any of these buttons. So while the computer is flashing colors, we don't want the player to be able to click any of the buttons. So that's why on is set to false here. So now, let's see, if flash equals turn, then we're going to do something. So that means if the number of times the lights have flashed equals the turn that we're on, the turn shows right here, then that means the computer's turn is over. So if the computer's turn is over, we're going to clear the interval. In a bit we'll show what happens if the computer's turn is not over. But if it's done flashing all the lights like that, we're going to clear the interval. This is what we talked about earlier with the interval ID. Comp turn is going to equal false. And then we're going to clear the color if any colors are lit up. And on is going to equal true. Now that on is equal to true, that means the player can now start pressing buttons on there. So down here, if it is the computer's turn, then we'll do these things. If the turn's not over, if it's the first thing we're going to do, we're going to clear the color, because we're going to clear the color from the last time the computer lit up something. Oh, and that reminds me, I forgot to put the parentheses on the end. Whenever you're going to call a function, you have to put parentheses on the end of the name there. So clear the color, and now I'm going to set a timeout. Set timeout is very similar to set interval. So set interval is going to keep repeating this over and over. Set timeout is going to do something once after a certain number of milliseconds. So again, I'm going to use one of these arrow functions from ES6, and it's going to run this function after a certain number of milliseconds. So I'll put the milliseconds at the end. So I haven't defined what the function is, but you can see here that it's going to wait 200 milliseconds and then do what's in here. So what's in here is it's going to flash a number or a color. So we have to know what colors it's going to flash. Is it going to flash the green, red, yellow, or blue? So we're going to have an if statement here. So if order flash equals 1, okay, let me explain this line here. So remember, order is an array, and so flash is the number of times we've flashed a color, and flash starts at 0, and so 0 is the first item in the array. So if the first item in the array is 1. And remember, this array is an array of random numbers 1, 2, 3, 4. So if the first item is 1, we're going to run the 1 function, which we have to define later. That's going to flash the green right here. And I'm just going to copy this line, and we're going to do it 3 more times. Another thing is, normally with an if statement here, you're going to put in these parentheses what the condition is. And then you're going to have a curly brackets, and you're going to run the things in the curly brackets if the condition is true. But you can also skip the curly brackets and just put the thing to run if the condition is true right after the parentheses. So inside the parentheses is the condition, and then right afterwards is the function you're going to run if this condition is true. So this is going to be 2, 3, 4, and these are going to be functions 2, 3, 4. So it's going to run the function depending on what the number is. And then the last thing that has to happen is the flash has to be incremented. So it started at 0, but it's going to go up 1 every time the computer flashes. This happens after 200 milliseconds. Because of this set interval up here, a light is going to flash every 800 milliseconds. But since we have this 200 milliseconds here, that means it's going to stop flashing for 200 milliseconds, and it's going to flash again to the end of the 800 milliseconds. Well, I can demonstrate it by just making these functions here, the 1, 2, 3, 4 functions, and we can actually run this and see what happens. So I'm going to make the function 1, and we're not going to pass in things to any of these functions. That's why this is always empty here. And now we're going to say if noise. And so if it should make a noise, then it will make a noise. Remember, we had these sounds here in our HTML, and now we're going to use them in our JavaScript. So var audio equals document.get element by ID clip 1. So this get element by ID is pretty much, it's very similar to the query selector, but query selector, you can use any CSS selector, and get element by ID, you just put an ID in here. But since we already know it's an ID, we don't have to put a hash mark. Now I could have put query selector and then put hash mark clip 1, but I just wanted to show you a different way you could do this. Now this ID clip 1 is right here. If we go back to our HTML, clip 1 here, so we're now getting this sound effect. And on the next line, we are going to play it by doing audio.play. Now, we could have put this at the top, but I decided to do it this way, where it's right in here instead of up here with the rest. And actually, I'm going to make one more change really quick. Instead of var, this will be a let. I already told you that we don't really use var anymore. It's going to play the sound. I'm going to set the noise to equal true, just in case it was set to false. Now you'll understand more of this noise thing later when I show you when the noise is set to false. And then top left dot style dot background color equals light green. Okay, let me break this down for you. So top left is this thing right here that we got with the query selector. Style means we're going to change the CSS style. You can change CSS using JavaScript. And we're going to change the background color element. Right now, background color is green, but we're going to set it to light green. If I go into my style and I find top left, actually the background is dark green, and then I set the background color to be light green. So we have this thing here for what happens when you click the 1. Now it's going to be pretty similar for 2, 3, and 4. So I'm just going to copy this, and that's going to be 2, 3, 4. So I'm going to change this to 2, and this is clip 2, and the color is going to be tomato. Now, just so you know, I could be using hex codes or some other way to indicate a color, but HTML has a set of keywords that you can use to specify certain colors. So tomato is a keyword to signify a specific color in HTML that you will see soon when I do the example. So this is going to be 3, and set that to 3. 4, set that to 4. This color is going to be yellow, and then this color is going to be light sky blue. Okay, I think we have enough code here to do an example. So let me save that. I'll refresh here, and if I press start, okay, it's not working. Let's check the console. Clear color is not defined. Oh yeah, so I just spelled this wrong. So let's see, clear color, and then I'll refresh. Now let's try, see if I get any clear. Okay, it's still, I spelled it wrong, but then another problem is that I actually never defined that function. So let's do that right now. I'm going to go down here, clear color. Oh, I have to put the word function. So function clear color. I'm going to use a line very similar to this, where it says top left dot style dot background color equals light green. So top left dot style dot background color equals dark green, because that's the initial color that we specified in the CSS. And then same with this one. Oh, now I'm seeing another problem. Now that I'm actually copying and pasting, we have top left here. This is supposed to be, okay, we got top left here. This is supposed to be top right. This is supposed to be bottom left. And this is supposed to be bottom right. So now I can continue to copy and paste, and I'll be getting the right code here. So let's see. This, instead of tomato, is going to be dark red. And then the bottom left, instead of yellow, is going to be golden rod. See, these are all HTML color names. And then the bottom right, instead of light sky blue, is going to be dark blue. Okay, let's see if we're going to get any errors now. I'll power this on, press start, and it seems to be working. So let me close that for now. So you can see it just went, but it never really went back. So let's see if we've done something wrong. I was expecting the color to turn off at some point. Oh, the problem was I put dark color here instead of dark green. So it never turned back to dark green. So let's try it again. I'll save this, refresh, and start this. Okay, so now it turned green. But now I can't click it though. So I'm trying to click here to show that I know that this just lit up, but that's not working because we haven't programmed that yet. So that's the next thing we're going to program. So to make it so a player can click these colors, we're going to have some more event listeners. So let me move this code up a little bit, and I'm going to add some more event listeners. So top left dot add event listener, And this is going to be another click event listener because we're just listening for the user to click the top left. And just like before, event. So now we're going to check if it's on. We only want a user to be able to click there if the program is on. So if it is on, we'll do a few things. The player order dot push 1. Remember, player order is an array of the sections that the player has clicked or pressed. So if the player pushes here, we're going to push 1 onto the player order array. Then we're going to check if the player was correct. This is going to be a function to check to see if the player was right. Now, whether or not the player was right, we're going to call the 1 function. Now, this is the same function that the computer called that just lights up that color. And now, if the player has not won, if the player is not won yet, then we're going to set the timeout. And we're going to clear the color. So after 300 milliseconds, we're going to make sure the color is cleared, that the color that the user clicked is going to clear after 300 milliseconds. Let's actually test this out, but I'm going to comment out this checking if they've won because we haven't made that function yet. So let me refresh here. Oh, actually it only works if I click up here. Yep. That worked. Except the color didn't clear because I forgot to put parentheses here. So let me just try again to make sure everything works. Okay, we got that one to work. And now, well, let me uncomment this. I'm just going to do some copying and pasting because we're going to do this for every corner. So we got top left. Now I'm going to do top right. And for top right, we're going to push on the number 2. We're going to call the 2 function, but everything else will be the same. So now we have bottom left, bottom, push on a 3. This is going to be 3. Everything else is the same. Now we have bottom right, push on a 4, 4, and everything is the same. And now we just need our check function. These are all calling a check function, and this will be one of our more complicated functions. So let's get to it. Function check. And so we're going to check if it's correct. So if player order, in these brackets I'll put player order dot length -1, that just means the last thing that the player clicked. If the player order does not equal the real order at player order dot length -1, the last thing that the player clicked, then good equals false. So if they're not the same, good equals false. Remember, good is true if the player is getting everything correct, and good is false if the player has something incorrect. We'll just put that on through the next line so it's easier to read. And so now, if player order.length equals 20, that means they've gotten every single one right, and good, that means they haven't missed anything. If good equals true, now I could have just put and good. I didn't have to put good equals true. In fact, I will just do that. If we're on the 20th round and good, we haven't got anything wrong, then we'll call the win game function. If good equals false, that means the player got something wrong. We're going to do something else. So first, I'm going to flash the color. This is the function that we still have to write. Then the turn counter dot inner HTML is going to equal no. That just means right in here it's going to say no. And then the next thing that's going to happen is that we're going to set a timeout. And then the turn counter is going to be set back to the turn number. So the turn counter was set to no, but after a certain amount of milliseconds, it's going to go back to the turn number. And then also, we're going to clear the color. So we are flashing the color here, and then we're going to clear the color here after a certain number of milliseconds. And I'll just put those milliseconds, which is going to be 800 milliseconds. We're also going to do something special if we're in strict mode here. So if we're in strict mode, I'm going to call the play function. And remember, play function is just like repeating the whole game, starting the game over with. Else, if we're not in strict mode, then we can repeat the round. So let me set some things up here to repeat the round. So if you get something wrong, then the round is repeated if you're not in strict mode. So comp turn is going to equal true, and the flash is going to equal 0, and the player order is going to be an empty array. Good equals true, because now we're back to having nothing wrong because the round has just started. Interval ID equals set interval. So we're starting this just like we did before in the play function with a set interval by calling game turn with every 800 milliseconds. And then the final thing that's going to be in this function is noise equals false. So remember, we're still in the good equals false if statement. So if the player got something wrong, we're not going to play a noise. Noise is going to equal false. You only play the noise if the player got clicked on the right thing. So now we can see up here why we check to see if noise is true. We have a few conditions so far. The condition if the player wins the game. The condition if the player is wrong. But now there's the condition if the player got it correct but has not won the game yet. So that's the condition I'm going to do now. So if turn equals player order dot length and good, and we haven't won yet, then turn plus plus. So we've now gone to the next turn, and we're going to clear the player order for the next turn to begin. Comp turn is going to equal true. Flash is going to equal 0. Turn counter dot inner HTML equals turn. Now there's some code that's repeated from here to here, so there could be some room for refactoring here. And interval ID equals set interval turn. Yeah, again, this would be a prime place for some refactoring since we have some repeated code here. And that's it for this check function. But within the check function, we reference two functions that haven't been created yet. The win game function and the flash color function. So let's do those now. First, the flash color function. It's going to be very similar to the check color function. So similar that I'm going to start by copying and pasting. So the flash color, we're going to just set these to the other colors. So light green, and then instead of dark red, it's going to be tomato. Instead of goldenrod, we'll have yellow. And this is going to be light sky blue. And then the other function is the win game function. I'll put that at the end. So function win game. If someone has won the game, first we're going to do the flash color function that I just defined here. And then we're going to do turn counter dot inner HTML is going to be set to when, and on is going to equal false. So now a user can't click anything because on is equal to false, and then when is equal to true because the game has been won. And that actually should be the full game. So let's do some tests to see if anything goes wrong. So just saved. I'm going to refresh here. So let's see, we'll hit the power button, start. Okay. Okay, let's see what happens when you press the wrong thing. It says no, and then it goes back. Ooh, it was supposed to play this again, but it didn't. So let's see what went wrong. Okay, I have a spelling error right here. So this said sticked, it should say strict. I'm sure some of the viewers probably saw that I spelled that wrong. Okay, so that was supposed to be if strict. So let's save that, refresh. Let's see what happens here. Okay, good, it replayed from where I lost. Now if I should turn it on to strict mode, if I get something wrong, it should replay from the beginning. It should start a new game if I get something wrong. Yep, it went down to 1. It just started a new game. Now let's test what happens if we win. Now I'm not going to sit here and go through 20 rounds to see what happens when I win. I'm going to just make some change in the code here. So instead of length equal 20, I'm going to change this to length equal 3 so we can check what happens after 3 rounds for winning the game. Here it comes. Yep. And see, all of them light up and it says win right there. And so we should be able to start again by just pressing the start button. Yep. We can turn it off anytime. See, I click the power button and the light went out and then this went out. So we have just created an entire Simon game. Everything works. I talked about some areas of refactoring that you may be able to work on your own. You can make this design a little better. Some of this code that was repeated, we can try to not have repeated code. And I saw some other places, like right here, if comp turn, this could really even be an else statement. And you may be able to figure out a way to not even have the comp turn variable. But that's something you can try to figure out on your own.
I have another question for you guys. Which HTML5 element is commonly used to create interactive games in JavaScript? And the options are given on the screen. If you know the correct answer, leave it in the comment section below. We have developed several exciting games so far. Next, we'll enter the JavaScript projects module, where learners will work on various projects to reinforce and expand their JavaScript skills through hands-on practice.
So let's begin with the first level, that is the basic level. And in this level, the first project that we will be discussing is the analog clock. So the first project is to build a basic analog clock using the HTML canvas. So here we will use the JavaScript functions to draw the clock face, and then we will add numbers and add clock hands and finally start the time. Now for this, all you need is a source code editor. Here I'll be using the Visual Studio Code. You can use any other editor as well. Now this project will give you the output where you will get to see an analog clock in the screen itself. So you will be building an analog clock that will show you the time, where you will have the numbers and also the hour, minute and second hands. So now let's get to the code for this analog clock and how we are going to use JavaScript and HTML and build an HTML container in order to get a final output of our analog clock. Now the first step is to create an HTML canvas for your clock. So here we have the HTML code part for our analog clock. So the first thing that we are doing is adding an HTML canvas. Now we are creating this with the canvas code, and inside this we are creating our canvas, and we have provided the width and height value. Here I have given the width and height to be 400 for my entire canvas, and then you can set any background color. So with this you have just created the canvas where you will be finally drawing your analog clock, and then with the help of the JavaScript functions you will be able to start it as well. Now here we have a variable canvas. So here we are creating a canvas object, that is the var canvas, from the HTML canvas element. So here you have your canvas, that is the object, and you have your document.getElementById, and here we have taken our canvas from the HTML code. Now the next step is to create a 2D drawing object for the canvas object. So what we have done is we have taken the object as CTX and we have created a 2D drawing object. So you can see that I have mentioned it to be 2D as well. And we have taken the get context so that we get the context of our canvas from this particular object, and also we are creating the 2D object here. Now the next step is to calculate the clock radius using the height of the canvas. So here we are taking the radius as canvas.height by 2. So this will provide us the radius of our entire clock here, or how you are drawing the clock inside your canvas. So this is basically your clock radius. Now the next step is to remap the position to the center. So what we are doing is we are taking the translate function, and here we have given the radius so that it will position your clock right at the center of your canvas. You have the canvas with the width 400 and the height 400 here. Now you just want to draw that particular circle, or taking the radius of that particular circle and draw it right in the middle. So we have to just do the mapping here and position it in the center. Now what we are doing here is we are setting up the radius value here. So here I have set the radius value as radius into 0.90 because I'm making the radius as 90% so that it fits well inside my canvas instead of taking it 100%. Now the next thing you need to do is finally draw the face of your clock. So for that we have taken a function which is the draw face function, and inside that we have the parameters as the CTX and the radius. So the CTX is basically the 2D drawing that we created, and the radius is basically with the help of which you will be drawing your circle or the body of your clock. Now here we have just started drawing our clock here with the help of the radius. We have taken the arc and we will make sure that it's mapped 0, 0, that is right in the center. Then we have our radius, which is the radius into 0.90. We have set the value as 90% because we want the clock in the middle and also right inside the canvas itself. And here we have used the formula for drawing our circle 2 into math.py, because this is how we are going to draw our circle with the help of the radius value that we have assigned already. Now this is all about styling, so I am taking the ctx.fill style in order to add colors to my canvas or add colors to the circle that I've drawn. So my clock would be white in color, so I've set the fill style, that is, it will fill the circle with the color white. Now the next step is to create a radial gradient. So for that we have taken the create radial gradient, and inside this we have passed the parameter as 0, 0. Then we have the radius as 0.95, and then we have another parameter where the radius is 1.05. So what happens here is that we create a radial gradient which is 95% and 100% of the original clock inside. So this is just to style your original clock so that we have an outer layer and also an inside layer which will make it look like a clock at least. Then the next step is to create the 3 color stops corresponding with the inner, middle and the outer range of your clock. So we have the 3 color stops here. The first one's value is 0, then we have 0.5, and finally we have 1, which represents the inner, middle and the outer range of your clock. So we have just set the color here differently. So we will have a grayish and white color here. Now next is just defining the gradient as the stroke style of the drawing object. So these are basically setting up the width and the design of your outer and inner range of your clock, or how the actual clock would look like. Not the complete look, but definitely the radius and also the outer design of it. So here with the line width, we are defining the line width of the drawing object. So here we have set it to be 10% of our radius. Now finally, we will draw our clock center. Now for the clock center, we have our arc as 0, 0, radius set as 0.1, and then we have the 2 into math.pi formula. Now again, in order to add colors, we will just take the fill style and add the color. Here I've used the 333, which is the slight grayish color here. So this is all about designing the outer part, or just giving the look of your circle or the outermost circle of your clock. So this is all about the designing of those parts of your clock. Now once you are done drawing the clock or the shape of the clock, now the next step is to add numbers. So the next function here we have is draw numbers. So now we have a canvas, and inside the canvas we have designed our clock, or at least the outer part of our clock. So we have a circle drawn with the radius, then we have set different color stops or margins around it in the inner, outer and the middle range, and we have set colors for them as well. Now the next step is to draw the numbers. Now in order to draw the numbers, the first thing that you must do is set the font size of your drawing object. So what we are doing is we are setting the font of the numbers to be 15% of our radius. So what we have done is we have taken the ctx.font equal to radius into 0.15, and we have used the font to be PX Arial. So what we have done is we have considered the 15% of our radius and set the font to be of that particular size. Then we have the text baseline, and we have aligned our text to the middle and the center of our circle or center of our clock. This is for the baseline where we have set it to be middle, and this is for our alignment, and we have aligned it in the center. Now the next thing that we have to do is calculate the print position to 85% of our radius. Now we will be having 12 numbers. So what we have to do is set these 12 numbers accordingly so that they are aligned properly and also are in the equal distance from each other. So what we will do is we will set the print position to 85% of the radius and rotate it at pi by 6 for each number. Now pi by 6 for each number will make sure that we have all of these numbers in the equal distance, and also we have set the 12 numbers accordingly. Now for that we have to set the angle here, and the angle we have set here is the num into math.pi by 6. So as I said, we have set it to 85% of the radius and rotated at pi by 6 value. So we have set the angle here, so we have the number, and also we have rotated it as pi by 6, so that we have these 12 numbers set in the position. And we are rotating it according to the angle value that we have set here. So we have used the rotate function here, where we have given the parameter as the angle that we have set right here. And the next step we need to do is rotate and translate. So here we have set the rotation to the angle that we have set, and also the translation to 85% of your radius. So now that it covers a 360-degree radius of it, so we have the minus and plus, that is both sides of our radius. So the first one will be minus radius into 0.85, and the next one will be radius into 0.85, that is the positive value. So basically we have set it for all our quadrants. So we have the positive and negative quadrants as well. Now with this you have inserted the numbers as well. So now you have the canvas, you have the outer circle or the shape of your clock, and finally you have inserted all the numbers from 1 to 12 in your clock. Now the next thing that you need to do is draw the hands, that is the hour, minute and second hands. So this is basically drawing the time. So we are using the function draw time here. Now we have to set the hour, minute and second hand. Now the first thing is to use the date function. Now how would this date function help you is it will help you get the hour, minute and seconds, right? So now next step is to set the hour, minute and second value. So for hour we have the get hours function, then we have get minutes, and then we have get seconds function. So now we have to apply a little bit of math here again for the hour, minute and second hands. Now for the hour hand, we have to calculate the angle of the hour hand and draw it a length and a width as well. So here it will cover a 360-degree of your clock. So we have the 50% of your radius here, and we have 12 numbers. That is, it goes up to 12 hours, of course. So for that, we have the modulus set to R modulus 12. Now, how do we calculate this? The formula for this would be R into math.pi by 6 plus minute into math.pi by 6 into 60 plus second into math.pi by 360 into 60. So this is nothing but dividing your hour, minute and second based on the time or based on the numbers that are there, and also using the radius and how you're going to set the value. So for your hour, you have a simple pi by 6, which is going to cover the entire 360-degree and go to the 12 numbers as well. For the minute, we have 6 into 60, and for the second, we have 360 into 60. And here we have the draw hand function where we have the radius set, which will help you draw your hour hand here. In the same way, we also have the minute hand, for which the formula would just change a little, and here we have minute into math.pi by 30 and second into math.pi by 30 into 60. So this is just to calculate that how many seconds or how many minutes would it take. And then finally, we have the second hand. So for the second, we have second into math.pi by 30. Now we all know that for 60 seconds, we will have 1 minute, and for 60 minutes, we will have 1 hour. So it is divided accordingly, and you just have to set it with the radius and do the calculation and do the math and set the formula accordingly, so that with every 60 seconds you have 1 minute moving, and with every 60 minutes you have the hour hand moving as well. Now here you have finished drawing your hour, minute and second hands, but what about making them work, or what about seeing your second hand move every second and then your minute hand and hour hand as well? Basically, what about starting your clock? So for that, all you have to do is make sure that the formula that you have used for your hour, minute and second is started. And for that, you have the draw hand function where you have set the position, length and width. So it basically moves your hands to this position and keeps rotating based on your position, length and width that you have set here. So for that, we have the stroke function and the rotate function, which will make sure that your hands are moving and rotating throughout the clock according to the formula, and also follow the rules where for every 60 seconds you will have the minute hand moving, and for every 60 minutes you will have the hour hand moving to the next number. So with this, we have finished inserting all our functions into this HTML canvas. And finally, with HTML and JavaScript, we are done building our analog clock here. So now we have created the canvas in the first step. Then we have drawn the face here with the help of function draw face. Then we have added different numbers with the help of the function draw numbers. And then we have drawn the clock and created the function to draw the basic clock. After that, we have drawn the time with the function draw time and got our hour, minute and second hands. And finally, we have used the draw hand function in order to start your clock. So now let's just save this code and see what output does it give us. So now when I go to the website, you can see that we have our first analog clock here. So this is the basic level and the first JavaScript project that we discussed about, which is just to build a simple analog clock. Now let me explain you. The first function was to draw the canvas. So this part is our function. So now you know why I set the radius to 95% and not 100%, because if it was 100%, it would cover up the entire area here. And I've just taken it 95% so that it fits well inside my canvas. So this part is my canvas here, and this is the structure. Now you understand the inner, outer, margin and also the color that I had set. We have a white layer inside, and then for both the inner and the outer circle or the margin, we had used the color which is a little grayish. Then we have set the number here, that is from 1 to 12, which represents the hours in a day. And then we have the 3 hands that we have set here, hour, minute and your second. And finally, we have started the clock. So we have set the clock duration as well. And this just helps you start your clock, and you have the second hand moving, and you can see that with every 60 seconds your minute hand would move, that is 1 minute, and with every 60 minutes as well, your hour hand will move as well. So this was the first and the most simple project that you can create with the help of HTML and JavaScript, that is building your analog clock. Now talking about the next project, we have pick your color. So now this is a color game which is also a basic level JavaScript project, but it adds a little more into this level itself because here we will be using CSS as well in order to style this particular project. Now pick your color is all about creating a color game where you have to pick the right choice of color based on the RGB, that is the red, green, blue ratio. So here we will use the CSS to style the grids and JavaScript functions to recolor those grids after each try. Now same, I'll be using the Visual Studio Code for this one as well. Now talking about the output, it will give you a color game where you have to select the color from 6 grids which will have different colors based on the RGB ratio that will be provided. So you just have to figure out which is the right color, and as soon as you pick the right color, the game refreshes and you can go and play it again and again. So now this is an interesting one, so let's move ahead and see how to build your own pick your color game. So the first thing is your HTML file. Now here you will just create the basic structure for your color game, and after you add your JS functions, that is your JavaScript functions, and style it, you will just be adding those links here. Now talking about the HTML file, the first thing is you have to set your headers, that is I have set my first header to be pick your shade, and we have the RGB which will represent the red, green, blue ratio here. And you can just add any headings that you want to add in your game to make it more attractive. So I've just written pick and play here. Now the next thing you need to do is set your 6 squares that you're adding, right? Now before that, you have to have buttons which will change your colors and reset your game. So for the first stripe, I have the buttons set as reset, which will change colors. Then I have a message, then I have an easy button, and then I have the selected and hard button as well. So you have 2 different levels, which is easy and hard. So here I have added 2 different buttons as easy and hard, which basically represents the 2 different levels of the game, right? And then we just have to create the container for all the squares that you're creating here. So we have 6 squares, so I've created 6 different class and I have inserted square here. So this is basically just creating the structure and the container for your game. So here you will just set the buttons that you want to insert and also the square boxes that you've inserted. It just gives the first and the basic step for your pick your color game. Now in the pick your color game, you will have the output as 6 different color boxes from where you have to select the true color. So the HTML section was all about building the container and just giving the basic structure to your game. Now here we have our JavaScript code where you have all the JavaScript functions that will actually make this game work. So let's see how this works. So the first thing is to set your number of squares. So we have taken 6 squares. You can add 8 or any number of squares as well. But 6 makes it look good and also easy to pick as well. Now for the colors that are to be inserted in the square, we have a function as generate random colors. So this will basically generate random colors to all your 6 blocks here. And inside that, we have the parameter as num squares because it will pass the random colors to these squares that we have set here. And all of these boxes are squares, so we have to pick the color with the help of pick color function here. Now whatever color you pick would be taken with the help of this particular function. As soon as you click on one of the boxes or one of these squares, this is the function that will work here because this is the color that you have picked. Now in this game, we have set the RGB code. So based on the RGB ratio, you have to pick your color. Now how would you get that RGB code? So for that, we have the HTML element RGB code, which will initiate or generate the code or the ratio, right? So for that, we have taken the output as document.getElementById RGB code. So this will display your ratio of your red, green, blue color based on which you have to pick the right square. So here I have used another message display which will give the message of the color that you have selected if it's right or not. So here I have set the H1. So in my HTML code, I have set the H1 as pick your shade, right? And here we have the reset button, easy button and hard button. So in the HTML, you saw that we have the structure where you can reset, and you have an easy button, and then you have a hard button as well. In JavaScript, these elements will take the functions and the output as reset, easy button, and hard button. So with the help of these three elements, that is reset button, hard button, and easy button, you get these three options where you can either reset your game, and then you have the easy button where you can choose the easy level of the game, and here you have the hard button where you can choose the hard level of the game. Okay, now the next step we do is we work with the easy button. So what happens when you click this easy button? So you have to add an event here so that as soon as you click on the easy button, an event occurs. For that, we have the add event listener. So now this is an HTML where you have passed the parameters as click and function. So what happens as soon as you click this? So as soon as you click your easy button, you are inside the easy level. So now inside this you have the function. So what happens when you click this is you remove the hard button and you select the easy button. So we have hard button.classList.remove selected, and we have easy button.classList.add selected. So what happens is your game understands that you have selected the easy button, so it removes the hard button and selects the easy button so that you only have your squares as 3. So in the easy button, you will only have 3 squares from where you have to pick the color. And the colors generated will be random colors. And with the help of your pick color function, it will select the color that you have picked out of those 3. So now what happens when you select the wrong color? So for that, we have set this for loop here, which will basically not pick the color that you have taken, and if it's wrong, so it will consider the style and the color not matching. So it will just leave the other 2 options for you, and from where you can pick the right color. Now moving on to the hard button. So what happens when you click the hard button? It goes inside this particular function, removes the easy button and selects the hard button where your number of squares will be 6. So as soon as you go to the hard level of your game, you have 6 squares to pick your color from. Same thing, it will generate random colors inside your squares, and with the help of the pick color function, it will take the color that you have opted for. Now in case you have selected the wrong color, it will block that particular square and you will have the remaining squares to select the right color from. Now what if you want to reset your game? Suppose you don't like the colors that you see, so you just want to reset and get new colors to pick from. So for that, you have the reset button. Now what happens if you select the reset button? For that, we have created another event here. So once you click this button, the function generates all new colors. So for that, we have generate random colors, and again we pick a new random color from the array, and then with this we change the color display to match picked color. Now again we have the for loop to change colors of these squares. So now in order to reset all of these, you just take this for loop and add initial colors to your squares and add the click listeners to squares. And again we have another event created here for your square I that will have all these 6 squares inside, and you can just grab color of picked square and finally compare color to the picked color and check if the value is correct or not. Now if your clicked color is equal to your picked color, that is if you have picked the right color, you will have a message displayed which will say good job. And along with that, you will also have another message which will say play again. This play again is basically the reset button again. So as soon as you click on play again, the entire game will be reset and you will have new colors to pick from. So once you click play again, it will again change the colors of all of your squares, and again you can go on with the process where you can pick the color based on the RGB ratio. So this is all about styling the background where we have set the color. And in case you don't get to select the right color, you will have another message pop-up which says try again. Now with the help of this change colors function, what you do is you loop through all your squares. So in the hard level, if you have 6 squares, you loop through all of them. So you can see that in the for loop, you have your I value as 0 and I less than square dot length. So if you're in the easy level, your square length would be 3, and if you're in the hard level, it will be 6. So you go to each of these squares, loop through all of them and change each color to match the given color which is there in your RGB ratio. And how your pick color function works is we have a random element where you have your math.random into colors.length. So you pick any random color which will be matched with the color that is provided in the RGB ratio, and then you will have your picked color matched with the given color. Now, how do we generate these random colors? We have been seeing that we have used the random generate colors in all of these sections in order to reset or take any levels and get all of these squares with different colors. But how does this work? So we have the function generate random colors. So here what happens is we take an array and generate different colors to each of these arrays, which are actually the squares. So we have a variable array with random numbers. So here we will just add random colors to the array. So our array starts from 0 and it's less than the num I++. Num represents the number of squares that we have. And with array.push random color, we get random color and push into the array, which provides different or random colors to each of your squares. Now, as soon as you have pushed each of these color into the array, you need to return the array. So we have return array, and this will just give you the random colors in your squares. Now, talking about the RGB ratio. So we have random colors here definitely, but we also have a definite RGB ratio, and you need to pick the color based on that ratio. How do we figure that out? So for that, we have used this particular math function and set for each red, green, and blue. So for that, we have a range of 0 to 255 for the red, and again another 0 to 255 for green, and the same for blue. So for the first red, that is R, it picks any random value from 0 to 25. Same for green and same for blue, and it will just give you an RGB ratio based on which you have to figure out which color is the closest to the actual value, right? And it will return the values for RGB. So you'll get a ratio where you'll have 3 different values, and considering these values, you have to select the right color. Now, if the ratio of your R value is more, you have to pick a color which is more inclined towards red. And if it's in the green side, you have to go for something which is a little greenish, or if it's blue, you have to select something which is blue, right? So that's the logic behind this game. So this was all about using your JavaScript functions and how you can actually make all your buttons and all your squares work, and how you pick a random color, how it is compared with your original RGB value, how the RGB code is set, and what messages are displayed. Now let's just style this game a little. For that, we have the CSS. So here we will be using the CSS code in order to add a little more styling to each of these sections or each of these elements of our game. Now, talking about the styling, it all depends on you or how you want this game to look like, because it's your game, your project, and you can style it the way you want it to. So the first thing to style is the body. That is the entire structure or the background of my game, right? So I have set the background color here. You can set your background color based on your preferences and how you want it. So here I have set the shade somewhere around black, or it's a little dark. That way you can pick any color. The font that I've used here is sans serif, and also the font weight is normal, and the text is in uppercase, right? So next up are my squares. So for the square, we have the width as 30% for each square. That is what I've set my width of each square. I have kept the background as white for each of these. Then we have the padding at the bottom. We have the margin value, border radius. You can set all of these to anything or any color or any margin or width that you want to. Styling is all on you, and you're free to style it the way you want your game to look, right? So here I have given the color white to my header 1 as well, and I have set the background color to be something like teal or greenish. Then we have the stripes and we have the selected options. Now the RGB code font size, I have set it to 200%. And finally we have the buttons. Now for the buttons, I have selected this specific color. I've given certain letter spacing here, and I've made it all uppercase. Use the font as sans serif. This button hover is when you hover around any particular button. Like if you go to the easy level and hover on that button, it will change to the color white, and your message will be displayed in inline block, and your width is 20%. So this is nothing much but just styling each function or each block of your code. So you can style it based on how you want it to look like. You can add any background color, any border color, any margin. That'll make it look a little better. So this completely depends on you and what colors you want to add or what are your favorite colors. So this is not about setting up the colors for your squares or anything. This is just setting up the basic structure and styling your basic structures. That is, how would the header look like? How would the box look like? Or how would the background look like in your game, right? So this was the CSS part of the code that I've introduced here. In the analog clock, we didn't have any styling. We just had a basic HTML structure or an HTML container inside which we added all our JavaScript functions. Here we have the HTML container where we have all the classes and the squares and the buttons that we have inserted here. In JavaScript code, we have all these functions working it out for the game and a little bit of styling with the help of CSS. So now let's see what is the final output and how does our color game actually looks like. So here you can see that this is my color game. So now you can understand that what are the colors that I've set. I've set the background to be towards the black and blue mix. So it's more of a dark color, and here I've set this teal bluish color. And about the headings, I had set all the colors to be white, uppercase, and all the fonts that I had set here. So you can see the width and the font size, everything according to the styling that I had done in the CSS, right? Now you can see that you have these options as change colors, which is basically the reset button. Then you have two sections. You have easy and you have hard. Now this is the hard section where you have 6 squares. For the easy section or the easy level of the game, you have 3 boxes to select from. Now how do we do this? So let me pick this color. So as soon as you pick the right color, you can see that the color changes to the picked color, and also you have another option popped up here, which is good job, play again, which means you can reset the game and you have new colors popped up here again. So let's go to the hard section and see. So in the hard section, you have 6 squares to pick your color from. Now what happens if I select a wrong color? So what if I pick this color? So you can see that as soon as you pick the wrong color, this particular block is removed. You can't select this anymore, right? And the message popped up here is try again. So you can pick another shade. So now let's pick this shade. So even this one is wrong. So now we have to pick another color. Now let's pick another square. Now you can see that I've selected the right square finally, and as soon as I've selected the right option and my picked color has matched with the original color, it changes the color to what it is and it gives me the message as good job. So you can see that with the help of your HTML, JavaScript and CSS, you could create this nice game called as the pick your shade or pick your color game. And it's quite fun where you just get to pick the right colors based on the red, green and blue ratio. And with our color game, we have come to the end of our basic level. So in the basic level, we have seen 2 different projects, that is the analog clock and the pick your color. In analog clock, we had created a very basic analog clock with the help of HTML canvas and JavaScript functions. In the second one, we saw how to create a game with the help of HTML, CSS and JavaScript. HTML helped you build the entire structure or the container, and JavaScript added all the functions that you needed to make your game work, and CSS was all about styling and making your game look a little better. Now we will move on to the next level, which is the intermediate level. So in this one, we will be creating a to-do list that will help you keep a track of the works that you need to finish, or whatever task you have for the entire day. You can create a to-do list and keep a track or remember whatever work you have to do. So in this project, we will create a to-do list that will work as a reminder for all your pending tasks. Now for this one as well, I'll be using the Visual Studio Code only, and you would need HTML, CSS and JavaScript codes. Now this project will help you create your own to-do list and also list out all your pending tasks and the work given to you for the day. So let's see how you can use the HTML, CSS and JavaScript code together in order to build this to-do list. So this is the HTML code for your to-do list, which will help you build the container or the basic structure of your project. So first we are building the class container, which will give the basic container or the structure for the list that you're going to create. And then you will add another row and you will have an intro column, that is where you can introduce all your tasks that you're going to add, right? So now in this row you will have a first, second, third field. So the first field is to enter text into the input field to add items to your list. The second one would be to click the item to mark it as complete, and the third task is to click the X to remove the item from your list. So you will basically have a cross where you can remove the item. So these are the three things that will be there. First, you can enter the text into the input field, which will have your item and that will be added in your list. Now, once you have done that task, you can click the item and mark it as complete. And finally, if you want to remove it, you can click the cross button as well. Now, for this particular row where you will be inserting your input, we have the input ID as user input, the type as text, and the placeholder is in the new item. So you will have a section where you will be adding all your new items. So this is the placeholder where you will be inserting the text. And the maximum length of your text can be 27. You can set it to any length that you want to. And then you have the button where you enter. So you have this button with the help of which you can enter the text you have given. So this code is all about creating your list and also the input button. So this is just the basic structure with the help of HTML, and it gives you the container where you are going to create this project. So now let's move on to the JavaScript code for your to-do list project and see how the different functions actually help you to make this work. Now we have certain objects like the enter button, which is the button that will help you enter the text that you have to add in your list. For that, you have the enter button here, then you have the input where you have the user input or the text that you're actually providing. In HTML, we saw that user input type is text and it's in the placeholder new item and the length is 27. Then we have the document in the UL, that is the unordered list. So it's not ordered. You can change the order as well. It's not numbered. So you can just keep adding the tasks that you want to. Now the first function is the input length. So this will return the input.value.length. So it will just return the input that you have provided and also the length. You have given the length to be 27 maximum and it should be within that range. Then you have the list length function where you have the length of your item. Now the next function is to create the list element. So what happens here is that you have an element li. Now this creates an element li here with document.createElement, and in this you append the child. So it makes your text from the input field to the li field, which means that as soon as you write something or add a task in your input field and press the enter button, it goes into the list. So li represents the list of items. And here we have the unordered list. So you have ul.appendChild li. So basically the list of item is added which is unordered. And your input value will be reset every time you keep on adding items in the input field, right? Now this function is mostly used for striking through or once you are done with that particular task. So you have the start strike through where you have the function cross out. And once you have completed this task, you can strike it out and consider it to be done. So here for the strike through, we have just added an event, which is add event listener. And inside that, as soon as you click on that particular item, it takes the cross out function, which means that that particular task is completed or it is done. And so here ends the strike through as well. The next thing is to start the add delete button. Now what happens here is you have a delete button, which is basically the cross that we have used as the X. So as soon as you click on that X, it means that your task is completed and you're removing it from the list. Even if it is not completed, you want to remove it from the list. So for that, we have the delete button. So here we have this particular button and we have the cross sign. So now inside the list, as soon as you click on the delete button, we have to add this event where as soon as you click on it, it deletes that particular item from the list. So this was about the delete button. Next, we have the class delete, or it shows that how the delete function actually works. So here we have used this delete list item. Now what is this? So for this, we have a function known as the delete list item, inside which we take the list of item inside your class list and delete this particular item from your list or delete this particular task from your list. Now here we have a condition: if input length is greater than 0, create list item. Now this actually helps you in not creating a list which does not contain any values. So if you just don't write anything and press enter, it should not create a list. So this will not create an empty list or anything. You need to have a value. So here we have the input length as greater than 0. Now next is add list after key press. Now there are two things you can do once you have written your task that is to be added in the list. You can just click on the enter button, or you can just press enter through your keyboard. So for the enter in your keyboard, we have this add list after key press. So the event here is that as soon as you press the enter key, it should take the item inside that list. So for that, if input length is greater than 0 and even.which equals 13, you create the list element. Now what is this equal 13? So 13 is basically the key code for your enter key in the keyboard. So the condition states that if the input length is greater than 0, that is, you have added some pending task and you have pressed the enter key, which is equal 13, your list will be created and that particular task will be added in your list. So for that, we have two different events here. One is for the enter button, where you just have to click on the enter button and add it to the list, or you can just press the enter key and add it to the list as well. So this was the JavaScript functions that helps you create the to-do list. You don't have to do much. You just have to make sure that you have entered a valid list or a valid task for your list of items or the list of tasks that are to be done. And it should be greater than 0. That is, your input field value or the input length value should be greater than 0, so that it does not end up creating an empty list. Now again, the next section is all about styling your to-do list or how you want that list to look like. So you can add different background colors, you can add text colors, you can make them look different, you can add the width and length of your input, or the border or the section we are actually adding the list into, anything. You can color them into different colors, radius, border width, margin, all that you want to do with your to-do list or how you want to style it actually. So I have created a hover color. So what happens when I hover the mouse on any button and how the color changes. So the list button has this particular color, font width, and everything that I wanted to set up for the output to look good. So I've set the input border radius here, padding and border. Then as soon as you click on the done or when you have completed the task, what happens? It changes to green, which means that the task is no more pending and it has been completed. And you can add any other color to your text. So as soon as you delete it, what happens? It displays that the list is gone, and you remove the list and it does not display anything. So once you delete, that particular task is gone from your to-do list. So these are a little bit of styling that you need to do to make your output look better. So you can set different colors or different margins that you want. You can add up any sort of styling in your program. So in the HTML section, we had first, second, and third, which is to enter the text and then click the item and click the X to remove the item from your list. These are all the headings that I have in my program or in my output. So I've styled them accordingly. I've given them different text colors in order to make them look better. So styling depends on you and how you actually want it to look like. So you can do that according to your preferences. So now that we are done with this, let's see how our final output looks like. So this is my to-do list where I have work to-dos. And you can see that this is the first, second, and third section I was showing, where we have the first as enter text into the input field. And we have the click the item to mark it as complete, and finally the click the X to remove the item from your list. Now this is my enter button here. When I hover on it, it takes a different color. So now you can add anything. So let me just add a task for myself. Suppose I have to write pick up clothes. So you can see that as soon as I have entered something which has the length greater than 0, it takes the input inside the list. Now once I hover on it, you can see the color changing. And now if I mark it, it means that I have finished my task and the color changes to green. Now I can also click on this cross and the item will be gone, which means that I've deleted it from my list. Now let's add a list of items. So let's just write order lunch, first task. Now let's add another task, finish projects. So you can see that you can add a number of items here. So it's unordered list. So you do not have any order. You can finish the tasks based on your preferences, or you can do it according to your wish as well. So now if I've finished this, it turns into green, and then I can also remove it from the list. So this was another very simple example of creating a to-do list that will help you keep a track of your everyday tasks. And with the help of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, you can build your own to-do list, right? Now, this was just my version of to-do list. You can build it however you want to. You can add different functions to it with the help of JavaScript. You can style it accordingly with the help of CSS, and HTML will definitely provide the basic container for it. So now we have covered the basic and the intermediate level. And now that you've understood how JavaScript, HTML, and CSS work together to help you build JavaScript projects or any sort of websites or web application, let's move on to the final level, which is the advanced level. Now, in this advanced level project, we will be creating a shopping cart with a number of items. So this will provide the price of each item, and you can also add or remove these items from your cart. Now, the first step is to create our HTML structure. And for that, we would need a container div, which will be our shopping cart. Now, inside this particular container, we will have a title and 3 items, which will include 2 buttons, that is the delete and the favorite button. Then we will have the product image, product name and description, and the buttons that will adjust quantity of products, and finally the total price. So this is the HTML section. So first we have the shopping cart division, where we have given a title as shopping bag. Inside this shopping bag, we will have the different items. So I have the product 1, for which I have the delete and like button. So either you can remove the item from your list, or you can just add the like button in order to show that this is your most favorite product, right? Now here you will be adding the image. So I have taken certain images and saved them with the name as item 1, item 2, and item 3 of my products. So here you can just add that particular image. So whatever image you're adding to your shopping cart, you can save it with a particular name and then source it here. Then you can write the description here in this description class. So for the first one, I have inserted the picture of a maroon t-shirt, and I have given the description where you can write either the company name, the type of t-shirt, and mention the color. That all depends on you on how you want to show or provide the description of your particular product. Now next we have the quantity class, where you can select the plus button or the minus button. So with plus button, the number of items will be increased. So for the first product, if you select the plus button, it will become 2 items. And if you click on the minus, it will become 0. That is, that product will be removed from your cart. The next class is of the total price, where you will be mentioning the total price. So you can specify the total price of your item. Here it will show the price for each item that are present in your shopping cart. In the same way, you can add a number of products. So I have added 2 more products here. And in the same way, I have specified the button types. I have given the description and an image of the products that I have added, and also finally the total price of each of these products. So this was all about the HTML part, or building the basic structure of our shopping cart. Now we will have a look at the JavaScript part. Now talking about this project, here we are using this jQuery file, where you will have a different set of functions already stored in that can be used for this shopping cart. So we are using jQuery in this particular program. Now going back to the JavaScript section of the code, we have different functions. So talking about functions, first we will see what happens when we click on the minus button. So we have the minus button. On click, the function you have inside that is, if value is greater than 1, your value becomes value minus 1. So what happens is, if you have 2 items in the list, so as soon as you click on the minus button, it becomes 1 value less. That is the value minus 1, which is 2 minus 1, which is equal to 1. So your product will decrease in number here. In the same way, we have the plus button. Now what happens in the plus button is that for every value, or every time you click on the plus button, it becomes plus 1. That is, your product increases by 1 in number. And also we have set the maximum value to be 100. That is, each product can be included in the shopping cart a maximum number of times, that is 100. Then we have another like button which shows that you love this product. So for the like button, what happens is you click on the like button and your class is active. And we have added different images and products based on what you want to add. You can add anything in your shopping cart. I've selected 3 items of my choice. You can add any number of products, and you just have to add the image and description for all of these. So now that we've seen how we have used the HTML and JavaScript, let's get into the CSS of this particular program. So in the beginning only I told you that in this particular program we are using the Google font, that is Roboto. So this is the URL from where you can get the font. So I've taken the Roboto font here. Now again the same thing, it's all about styling and how you want your page to look like. So I've just added background colors for my shopping cart and also how different sections would look like. So here I've given a dark background, and also for my heading I've given a lighter shade of background. You can show the different colors for your title or how they would look like, and also you can set the font size and font weight here. So the styling depends on you and how you want your shopping cart to look like. So here you can add any width or any value, any height, any color for your background. You can select a different font if you want to. So now let's see how this output will look like and how our shopping cart actually works. So this is my shopping bag that I have created, and I had added 3 products. The first one was a maroon t-shirt, then a black leather jacket, and then finally a woodland shoe. So these are the 3 products that I added here, and you can see that we have the price per item. That is, it shows the item for each of these products. And here again we have the plus and minus button. So if I select plus, my item will increase to number 2. And if I click on minus, it will again be 1. And if I click minus again, it will become 0. That means this product does not exist in my shopping bag anymore. So about the like button, so here we have the like button, and as soon as you click on the like button, you can see this heart getting activated. This is one PNG that I have added. So as soon as you click on it, it toggles and gives us this red heart, which means you like this product. Not just that, you can also dislike that item once again. So you can click on this again. So you can see that you have disliked this product again. Again, if you click it, it's liked again. So this is how it goes on. You have the product image and you have the product description here. So make sure that when you add the images, they are of the same size so that it looks better. And also you can add a description of your choice and also style them accordingly. You can add different colors to all of these texts as well. So this was about the advanced level JavaScript project, which helped you in building a shopping cart of your own. So these were the different kinds of projects from the basic level to intermediate and advanced level. So first we saw how you can build an analog clock, which was the most basic one. And then we created a very fun game, which is the pick your color. And then we had a to-do list for ourselves. And finally, we created a shopping cart with different products of our choices. So these are some of the JavaScript projects. And I hope with these projects, you have got the idea of how you can use HTML, CSS, and JavaScript together in order to build any sort of project or any web application of your own. You just have to implement all of these functions and different styling process and creating your HTML containers, and you are done with a new project of your own.
Having completed numerous projects, we are now ready to tackle advanced JavaScript. Here learners will dive deeper into advanced topics such as JavaScript namespaces, prototypes, error handlings, modules in JavaScript, and more to enhance their JavaScript expertise. Modules in JavaScript and more to enhance their JavaScript expertise.
So let's talk about the advanced working with functions. Now, a function is a block of organized, reusable code that is used to perform single related action. Some of the advanced working with functions include recursion, closure, the new function, arrow functions, rest parameters and spread operator, the global object, the function object, then there's set timeout and set interval, and then there's function binding. Now here in this tutorial, we will discuss about all of these functions in detail. So let's begin with recursion. So recursion is a programming pattern that helps in situations where a task can be naturally split into several tasks of the same kind but simpler, or when a task can be simplified into an easy action and a simpler variant of the same task. Now, in the process of solving a task, a function can call many other functions. A partial case of this is when a function calls itself. Thus, it is known as recursion. So let's take an example and see how recursion works. So here we will just create a function for power, and inside that we will take two parameters such as x and n. Now here we will give another condition like if n equals 1. So we are giving the condition that if the value of n is equal to 1, we will return the value of x. So this is basically taking the power. So if anything has a power of 1, it will return the same value. Now we have to give the else condition as well. So for that we will just write else. Then we will write return x into power of x comma n minus 1. So here what happens is that we are just calculating the power value, and what happens if we take a power value and what it should return. So here we have given the formula as return x into power and x comma n minus 1. And then we will just take the alert message here. So for that we have power function that we have used. And now here we will be giving two values that we want to check the power for. So suppose I'm taking 2, 4. So here the x value is 2, whereas the n value is 4. So basically it is 2 to the power 4. So this is how we calculate the power here. So now 2 to the power 4 will definitely give us the output as 16 here. Now in this example, the recursive function simplifies the task and calls itself. So what happens here is that we just directly take the recursive function so that you don't have to keep writing this again and again. You're just providing the if-else condition here, and with the alert you can just give any particular value and find out the power for any of these numbers. So this was about recursion. Now the second one is closure. Now JavaScript is a function-oriented language. So you can create a function dynamically, copy to another variable, or pass as an argument to another function and call from a totally different place later. Now a closure is a function that remembers its outer variables and can access them. In some languages, it is not possible, or a function should be written in a special way to make it happen. But in JavaScript, all functions are naturally closures. So now let's take an example for closures here. So here we will take a variable as add, and here we will take another function without any parameters. Then we are taking a variable counter and initializing the value as 0. And here we have another return function which has the parameter as counter equals to counter plus 1, and then we return the counter value here. So basically this is how we are incrementing the counter value. And after this all you need to do is just call the add function here, and the number of times you call it is the number of times it gets counted here. So here I have called the add function twice. So here the counter will be 2. So the counter value here will be 2. Or if I call another add function here, now the counter value will be 3. So here what happens is that the function remembers its outer variables and can also access them with the help of the add function. And in JavaScript, all these functions are naturally closures. Now talking about the next one, we have the new function. Now the new function syntax is another way to create a function, and it is rarely used, but sometimes there's no alternative. So first let's have a look at the syntax of the new function. So for that we have let function, and we just take the new keyword here and we are adding another function where we will pass different arguments like argument 1, argument 2, and more such arguments. So let me just take argument n, And after that, we are just calling the function body here. Now this function consists of arguments 1, 2 and till argument n, and then the given function body. So basically this is the syntax for our new function. Now let's take an example and see. So let's take a variable as sum and then create a new function with the parameters as a and then b. Now here we will add the function body, which is return a plus b. So you can see that we're passing the function body in the same parameter. So we have return a plus b here. And now we will just alert the message here. So I'll take the sum function and here we will pass the parameters. So for example, I'm taking the value to be 1, 2. So this will add these two numbers. So here my output will be 3. Now if I change the value to 2, 2, my output will also be 4. So basically you can just pass any two values to the parameters a and b and then put any values, and it will just give you the summation of these two values. So here the function is created literally from a string that is passed at runtime. So you can see that I've passed the return a plus b here, and you need to write the function code in the script. But the new function allows turning any string into a function. That's exactly how, with the help of new function, we have passed these two parameters in the form of a string and also the function return a plus b. So here it has converted this particular string into a function. Thus we have got the sum value here. Next up we have the arrow functions. Now arrow functions are anonymous and change the way this binds in functions. It makes our code more concise and simplifies function scoping and the this keyword. But arrow functions are not just a shorthand for writing small stuff. They also have some very specific and useful features. JavaScript consists of situations where you need to write a small function which is executed somewhere else, such as we have the array for each function. Now this function is executed by for each for every array item. Then we have the set timeout function. Now this function is executed by the built-in scheduler. Now in such functions, we usually don't want to leave the current context. That's where arrow functions come in handy. So let's take an example for arrow functions. So here we have hello, and then here's the function that we have created. So basically this is our arrow function. So I'll just write here arrow function. And here we have document.getElementById. Suppose we are taking any parameter like the demo.innerHTML. Now here we have our this keyword. Now once we have done this, what happens here is that the window object calls the function here. So let me just write the window object calls the function. Now how does it call the function? So for that we have window.addEventListener, and then we have load hello. So here we are just loading our hello function. Now once you are done with this, now a button object will call the function. So here the button object calls function. So now how does a button object call the function? For that we have another document.getElementById, and we are passing this button value here. So we are inserting this button and we are also adding the function as addEventListener, and the button event will be to click, and then we get hello. So here we are not leaving the current context and we are using the arrow function here, and then we are just taking the different events. So first the window object calls the function here, and then we have window.addEventListener, and then the button object calls the function, for which we have document.getElementById, and we have passed the button here, for which we also have added an event which is click on the button. So this was the example for arrow function. Now let's move on to the next one, which is rest parameters and spread operator. Now, many JavaScript built-in functions support an arbitrary number of arguments like the math.max, which has different arguments, and this returns the greatest of the arguments. Then we also have the object.assign, which copies properties from source 1 and then till the destination. Now, REST parameter is an improved way of handling function parameter, allowing us to more easily handle various input as parameters in a function. The REST parameter syntax allows us to represent an indefinite number of arguments as an array. So let's consider an example for REST parameters. So here we'll take a function as fun, and then there will be number of inputs here. So you can pass different arguments here. Then let sum equals to 0. So we are initializing the sum value as 0. Now we are passing a for loop here for which let I of input and the sum value is equals to sum plus I. So we can write it as sum plus equals I. Now after this we will just pass the return sum here. So this will return the sum value here. Now once you have done this, all you need to do is just get the message here. For that we have console.log, and the first function that we're taking is with the value 1, 2. So we are passing different parameter values here. So this is the first one. Then let's take another one as console.log fun. Then let the value be 1, 2, 4. So we have passed 2 parameters already. Let's take another one where we have console.log fun and let the value be 1, 2, 4 and 6. Now what happens here is that it will give you the sum for these numbers. So here you can see that I have given ... input. So what this specifies is that there can be any number of inputs here. You have not specified the number of inputs that can be provided. So you can see that in the first one I've given 2 inputs, then I've given 3, and then I've given 4 inputs. It will just return the summation of these two numbers. So for this it will return the value as 3. For this it will return 1 plus 2 plus 4, that is it will return 7. And then for this it will return the summation as 13. So this was about the REST parameter. Now this spread operator, which allows an iterable to expand in places where 0 plus arguments are expected. It is mostly used in variable array where there is more than one values are expected. Also, it allows us the privilege to obtain a list of parameters from any array. Now let's take an example and see how the spread operator does the concat job. So let's consider an array here where we will pass the values as 1, 2 and 3. So this is our first array. Let's take another array. So let it be let array 2 equals to, then let's pass the values to be 4, 5 and 6. Now we will just do the concatenation here. So for that we'll take the array and then we will specify the array 1 and then the array 2. So here we are taking any value that is present inside these two particular arrays and we are joining them together. So what we are doing is we will just take console.log and we will pass the array here. So what happens here is that we are concatenating these two different arrays and we are taking any value that is present inside this array. So basically we are adding these two up, we are concatenating them, and then in the final array we are getting the output. So we'll get all the values here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. So basically concatenation has been done here and you get the output as all of these values present in both of these arrays. So this was about the REST parameters and the spread operators. Now let's move on to the next one, which is the global object. Now the global object provides variables and functions that are available anywhere. By default, those that are built into the language or the environment. Now recently, the global this was added to the language as a standardized name for a global object that should be supported across all environments. So basically talking about the global object here, if we take an alert in this particular way, such as we take alert hello, then this is similar to when we write window dot alert and we call this hello here. So basically these two are the same things here, and both the alert functions work in the same way. So this is basically standardizing the name for a global object which is supported across all the environments, and all the properties of the global object can be accessed directly. Now the next function that we'll talk about is the function object. So in JavaScript, functions are objects itself, and the different properties include name and length. Now the function name usually taken from the function definition, but if there is no name, JavaScript tries to guess it from the context. Then we have the length, the number of arguments in the function definition. So the rest parameters are not counted here. Now if the function is declared as a function expression and it carries the name, then it is called a named function expression. The name can be used inside to reference itself for recursive calls or such. So let's take an example for the function object. So suppose we have a function as say hi, and then we have not passed any parameter value here. We will just take the alert message to be hi. Now after this we will just pass another alert taking the function here say hi dot name. So now what it'll take is we haven't specified any name for this, but it'll just print say hi because it'll consider the assignment name and guess the name and print the same thing. Now we're taking another function as f2, passing two parameters as a and b, then considering another function as many, where we will specify parameters like a, b, and then more. So this is basically any number of parameters here. Then we will call the alert function again, and inside this we will call f2.length. So f2 is basically where we have passed two parameters. So this should give us the length as 2. Then we'll take another alert where we have many.length. Now for this one it will return the value to be 2 because we have two different parameters here, so it will take the value to be 2. But what about many.length? Because we have not specified anything. But you can see that there are two things that we have specified here, that is a and b, and then we have given dot dot more, which means that there might be more. But this will show the numbers that it actually can see or it can figure out from the many.length. So what happens here? This will also give the value to be 2 because we have two specific parameters as a and b. There can be more number as well. There can be any number in this one. But right now it has guessed the two values to be a and b, so it will give you the output as 2. Next up is the set timeout and set interval. Now if you want to execute a function at a certain time later, it is called as scheduling a call. Now there are two methods for it. Now the first one is set timeout, which allows us to run a function once after the interval of time. Then we have the set interval, which allows us to run a function repeatedly starting after the interval of time, then repeating continuously at that interval. Now these methods are not a part of the JavaScript specification, but most environments have an internal scheduler and provide these methods. Now for set timeout, the syntax is let timer id, then we take the set timeout function code, then we take the delay time and pass the different arguments like 1, 2 and as many numbers of arguments as you want to. So here is an example of the set timeout. So we have a function as say hi and we give the alert as hello. Now we are setting the timeout here. So we are setting the timeout to be 1000 here. So what happens is that you're just specifying the time, that till how long will it go on. So here we have specified the value to be till 1000. So it will keep printing hello till the 1000th time. Then we have the set interval. The syntax for set interval is similar to set timeout. So here we have the timer id where we have specified the interval and we have the function code. Then we have passed the same delay and the arguments here. So this is the example for a set interval. So what we have done here is it is similar to set timeout, Just that instead of the timeout, we are setting the interval time here. So here what happens is it will repeat with the interval of 2 seconds. And then in the next section, it will stop after 5 seconds. So we've just taken the set timeout function, clear interval timer ID and alert stop. And we've specified the value to be 5000, which is 5 seconds. So it will stop after 5 seconds. Now moving on to the next one, there's function binding. Now when passing object methods as callbacks, for instance to set timeout, there is a known problem of losing this. Now the functions provide a built-in method bind that allows fixing this. Now you can have a look at the syntax. So we have a let bound function which will take the function.bind context. Now the result of function.bind context is a special function like exotic object that is callable as function and transparently passes the call to function setting this equals to context. So here is an example for the same. So here we have taken a user and then we have passed the parameter values as first name John. Then we have called the function here and given the alert as this dot first name. So again, let function user, we have binded the user. So what happens is whenever you call the function user function here, you will get the first name. So the output will be John because it's binding the user value inside this. So we're not gonna lose any this function here. So these were some of the examples of advanced working with functions. Now let's move on and talk about JavaScript namespaces. Now JavaScript does not support namespaces, but the namespaces are important as they help reduce the number of identifiers for variables, objects, and functions that are added to the global scope in your application. Now JavaScript is a flexible language and there are ways to work around this limitation and implement your own namespaces. So why do we need namespaces? In JavaScript, the codes share a single global namespace, which is simply a single global object that holds all global variables and functions as properties. Now in the browser, this is the window object which tends to pollute the global scope if there are too many objects. Now here is an example for the namespace. So here we have taken the first variable as num and given the value to be 5. Then we have taken another object with no parameter values. Then we have passed another string as hello Edureka. Then we have called a function sum and taken the value as x and y. That is, we are calling two parameters x and y, for which the total will be equal to x plus y, and we are returning the total value. So this will basically give the sum value. And then we have taken another variable as numr, which is equals to sum 3, 3 or any value that you want to pass here. But what happens in this example is that the identifiers num, object, string and sum are properly declared using the variable and let keyword. But the function scoped variable total is missing a var and numr is a misspelling of num. Now here JavaScript adds both total and numr to the global namespace, which most likely is not what you want. So this was about the JavaScript namespaces. The next topic is the prototypes. Now in JavaScript, objects have a special hidden property known as prototype, which depicts either null or references another object. Now that object is called a prototype. Now here we will discuss two important features of prototype. The first one is prototypal inheritance. Then we have the prototype methods, objects without the proto. Now firstly, talking about prototypal inheritance. In programming, we often want to take something and extend it. Suppose you have a user object with its properties and methods and you want to make admin and guest as slightly modified variants of it. Here you want to reuse what is there in the user, not copy its methods, just build a new object on top of it. So prototypal inheritance is a language feature that helps in that. So here is an example for the prototypal inheritance. So the first keyword is pet, and inside this we have passed different properties like it eats, so a pet eats, which is true. And then we have taken another variable which is dog. Inside dog the properties are jumps, which is also true. Now we are using the dog.proto equals to pet in order to inherit all the properties of pet into dog. Now here we can find both properties in dog. So whenever we take the alert for dog.eats, it gives us true, and even for dog.jumps, it gives us true. But we have specified only the jump property inside dog. But here with the proto function, we have also considered all the values inside pet. So here if you are looking for a property in dog and it's missing, JavaScript automatically takes it from pet. Now the next one is the prototype methods, objects without proto. So in prototypal inheritance we used the proto, but this is an outdated method now. So here we will have a look at the modern methods to set up a prototype. So the first one is to take object.create proto, then take the descriptors. It creates an empty object with given proto as prototype and optional property descriptors. The second option is just take object.getPrototype of and then take object inside the function. So this will return the prototype of the object. Then finally we have object.setPrototype of object, proto. We're passing two parameters. The first one is the object and second one is the proto. Now this method sets the prototype of object to proto. So here is an example for this. So here you can see we have taken the similar example as prototypal inheritance, but without using the outdated method of proto. So here we have pet, which has property as eats true. Now here we will create a new object with pet as a prototype. So we have taken dog as the new object. Then we have object.create pet. So basically we are creating a new object with pet as a prototype here. So when we alert dog.eats, it also gives the output as true because it has taken the properties from pet already. Now when we take alert object.getPrototype of dog equal to pet, it still gives the value to be true because now the properties of dog is similar to pet because we have inherited the properties of pet here already. Now object.setPrototype of dog. So what we are doing is we are just changing the prototype of dog to null here. So here we have not passed any parameter. You can give any property here, but right now with the help of setPrototype of, we have just changed the prototype of dog here. So this was the example for prototypal inheritance and prototype methods without proto. And this was all about prototypes. Now the next topic is error handling. Now no matter how good you are at programming, your scripts might consist of errors. They may occur because of our mistakes, unexpected user input, an erroneous server response, or any other reason. So usually a script stops immediately in case of an error, printing it to console. Now there's a syntax construct as the try catch that allows catching errors and instead of dying, do something more reasonable. So for that we have the try catch syntax and it has two main blocks, that is the try and the catch. So the syntax for try catch is first you have the try block and then you have the catch where you're actually handling the error. So first the code in try block is executed. If there are no errors, then the catch error is ignored. The execution reaches the end of try and goes on skipping catch. Now in case an error occurs, then try execution is stopped and the control flows to the beginning of the catch error. Now here is an example of try and catch. So first we have the try block here, for which we have the alert as begin try runs. Now here we do not have any error. So we will just give the alert as end try runs because this is running perfectly and there's no error. So we will skip the catch error part. So here we have given the alert as catch is ignored as there are no errors. But in case there was any error here, then we would have gone to the catch errors. Suppose there are errors here. Now what happens is that instead of skipping the catch error, it goes to the catch block and then checks for the error here. So try catch is an important part of error handling in JavaScript, and this is how the errors are also handled here easily. Next up we have modules in JavaScript. Now a module is a self-contained piece of code that groups semantically related variables and functions. Modules are not built-in constructs in JavaScript. But the JavaScript module pattern provides a way to create modules that have well-defined interfaces that are exposed to clients of the module. Now, an important advantage of modules is that you can modify the internal functionality whenever necessary without affecting the rest of your program. Now, this promotes encapsulation and information hiding. To define a module in JavaScript, you take advantage of anonymous closures by creating an anonymous immediate function. So here is an example for modules in JavaScript. So here we have taken the variable as module and passed a function without any parameters. And then we have taken another private variable and passed the value to be 7. Now we are calling the private method here. So what happens is when we take the module and module property and pass another value 1, then we take module method and call the function here. So here what happens is that we have called the function which is returning the module value. So basically it will return this particular variable here. And with the module property, you can modify the internal functionality whenever necessary. So what happens is here you can see first we have given the private variable as 7. Then we have taken the module.module property and modified it to 1. So here you can just take advantage of the anonymous closures by creating an anonymous immediate function, which is what we have created after the module.module method. We have just created another anonymous function. Now the next thing that we're going to talk about is chaining JavaScript methods. Now JavaScript allows you to invoke multiple methods on an object in a single expression. Now to invoke multiple methods, we have chaining. This is a process of stringing the method calls together with dots between them. The syntax for chaining is very simple. We just take the object.method1, then add dot and method2 dot method3. This is how you chain the different methods together. Now when building a chain, the object is named only once and then multiple methods are called on it. For this to work, your methods must return the object that they operate on. And each method works on the object, and when it is done, it returns it to the next call. So here is a simple example of chaining. So I have just taken a random account number with this particular value and then taken the set balance and apply credit. So basically I have chained all the details together for this particular account number, for which the balance is 15,000 and then the credit is 200. So here you learn to set a banking account which consists of the account number, the balance and line of credit. Now chaining in JavaScript can improve performance as well as readability. Here the jQuery library uses chaining extensively. So let's take another example and see how to chain jQuery selector methods. So here this is another way of how you can chain the jQuery selector methods, for which we have the $myDiv.remove class off, .add class on, and then we have taken .css background equals to red. So we are specifying a background color, add class on, and then we are taking the classes on, removing the class off. So this is another different way of doing it with the jQuery selector. So this was about chaining. Finally, let's talk about generators here. Now generators are a special class of functions that simplify the task of writing iterators. So this function produces a sequence of results instead of a single value and generates a series of values. Thus, in JavaScript, a generator is a function that returns an object on which you can call next function. Therefore, every invocation of next function will return an object of shape. So here you have just taken a value as any and then done true or false. So the value property will contain the value. The done property is either true or false. When the done becomes true, the generator stops and won't generate any more values. So these were some of the advanced techniques and methods involved in JavaScript. So I hope you have understood all of these advanced aspects that you needed to learn for advanced JavaScript tutorial. If you have any doubts in the basic JavaScript, you can go back and watch the video on JavaScript tutorial and start from scratch, and then get back to this particular tutorial and understand the advanced aspects as well.
We have just explored advanced JavaScript concepts. Moving forward, we'll discuss the top 10 JavaScript libraries. where learners will discover essential libraries that can simplify and enhance their development processes.
Now, talking about the JavaScript libraries, it consists of functions that are used to build applications with powerful functionalities. Now, a library has several functions, objects, and methods depending on the language. So, your application can link to a library that provides access to that particular functionality. Now, let's have a look at the list of some of the most popular JavaScript libraries that help you perform complex tasks easily. So first we have the jQuery, then we have d3.js, then React, QUnit, Parsley, jQuery UI, Glimmer, anime.js, video.js, and finally multiple.js. Now these are some of the most popular and also most commonly used libraries in JavaScript for various applications. So let's get into the depth of all of these libraries and see how it works and why do we need to use them. Now talking about the first library, we have jQuery. It is definitely one of the most popular libraries. Now jQuery is a library which is used for the document object model manipulation, that is the DOM. Now this DOM is actually a tree-like structure that represents all the elements on a web page. It is also one of the most preferable libraries to create animations, handle events, and many more. Now, the goal of jQuery is to be extensible, simple, and also clear to use. Not just that, it also takes care of all the cross-browser incompatibilities and promotes the separation of HTML and JavaScript. Now, moving on to the next one, we have the d3.js. Now, this library is mostly used for visualizing the data. So, what happens here is that it manipulates your documents based on the content, and also it will help you bring the data to life with the help of HTML, SVG, and CSS. Now you can generate your HTML tables or create interactive SVG charts with the help of this particular library. Not just that, the d3.js library has a powerful API that uses selectors similar to jQuery. So once you have selected an element in the DOM, you can do all sorts of transitions and manipulations with the help of your d3.js. Now next up is another popular JavaScript library. So we have React. Now React or the React.js is an open source library which is also backed by Facebook. Not just that, it helps in creating small or large scale web applications and is particularly useful in creating interactive websites. Now, this particular library is definitely one of the most preferable one when you need to build user interfaces, and this helps in improving the customer experience as well. React is definitely the library you should look out for if you are into front-end web development. Now, moving on to the next library, we have the QUnit. Now, manual testing of your complex applications is pretty tiring and also time-consuming. Therefore, QUnit was developed for testing any JavaScript code. So this one actually supports your client-side environments in web browsers and also the server side. So the QUnit library is a comprehensive library that has great community support and a short learning curve. It's definitely one of the most preferable ones when it comes to any sort of testing for your JavaScript code. Now let's move on to the next one. Next we have the Parsley. So if your next project incorporates any sort of forms, Parsley is the library you are looking for. So this JavaScript library actually focuses on form validation and also it is very user friendly. Now it also works wonderfully with 𝐸𝐿𝐼c, that is the JavaScript library that keeps form fields data until submitted. Now Parsley is definitely one of the best choices for building any creative website. Not just that, it provides more form validation techniques than any other JavaScript library. So if you're working with any sort of form validation or email validation, you must go for Parsley. Also, if you want to know more about form validation and email validation, do check out our videos on email validation and form validation that will provide you with a step-by-step guide on how you can perform these validations. Now, next up, we have the jQuery UI. So we have already talked about jQuery and why it is used in JavaScript or how it actually functions. Now this is another add-on of jQuery. So we have jQuery UI, which is used to add basic graphic elements to your application after you have incorporated your jQuery library. Now this particular library stands out for various reasons. Now the most important one out of them is that jQuery UI works with any browser. So users are less likely to complain that the application is not working as expected, because you can just go on with any sort of browser that you want to use and it will work the same way and also give you the result. Now next up we have the Glimmer. Now Glimmer.js was actually built by the Ember team for the developers who were looking for something smaller and lighter weight than the Ember.js. So what happens here is that it helps you with UI components and also the DOM rendering. Not just that, this library is also built using the Ember CLI and uses the Git, Node.js, NPM, and Yarn. So if you are looking for a tool to generate components and helpers or help with project layouts and streamline your process, Glimmer must be your choice. So you can opt for this particular library without any doubt while working with any of these things. Now next up we have the Anime.js. Now animations and micro interactions are quite popular these days. You wouldn't want to go to a website which is dull and boring without any animations. Now Anime.js is a flexible JavaScript library that helps you in adding some dashes of motion to your site. So it works with CSS, individual transforms, SVG, DOM attributes, and JavaScript objects to make it extremely versatile and perfect for almost any project. So basically, this particular library will add life to your otherwise boring website. So this was about animations. Now what if you want to add some videos? So for that we have the video.js. Now the video.js is a library that helps you build full screen videos to beautifully cite backgrounds. Moreover, this library also makes your task of adding a video background super easy. And not just that, it also looks good on every screen size and scales super smoothly. So you can definitely say that this is a perfect choice if you are working with videos for your web applications. So the next time you're trying to make your website look beautiful with some videos embedded in the background, do consider the video.js library. Now finally on number 10 we have the multiple.js. Now multiple.js is an amazing library that will help you create interesting background visuals. So it allows you to share a background image across multiple elements with the help of CSS, which actually creates a really interesting visual effect. So what happens here is that you can have multiple screens and also different sort of backgrounds embedded together to make your website look even more beautiful. So these were some of the top 10 JavaScript libraries that would help you build a creative website design. These are also some of the most popular ones right now.
After learning about the top 10 libraries, we'll proceed to top 10 JavaScript frameworks. In this module, learners will explore popular frameworks that help structure and streamline the development of complex web applications.
At number 10, we have Aurelia. Currently, over 800 websites are making use of Aurelia. To name a few, there is lot.com, rbdigital.com, and so on. Now, Aurelia is an open source framework that aids in web application advancement. Rather than taking the monolithic framework approach, Aurelia is composed of smaller focus modules. Apart from that, Aurelia comes with a highly descriptive and helpful documentation set that aids all the developers. It also supports multiple languages such as ECMAScript 5, ECMAScript 2015, 2016, and TypeScript, which is very helpful and gives you high flexibility. It also has an extensible HTML compiler that lets you create custom HTML elements, add custom attributes to existing elements, and control template generation. So moving on, at number 9, we have Polymer.js. Now currently over 3,000 websites are using Polymer. To name a few, we have virustotal.com, rogers.com, and so on. Now Polymer is basically an open source JavaScript library for building web applications using web components. Web components are a set of W3C standards which consist of several different web technologies. Now, these components are a part of the browser, so you don't need any third-party tools and libraries like jQuery. It also provides support for both one-way and two-way data binding. It was designed to support data that flows in one direction as well as bidirectional data flow. Now, Polymer utilizes the native browser technologies instead of relying on custom JavaScript library. It also allows you to create your own custom elements, and it provides the simplest way to create custom HTML elements because this library is built on top of web standard APIs. Moving on, at number 8, we have Meteor. Now, currently over 13,000 websites are making use of Meteor. This includes mtv.com, meteorfrance.com, and so on. Now, Meteor is a free open source JavaScript framework written using Node.js. It allows rapid prototyping and produces cross-platform code. Meteor offers a full stack solution for developing and deploying web applications, and it comes bundled with several built-in features such as reactive templates, automatic CSS, and etc. Also, building out a login system for your application can be a pain. But when it comes to Meteor, Meteor packages make it simple to add features like user accounts, JavaScript libraries like React, and so on. And adding these kind of smart packages is very easy. Just a few keystrokes in the terminal and you have it in your system. Now, Meteor is a perfect solution for those who are looking to build real-time applications. All of the application's layers from database to template get updated automatically. This means that you don't have to refresh the page to see any sort of update, and all of the changes get saved instantly. Meteor also allows using the same code on the front end and in the back end so that developers don't have to install and configure different libraries. Now, this saves up a lot of production time of developers because they don't have to perform context switching between server language and JavaScript. Moving on, at number 7, we have Ember. Currently, over 6,000 websites are using Ember. To name a few, there is nasa.gov, tutorialspoint.com, and so on. Now, Ember is an open source JavaScript web framework that lets developers build scalable single web page applications by incorporating the best practices into the framework. Now, with the help of Babel JavaScript transpiler, Ember allows developers to use future JavaScript standards and transpile them for use in browsers today. Now, if you don't know what Babel is a JavaScript transpiler that lets developers incorporate next generation JavaScript into their code right now. And then there is Ember CLI, which is a command line utility that comes along with the Ember framework software stack. Now, this CLI is a productivity rocket ship with support for several tools like CoffeeScript, Handlebars, Less, and etc. Now, it also has very well-defined best practices for how it is structured. By using this framework, developers can focus more on their application's functionality and unique features and less on reinventing the wheel with tedious code. There's more building here and less blueprinting. Now, built into that beautiful user interface are Ember's templates, which are written with a handlebar templating language. Now, templates make a lot of features possible in Ember, like components, outlets, and expressions. Moving on, at number 6, we have Node.js. Now, currently, the number of websites that are using Node.js is over 84,000. To name a few websites, there is bbc.com and medium.com. In simple words, it is an open source runtime environment for executing JavaScript code. For those of you who don't know, Node.js was built on Google Chrome's JavaScript engine called the V8 engine. Now, this engine makes sure that Node.js library executes its code at lightning fast speed. Apart from that, all of the APIs of Node.js libraries are asynchronous or non-blocking. Now, this means that Node.js-based server never waits for an API to return data. It will directly move to the next API after calling it. Now, this is also one of the reasons why it's faster. Now, the single-threaded program used by Node.js can provide service to a much larger number of requests. So, when you compare this to a traditional server like Apache HTTP server, which create limited threads to handle requests, Node.js is highly scalable. Apart from that, Node.js applications never buffer any data. They just output the data in the form of data chunks. This way, Node.js provides faster services. Now, at number 5, we have Backbone.js. Currently, over 513,000 websites are making use of Backbone. To name a few, we have Tumblr.com, ESPN.com, GameSpot, and so on. Now, Backbone is a lightweight JavaScript library that allows to develop and structure applications that run in a web browser. Now, let me tell you a few key features of this framework. When a project grows and gets more complex, the code becomes more cluttered. Now, Backbone.js overcomes this problem by providing an event-driven communication between views and models. The single most important thing that Backbone.js can help you with is keeping your business logic separate from your user interface. Now, when the two are entangled, change is very hard. But when logic doesn't depend on user interface, your interface becomes easier to work with. Now guys, the more you stick to Backbone conventions, the less you have to code. And in turn, the more standardized and readable your code will become. Also, all thanks to its excellent support for RESTful APIs, the models in Backbone.js can be easily tied to a backend. Now coming to number 4, we have jQuery. Currently, over 19 million websites are using jQuery. It is one of the oldest JavaScript frameworks and it's been around for over 12 years and it's still going strong. So jQuery is basically a cross-platform JavaScript library designed to simplify scripting of HTML. To name a few websites who are using jQuery, we have Yahoo, Facebook, Twitter, WordPress, IBM, and so on. Now let's talk about few key features of jQuery. jQuery provides AJAX support. Now AJAX stands for Asynchronous JavaScript and XML. In short, AJAX is about loading data in the background and displaying it on the web page without having to reload the whole page. And jQuery provides several methods for AJAX functionality. jQuery also has cross-browser support and works well in Internet Explorer, Firefox, Safari, Chrome, and Opera. It also makes it very easy to manipulate DOM. Now DOM stands for Document Object Model, which is basically a programming API for HTML and XML documents. Now jQuery enables developers to do amazing things and use best of their creativity through easy to learn API which is built on top of JavaScript. Also, the community for its contributors is more diverse and bigger than that of any other JavaScript library. It has extensive and comprehensive documentation. Moving on, at number 3, we have Vue. Now guys, currently over 36,000 websites are using Vue, including Stack Overflow, Popcache.net, and so on. So what is Vue.js? Now it is basically an open source JavaScript framework for building user interface. Integrating with projects that use other JavaScript libraries is simplified with Vue because it is designed to be adaptable. Now to name a few key features, Vue offers HTML-based templates that bind the DOM with the Vue's instance data. So these templates are very easy to build because they are written in HTML. Now the success of a JavaScript framework depends on its size, and the size of this framework is between 18 to 21 kilobytes. It also allows the users to write the templates in HTML file, JavaScript file, and uses virtual nodes. Now this flexibility makes it easy to understand for the developers of React.js, AngularJS, and any other new JavaScript framework. It is also useful for developing new web applications as well as altering the pre-existing ones. Now developers always like to use a framework with detailed documentation because it's always easier for them to write their application. Now the document with Vue.js is so comprehensive that any user who knows a little bit about JavaScript and HTML can easily develop his own application or web page. Moving on, at number 2, we have React. Currently, over 3 lakh websites are using React. To name a few, we have Microsoft.com, ESPN, IMDb, and so on. Now React is basically a JavaScript library for building user interface. It is mainly maintained by Facebook. And in React, for every DOM object, there is a corresponding virtual DOM object. Now, manipulating the virtual DOM is quicker rather than updating the original DOM because nothing gets drawn on screen. Apart from that, in React, everything is treated as components. So you can easily import components supported by React, and instead of coding or building an entire feature, you can import it and make use of it. Now, it was designed in such a manner that it will only support data that is flowing downstream. So if the data has to flow in another direction, you will need additional features which will slow down data processing. Now JSX is a simple JavaScript that uses HTML coating. So instead of the usual JavaScript that's used for templating, React uses JSX. At number 1, we have AngularJS. Now currently over 4 lakh websites are using Angular. To name a few, there is Google.com, YouTube.com, Google UK, Google Russia, Google France. All of these websites make use of AngularJS. Now let's discuss a few key features of Angular. Now Angular supports two-way data binding by building a link between the model and the view. Now in this process, what happens is the view displays changes made in the model and the model reflects the changes made in the view. Now with AngularJS framework, you can develop fully responsive single-page applications that can easily fit different screen sizes perfectly. This reduces the network traffic by decreasing the load on the web server. Now, one of the most important features of AngularJS is the MVC or the Model View Controller architecture. Now, this architecture is divided into three elements: the model, view, and controller. Model is basically where you store your data. View is responsible for showcasing all your data to the users. And controller is basically a software code that controls the entire interaction between the model and the view. Another great feature of Angular is the fact that it uses HTML language to build user interfaces. Now, the HTML language is a common and declarative language with very short tags that are simple to understand. So if you're looking for a solution that's quick, simple, and easy to use at a moment's notice, then this could be it for you.
We just compared various JavaScript frameworks. Next, we'll dive into Java versus JavaScript, where learners will learn the key differences between these two languages and understand the unique applications.
Let's have a look at the different parameters of comparison for these two languages. So in today's session, we will have a look at the different parameters like the OOPS concept, the platform, syntax, compilation, learning curve, scope, and support of these two languages and see how they are actually different from each other. Now, talking about the first parameter is the OOPS, that is the object-oriented programming concept. Now, Java is an object-oriented programming language, and it uses objects to perform actions based on relations between those objects. So you must have noticed every time you write a code in Java, you use objects to perform any sort of action. Now, talking about JavaScript, it is an object-oriented scripting language. So you can see the difference that Java is a programming language, whereas JavaScript is actually a scripting language. And it uses the objects to perform actions that are similar in Java. So in both these languages, we have objects to perform various actions. And in JavaScript, the actions are quite similar to how we do it in Java. But the main difference is one is a programming language, whereas the other is a scripting language. Now moving on to the next comparison parameter, we have the platform. Now talking about platform, Java applications and programs run in Java Virtual Machines or the JVM. Also for that, you need to install the JDK and JRE. So these are all basically the Java development tools, and you have the virtual machine in order to execute your code in Java. So all your programs would be running inside this JVM. But talking about JavaScript, the JavaScript applications run on a web browser and there is no need for any such initial setup. So for Java, you need to download all of these tools and also you need to run your program inside your virtual machine and install the JDK and JRE. But talking about JavaScript, it's quite simple. All you have to do is just write your code and run it on the browser. There's no middleman or there's no other extra tools that you need to install or download in order to run the code. Now moving on to the next parameter, we have the syntax. Now if you're well acquainted with the code of Java, you know that it is quite similar to C or the C++ programming language. So in Java, you basically use the classes and objects. So whenever you're writing a code in Java, you need to define various classes and objects for your code. And this concept is very similar to how you do your coding in C++, right? But talking about JavaScript, it is very similar to the C language, but it uses the naming conventions similar to Java. So in Java, we have certain naming conventions, and in JavaScript, we have taken the same naming conventions because that's exactly how we do it in JavaScript as well. So they are quite similar. But talking about the syntax, it's only similar to the C language, whereas if you look into Java, it's similar to the C++ programming language, both of these actually. But in JavaScript, you do not use the Java syntax or the C++. It's very similar to the C language though. So now let's move on to the next parameter, and next up we have the compilation. Now talking about compilation, Java programs are actually compiled and interpreted as it is a programming language. So while you're compiling or while you're executing any Java code, the first thing that you need to do is, first step is to compile the code and then it's interpreted. But while you are working on the same code in JavaScript, it is only interpreted because it's just a scripting language or a plain text code. In JavaScript, you do not have too many functions, objects, classes. It's just a plain text code. or a scripting language that is used to build a beautiful website or also to add life to your websites. So JavaScript is just interpreted, whereas Java is both compiled and interpreted programming language. Now the next comparison factor is the learning curve. Now both these languages are quite similar to each other when it comes to learning, because it would take you almost the same time to learn both these languages. If you're well versed with HTML and CSS, it wouldn't take much time for you to understand JavaScript completely. And for Java, you definitely need to have the basic object-oriented programming concepts. Now Java has various online forums, documentation, and community support. So you can learn this language to build various applications. So it's very easy for you to start with Java because you will get a lot of support on the internet, and if you want to build anything on your own, you can just look for it on the internet and find out solutions for it, and also it will provide you different steps to help you understand the language better. Now talking about JavaScript, it also has extensive documentation and online resources. So you can definitely learn JavaScript to build web applications and websites. If you start with HTML and CSS and then move to JavaScript, it would become easier for you to understand that how these functions actually work in order to provide more actions to your otherwise dull website. Now moving on to the next comparison factor, we have the scope. So what is this scope actually? It is actually the window inside which you're writing your code in Java or in JavaScript. So talking about this, the Java uses a block-based scoping. So in this, the variable goes out of scope once the control comes out of a block. Whereas in JavaScript, it uses the function-based scoping, as the variable can be accessed in the function. So what happens in Java is that the variable would automatically come out of the block as soon as the control is taken away from it, whereas JavaScript is completely function based. So it will only depend on the functions. The variables will depend on the functions that you have declared inside your JavaScript code. Now the final comparison factor is support. Now talking about support, Java is supported by almost all operating systems. So you would not face much trouble while you are executing your code in Java, because you have support from all the different operating systems like Windows, Linux, etc. And it makes your work easier because you can write your code on any of these operating systems if you're working with Java. For JavaScript, all that you need is the web browsers. Now JavaScript is supported by almost all the web browsers that come with different operating systems. So all you have to do is just write the code and run it in any of the web browsers, because it's supported by almost all of them, so you would not face much trouble. And execute in the web browser, which will give you a beautiful web application. Comparison factors of Java and JavaScript. I hope now you're clear that these two languages are completely different, and JavaScript is definitely not taken from Java, or it is not even a part of Java. Only the name has a commonality, which is the word Java, but it has nothing to do with Java. And these two are used for completely different purposes. JavaScript is completely web application based or required for your web pages, whereas Java is a high-level programming language that can be used for various tasks that you want to perform.
In the previous module, we differentiated between Java and JavaScript. Finally, we'll prepare the JavaScript interview question and answers, where learners will learn some common interview questions and practice effective responses to showcase their JavaScript knowledge confidently.
So the first question is, what is JavaScript? Now JavaScript is a lightweight interpreted programming language with object-oriented capabilities that allows us to build interactivity into otherwise static HTML pages. Now the general purpose core of the language has also been embedded in Netscape, Internet Explorer, and other web browsers. Next up, one of the most commonly asked questions is, what is the difference between Java and JavaScript? Now, Java is basically a complete programming language. In contrast, JavaScript is a coded program that can be introduced to HTML pages. Now, these two languages are not at all interdependent and are designed for the different intent. Java is an object-oriented program or a structured programming language like C++ or C, whereas JavaScript is a client-side scripting language. Moving on, the next question is, what are the data types supported by JavaScript? Now, in JavaScript, there are two different kinds of data. The first one are the primitive types, and the second one is the objects. Now, a primitive is simply a data type that is not an object and has no methods. In JavaScript, there are 6 primitive data types. So we have undefined, null, boolean, string, symbol, and number, which are considered to be the primitive data types, and also the other type is known as the object data types. The next question is, what are the features of JavaScript? Now, JavaScript is most commonly used as a client-side scripting language. This means that JavaScript code is written into an HTML page. When a user requests an HTML page with JavaScript in it, the script is sent to the browser and it's up to the browser to do something with it. So let's discuss some of the features of JavaScript. It is an object-based scripting language which gives the user more control over the browser. It is a lightweight, interpreted programming language. It is also designed for creating network-centric applications. It handles the dates and times and detects the user's browser and OS. JavaScript is also an interpreter-based scripting language. It is complementary to and integrated with Java. It is also complementary to and integrated with HTML. Now, JavaScript is object-based language as it provides predefined objects, and every statement in JavaScript must be terminated with semicolon. Now, most of the JavaScript control statement syntax is same as syntax of control statements in the C language. Now, an important part of JavaScript is the ability to create new functions within scripts. Also, declare a function in JavaScript using the function keyword. Another important feature is that JavaScript is open and cross-platform programming language. But JavaScript also have some limitations, like the client-side JavaScript does not allow the reading or writing of the files. And it cannot be used for networking applications because there is no such support available. It also does not have any multi-threading or multiprocessor capabilities. Now, next question is JavaScript a case-sensitive language? Yes, of course. Now, JavaScript is a case-sensitive language. So whenever we use the keywords or variables, function names, or any other identifiers, it must always be typed with a consistent capitalization of letters. Otherwise, it would not be considered in JavaScript. Now, moving on, next question is, what are the advantages of JavaScript? So let's have a look at some of the advantages. The first one is less server interaction. Now, we can always validate the user input before sending the page off to the server. This saves server traffic, which means less load on our server. Next up, it gives immediate feedback to the visitors. So they don't have to wait for a page reload to see if they have forgotten to enter something. There's always an immediate feedback. Next up, it's increased interactivity. So you can always create interfaces that react when the user hovers over them with a mouse or activates them via the keyboard. JavaScript also has richer interfaces. So you can use JavaScript to include such items as drag and drop components and sliders to give a rich interface to your site visitors. Now, moving on, the next question is, how can you create an object in JavaScript? Just like classes are used for creating objects in Java, C#, we can use constructors to create objects in JavaScript. Now, objects can be created using the constructor function syntax using the following two steps. So first, we define the object by defining the constructor function. And one of the easiest way to instantiate an object in JavaScript is by defining a classical JavaScript function and create an object of the function using the new keyword. Here we have a variable employee with the objects name and age. So this is one example of how we can create an object in JavaScript in one of the most simplest ways. Now, moving on, the next question is, how can you create an array in JavaScript? So let's see how we can declare an array. So there are basically two ways to declare an array. First is the initialization of the array. An array in JavaScript can hold different elements. So we can store numbers, strings, and boolean in a single array. Accessing array elements, the length property of an array. The JavaScript array object is a global object that is used in the construction of arrays, which are high-level, list-like objects. So in this example, we have two variables x and y. In the first one, variable x is an array with undefined values. That is, no particular value has been defined inside the array x. But in the next case, in variable y, we have defined 5 values inside the array. We have the numerals from 1 to 5 that has been declared inside this particular array. Now this gives a constant value to the array. But in the first one, the values are undefined and we can provide any value inside this. The next question is, what is a name function in JavaScript and how to define it? Now, a function is a parametric block of code defined one time and called any number of times later. Now, in JavaScript, a function is composed and influenced by many components. A function is a JavaScript procedure, a set of statements that performs a task or calculates a value. Now, to use a function, you must define it somewhere in the scope from which you wish to call it. A JavaScript function is defined with the function keyword followed by a name and followed by the parenthesis. So basically, a named function has a name when it is defined. We can define it using the function keyword. So in this example, you can see that we have used the function keyword and given the name to our function as named. So this is how you can define a function in JavaScript. Now the next question is, can you assign an anonymous function to a variable and pass it as an argument to another function? Yes, in JavaScript it is possible to assign an anonymous function to a variable. We can always declare a variable and provide any anonymous function along with it. Also, we can pass it as an argument to another function. So the answer to both would be yes. The next question is, what is argument objects in JavaScript and how to get the type of arguments passed to a function? The arguments object is a local variable available within all non-arrow functions. Now you can refer to a function's arguments inside that function by using its argument objects. It has entries for each argument the function was called with the first entries indexed at 0. It is basically a local variable accessible within all functions and contains an entry for each argument passed to that function. The arguments object is an array-like construct which can be used to access arguments passed to the function, even if a matching parameter is not explicitly defined. Now, JavaScript variable arguments are the arguments passed to a function. We can pass this using the type of operator. So in this example, you can see how we have used the type of operator and passed our argument length. We have 3 functions here. In the first one, there is the undefined value, which is 0. In the second one, we have a number that is 1 defined inside the function. In case of the third function, we have defined strings, and the length of the string is 3, as we have passed 3 values inside that particular function. So this is how we can get the type of arguments passed to a function in JavaScript. The next question is, what are the scopes of a variable in JavaScript? So the scope of a variable is basically the region of our program in which it is defined. Now JavaScript variable has 2 scopes. The first one is the global variable and the second one is the local variable. Now a global variable basically has global scope, which means it is visible everywhere in your JavaScript code, whereas a local variable will be visible only within a function where it is defined, and the function parameters are always local to that particular function. The next question is, what is the purpose of this operator in JavaScript? Now this is an interesting question. This operator in JavaScript is quite a famous one. Now, differently from the other languages, in JavaScript, this always refers to the owner of the function that we are executing, or rather to the object that a function is a method of. Now, the JavaScript this keyword refers to the object it belongs to. This has different values depending on where it is used. In a function, this refers to the global object. In a function in strict mode, this is undefined. Now, a function in JavaScript is also a special type of object. Every function has call, bind, and apply methods. Now, these methods can be used to set custom value of the this operator to the execution context of function. So the next question is, what is callback? Now, a callback is basically a function that is to be executed after another function has finished executing, hence the name callback. Now, more complexly put in JavaScript, functions are objects. Because of this, functions can take functions as arguments and can be returned by other functions. Some of the callbacks are also events that are called to give the user a chance to react when a certain stage is triggered. Next up, what is closure? Also give an example. So closures are created whenever a variable that is defined outside the current scope is accessed from within some inner scope. A closure basically gives us the access to an outer function's scope from an inner function. In JavaScript, closures are created every time a function is created and at function creation time. Now to use a closure, simply define a function inside another function and expose it. Like you can see in this example, we have created the function create, which can also be accessed from the inner scope. Next up, let's have a look at some of the built-in methods and what values do they return. So the first built-in method is char at. Now this returns the character at the specified index. Next up, we have the concat built-in method. Now this returns the character at the specified index. Third one is the for each built-in method. Now this calls a function for each element in the array. Next up, we have the index of. It returns the index with the calling string object of the first occurrence of the specified value. Next up, the length built-in method returns the length of the string. We also have the pop and push. The pop removes the last element from an array and returns that particular element, whereas push adds one or more elements to the end of an array and returns the new length of the array. The reverse function reverses the order of the elements of an array. So these were some of the built-in methods and the values that they return. The next question is, what are the variable naming conventions in JavaScript? Now in computer programming, a naming convention is basically a set of rules for choosing the character sequence to be used for identifiers which denote variables, types, functions, and other entities in source code and documentation. While naming your variables in JavaScript, we must keep some rules in mind. The following are the variable naming conventions in JavaScript. So we should not use any of the JavaScript reserved keywords as a variable name. For example, break or boolean variable names are not valid. We cannot use such names as our variable names and it must be something unique. The next rule says that JavaScript variable names should not start with a numeral, that is any value from 0 to 9. They must begin with a letter or an underscore character. For example, if our variable name is something like 123 test, it is an invalid variable name. But if we start it with underscore or any letter, it will be a valid one. The third and the final rule says that JavaScript variable names are case sensitive. So we must be careful while naming our variables and must not mix the uppercase and the lowercase letters. So these are some of the rules we must keep in mind while naming our variables in JavaScript. Now moving on, the next question is, how does type of operator work? Now the type of operator is used to get the data type of its operand. The operand can be either a literal or a data structure such as a variable, a function, or an object. Now it is a unary operator that is placed before its single operand, which can also be of any type. Its value is basically a string which indicates the data type of the operand. Next up, how to create a cookie using JavaScript. So JavaScript can create, read, and delete cookies with the document.cookie property. So this is the simplest way where we can assign a string value to the document.cookie object. The syntax shows how we can create a cookie in JavaScript. We just take the document.cookie object and pass the string values, such as here we have passed key1 and given the value 1, key2 with value 2, and expiry date as well. So now that you know how to create a cookie, let's see how to read a cookie using JavaScript. So reading a cookie is just as simple as writing one because the value of the document.cookie object is the cookie. Now the document.cookie string will keep a list of names which are equal to the value pairs which are separated by semicolons. We can also use the string's split function to break the string into key and values. The next question is how to delete a cookie using JavaScript. So if you want to delete a cookie so that subsequent attempts to read the cookie returns nothing, so all you need to do is just set the expiration date to a time in the past. Now you should define the cookie path to ensure that you delete the right cookie. Some browsers will not let you delete a cookie if you don't specify the path. So the next question is, what is the difference between attributes and property? So there has been a lot of confusion regarding what is the difference between these two. So let's have a look. What is an attribute? So attributes provide more details on an element like ID, type, value, etc. Whereas property is basically the value assigned to the property. Like for type, we can provide text, and for value, we have name. So here we are setting the type as text, which is a string, and for the value, we have a type which is the name. So this is the basic difference between the two. Now moving on. So these were some of the most commonly asked beginner level set of JavaScript questions. So let's move on to the intermediate level JavaScript interview questions. The next question is, list out the different ways an HTML element can be accessed in a JavaScript code. So these are the list of ways an HTML element can be accessed in a JavaScript code. The first one is the get element by ID. Now this basically gets an element by its ID name. The next one is the get elements by class. It gets all the elements that have the given class name. The third one is the get elements by tag name. Basically, this one gets all the elements that have given the tag name. The final one is the query selector. Now this function takes CSS style selector and returns the first selected element. The next question is, in how many ways a JavaScript code can be involved in an HTML5? So there are three ways in which a JavaScript code can be involved. The first one is the inline, second one is internal, and the final one is external. An inline function is a JavaScript function which is assigned to a variable created at runtime. So you can difference inline functions easily with anonymous, since an inline function is assigned to a variable and can be easily reused. So whenever you need a JavaScript for a function, you can either have the script integrated in the page you are working on, or you can have it placed in a separate file that you call when needed. So this is the difference between an internal script and an external script. Next up, what are the ways to define a variable in JavaScript? So there are basically three possible ways of defining a variable in JavaScript. The first one is the var, the second one is const, and the third one is let. Now the JavaScript variable statement is used to declare a variable, and optionally we can initialize the value of that variable. The scope of a JavaScript variable declared with var is its current execution context. Now const is basically a signal that the identifier won't be reassigned, whereas let is a signal that the variable may be reassigned, such as a counter in a loop or a value swap in an algorithm. It also signals that the variable will be used only in the block it's defined in, which is not always the entire containing function. The next question is, what is a typed language? Now, unlike Java or C, which are strongly typed languages, JavaScript is smart and hence is also called a weakly typed language. Now, you don't have to specify the data type or your variable while declaring it. JavaScript is smart enough to interpret what variable type you want to use. Typed language is in which the values are associated with values and not with variables. Now, typed languages are of two types: dynamically typed language and statically typed language. Now, in dynamically typed languages, the variable can hold multiple types. Like in JavaScript, a variable can take numbers and characters. Whereas in statically typed languages, the variable can hold only one type. Like in Java, a variable declared of string can take only set of characters and nothing else. Now the next question is, what is the difference between local storage and session storage? Now session storage and local storage both are used to store data on the client side. Now each one has its own storage and expiration limit. Session storage is similar to local storage but expires when the browser closed. In case of a local storage, the data is not sent back to the server for every HTTP request, reducing the amount of traffic between the client and the server. In case of local storage, it will stay until it is manually cleared through settings or program. But in session storage, it will leave when the browser is closed. Now moving on, the next question is, what is the difference between the operators double equals and triple equals? Now this is another most commonly asked question because a lot of us get confused between these two operators and most of the time mix up with their uses. Now in one word, main difference between the double equals and triple equal operator is that formally compares variable by making type correction. For example, if you compare a number with a string with numeric literal, the double equals allows that, but the triple equals does not allow that because it not only checks the value but also type of two variables. If two variables are not of the same type, the triple equal returns false, while the double equals returns true. Now, if we consider the double equal operator, this is a permissive value equality sign. It checks for equality between two variables after trying to parse them to the best format. Whereas the triple equal operator is a less permissive value equality. It checks for value and type equality of the two evaluated variables. So it is the recommended way to test for equality and is much more safer. So we prefer it to the previous operator to avoid bad surprises. So I hope now you're clear about the difference between these two operators and you would not mix up while using any of these operators. So the next question is, what is the difference between null and undefined? Now undefined means that a variable has been declared but has not yet been assigned a value. On the other hand, null is an assignment value. So it can be assigned to a variable as a representation of no value. Also, undefined and null are two distinct types. So undefined is a type itself, while null is an object. The next question is, what is the difference between undeclared and undefined? Now, undeclared variables are those that do not exist in a program and are not declared. Now, if the program tries to read the value of an undeclared variable, then a runtime error is encountered. Whereas undefined variables are those that are declared in the program but have not been given any value. So if the program tries to read the value of an undefined variable, an undefined value is returned. The next question is, name some of the JavaScript frameworks. Now, a JavaScript framework is an application framework written in JavaScript. It differs from a JavaScript library in its control flow. So there are many JavaScript frameworks available in the market, but some of the most commonly used frameworks are the Angular, React.js, and Vue. Now, Angular.js is a JavaScript-based open source front-end web application framework mainly maintained by Google and by a community of individuals and corporations to address many of the challenges encountered in developing single-page applications. Next is the React or the React.js. It is a JavaScript library for building user interfaces. It is maintained by Facebook and a community of individual developers and companies. The third one is Vue. Now, Vue is a progressive framework for building user interfaces. Unlike other monolithic frameworks, Vue is designed from the ground up to be incrementally adoptable. The next question is, what is the difference between window and document in JavaScript? So there has always been a confusion between the two. So let's see what is a window. Now, a JavaScript window is basically a global object which holds variables, functions, history, and location. Whereas the document also comes under the window and can be considered as the property of the window. On the other hand, the document comes under the window and can be considered as the property of the window. So document is basically a subset of the window itself. Next up, what is the difference between inner HTML and inner text? Now, the inner HTML will process an HTML tag if found in a string, but inner text will not process an HTML tag if found in a string. So the former one processes a tag, whereas the later one does not process any tag even if found in a string. The next question is, what is an event bubbling in JavaScript? Now, event bubbling and capturing are two ways of event propagation in the HTML DOM API when an event occurs in an HTML inside another element and both elements have registered a handle for that particular event. Now, with bubbling, the event is first captured and handled by the innermost element and then propagated to outer elements. So when an event is fired on an HTML element, the execution starts from that particular event and goes to its parent element. Then the execution passes to its parent element and so on till the body element. The next question is, what is NaN in JavaScript? Now the unquoted literal constant NaN is a special value representing not a number. Since nan always compares unequal to any number, including nan, it is equally used to indicate an error condition for a function that should return a valid number. So we should always use the isNan global function to see if a value is not a number. So whenever a string or something else is being converted into a number and that cannot be done, we get to see the NaN in JavaScript. So the next question is, how do JavaScript primitive or object types passed in functions? So one of the differences between the two is that primitive data types are passed by value and objects are passed by reference. By value means creating a copy of the original. For example, we can consider twins. Now they are born exactly the same, but the first twin wouldn't lose a leg if the second one loses his in the war. Now, by reference means creating an alias to the original. For example, we all have an original name and a nickname. Now, this doesn't suddenly give birth to a clone of ourselves. We are still one, but we can be called by these two very different names. Next up, how can you convert the string of any base to integer in JavaScript? So we use the parseInt function in order to convert numbers between different bases. So it takes the string to be converted as its first parameter, and the second parameter is the base of the given string. So here is an example that shows how you can convert the string of any base to the integer in JavaScript. So we have the string 4f that is to be converted, which is the first parameter, and the second parameter is the base of our given string. So the base of 4f is 16, and this would provide the integer value of the particular string. Now moving on, the next question is, what would be the result of 2 plus 5 plus 3? Now this looks very simple, but if you look carefully, there's a difference between the three numeral values declared here. The first two numeral values are outside the double quote, whereas 3 is defined inside double quotes. Now what is the difference? So 2 and 5 are basically integers here, and since both these are integers, they will be added numerically, which equals to 7. And since 3 is a string, its concatenation will be done. So we will get the result as 2 plus 5, which equals to 7, and 3 would be concatenated. So the result would be 73. So you should be careful while adding the values because a double quote can change its entire meaning. Now the next question is, what are exports and imports? So imports and exports help us to write the modular JavaScript code. Now using these two, we can split our code into multiple files. Now in the following example, we will see how we have split our code. The first one is the index.js and the second file is the person.js. Now in index, we are importing our name and date of birth from our person file. So here we have taken the name and the date of birth, which has been declared in another file named as person. Now in person, we have declared our name as Daniel, occupation and the date of birth. And we have used the export function. So we are exporting the objects name and the date of birth. Here we have declared three objects, that is the name, occupation and the date of birth. But only the two, that is the name and the date of birth, are to be exported to our another file called as the index. So we have used the export function and we have declared name and DOB, which now can be exported in the index. So now both these files have access to the name and the date of birth. So we have reached the final section and now we will have a look at some of the advanced level JavaScript interview questions. What is the strict mode in JavaScript and how can it be enabled? Now a strict mode is basically a way to introduce better error checking in our codes. Now whenever we use the strict mode, we cannot use implicitly declared variables or assign a value to a read-only property, or even add a property to an object that is not extensible. We can enable strict mode by adding the use strict at the beginning of a file, a program, or any function. Next up, what is a prompt box in JavaScript? Now the prompt method displays a dialog box that prompts the visitor for input. A prompt box is often used if you want the user to input a value before entering a page. So whenever a prompt box pops up, the user will have to click either OK or cancel to proceed after entering an input value. It is basically a box which allows the user to enter input by providing a text box, and label and box will be provided to enter the text or the number. Now the next question is, what will be the output of the following code? So let's have a look at the code first. Now in this code we have first declared a variable y with the value 1. Now the if condition statement evaluates the function f here. In the next step we have added the y value to the function f. And finally we have written the value of y into the browser using console.log. Now let's see what would be the output of this following code. Now the output would be 1 undefined, because the if condition statement evaluates using the eval, so the eval function f returns function f, which is true. Therefore, inside the if statement, executing type of f returns undefined because the if statement code executes at runtime, and the statement inside the if condition is evaluated during runtime. So therefore, it will give us the value as 1 undefined. The next question is, what is the difference between call and apply? Now the call method calls a function with a given this value and arguments provided individually. So here is the syntax for the call method. So first we take the function.call, which has the this argument, and along with it we pass the arguments as argument 1 and argument 2, etc. Now next up, the apply method calls a function with a given this value and arguments provided as an array. So the syntax shows that first we take the function.apply, which has the this argument, and along with it we just pass the argument as an array along with the this argument. So this is the basic difference between call and apply. In one we have the arguments passed individually. On the other hand, we pass the arguments as an array. The next question is how to empty an array in JavaScript. Now for this, we have 4 different methods. The first method is using an undefined array list. We can declare it as array list and undefined. Now the above code will set the variable array list to a new empty array. Now this is recommended if you don't have references to the original array list anywhere else, because it will actually create a new empty array. So you should be careful with this method of emptying the array, because if you have referenced this array from another variable, then the original reference array will remain unchanged. Now, the next method is using the array.listLength as 0. So the above code will clear the existing array by setting its length to 0. Now, this way of emptying the array also updates all the reference variables that point to the original array. Therefore, this method is useful when you want to update all reference variables pointing to the array list. The third method is not so popular, but we can still use it. The implementation of the above code will also work perfectly. This way of emptying the array will also update all the references to the original array. The final method is using the pop method. Now, the implementation of the above code can also empty arrays, but it is usually not recommended to use this method often. So these were some of the ways in which you can empty an array in JavaScript. The first and the second one are the most commonly used methods. Now the next question is, what will be the output of the following code? Let's have a look at the code. So we have a variable with the name output, inside which we have declared the function x. In the next step, we have deleted a variable x and also returned the value of x. Now finally, we are writing into the browser the value of output. Now let's see what output will it provide us. Here the output would be 0 because the delete operator is basically used to delete properties from an object. But here x is not an object but a local variable. Here x is basically a function declared inside the variable output. So the delete operators would not affect the local variables. That's exactly why we will get the output as 0. Now the next question is, what will be the output of the following code? So let's have a look at the code. Here we have two variables. The first one is variable x and the second one is the output. Inside variable x, we have the FOO value as 1 and inside output, we have a function declared. Next step, we have deleted the x.foo and returned the value of x.foo. Now let's see what output does it give us. So the output would be undefined. The delete operator here is used to delete the property of an object. But here x is an object which has the property FOO, and as it is a self-invoking function, we will delete the FOO property from object x itself. Now after doing so, when we try to reference a deleted property FOO, the result is undefined because basically there's no more value left that is to be shown. So the output would be undefined in this case. The next question is, what will be the output of the following code? In this code, we have a variable declared named as employee, and inside which we have an object named as company, and the name of the company is XYZ. The next variable is the emp1. Now in this case, we will delete the emp1.company and console the value of emp1.company and see what value do we get as our output. Now our output would be XYZ. Because here the emp1 object has company as its prototype property. Because in the variable emp1 we have declared it as object.createEmployee. So the delete operator does not delete the prototype property. emp1 object does not have company as its own property. However, we can delete the company property directly from the employee object using deleteEmployee.company. So here we will get our output as XYZ. Next question, we have another code, and what would be the output of this? So in this one, we have a named function expression. So we have declared a variable FOO using the function bar which returns 7. Now in this case, the output would be reference error because a function definition can have only one reference variable as its function name. Here we have used the function bar for the variable FOO, and again we are using it in case of the type of. So this would give us a reference error. Now moving on to the next question. What is the reason for wrapping the entire content of a JavaScript source file in a function book? Now this is an increasingly common practice employed by many popular JavaScript libraries. So this technique creates a closure around the entire contents of the file, which perhaps most importantly creates a private namespace and thereby helps avoid potential name clashes between JavaScript modules and libraries. Now, another feature of this technique is to allow for an easily referenceable alias for a global variable. This is often used in jQuery plugins. Now, the jQuery allows you to disable the $reference to the jQuery namespace using the jQuery.noConflict. The next question is, what are escape characters in JavaScript? Now, JavaScript escape characters enables us to write special characters without breaking the application. Now, the escape character, that is the backslash, is used when working with special characters like single quotes, double quotes, apostrophes, and ampersands. We usually place the backslash before the characters to make it display. So here is an example of the escape character. So usually whatever we write inside a double quote is considered to be a string. But what if you want to print the double quotes as well? So in this case, you can see in the next line, we have used a backslash before the first double quote and a backslash before the ending as well. This means that the double quote inside which good is written would be printed, and the rest is considered to be a string. So with this, we have come to the end of our session today. If you have any query regarding any question, don't forget to comment in the comment section below. Till then, thank you and happy learning.
I hope you have enjoyed listening to this video. Please be kind enough to like it, and you can comment any of your doubts and queries, and we will reply them at the earliest. Do look out for more videos in our playlist and subscribe to Edureka channel to learn more. Happy learning!